Smelling them. Nothing in the
Oh.
butt.
No judgment on my part, whatever makes you happy.
It wouldn't make me happy.
Well, I mean, have you tried? You don't know, right? You haven't ran the experiment.
I guess I haven't, no.
Well, looks like other people are running late.
Including Prime?
That happens sometimes.
You might be having technical difficulties. It happens.
All right.
The Admiral's here.
I'll be right back.
No, he's not here.
I'm actually really curious about this topic.
Oh, which one in particular?
Both, actually. Because I know, because I live where a lot of immigrants are, and I know they probably use Cash App for transactions. Because they can't open up a bank because they don't have what do you call it? A social security number.
I didn't have time to look it up, but is there a difference between, or a meaningful difference between Venmo and Cash App?
Good question. Let me ask ChatGPT.
I mean, they're different companies.
I said, is there a meaningful difference?
No,
Come on.
there's not. I've used both. They're basically the same thing.
Okay. Oh, but Lactoid, I did actually come across something that may actually genuinely interest you.
Okay, hit me.
I'm going to post it. It's also, shows let's see, scientists have a sense of humor in terms of how we title our articles. But we were talking last week, well, multiple weeks going back, but IQ testing, and I'm curious, based off of like this study's finding, how you would feel about IQ testing for guns.
Huh. Wait, you asking me?
No, Lactoid. I mean, you can answer too.
Hold on.
Okay.
Does this say that if I'm good at a gun, I'm smart?
No,
Okay, just real quick question. In the IQ test for firearm ownership, is there a section where the participant is subjected to the noise of an
Acorn falling on top of what?
Oh, the cop joke.
Yo, did you not see that? That is.
I saw that. I saw that as well.
Yeah, it's like old news. It's still crazy though.
Okay. So for whoever didn't see it, because for the people that didn't get the joke, long story short, a police officer was arresting a guy for some like domestic issues with like possibly stealing his girlfriend's car or whatever, right? Him and other officers not strip search, but they pat down the guy. They determine that he's unarmed. They handcuff him and they put him in the back of his cruiser. Now, as he's walking past, an acorn falls on top of this person's vehicle. So he does a triple fucking front roll, like I forget what the term is in gymnastics.
Somersault?
But like somersault. Yeah, he does triple somersaults while going, shots fired, shots fired, shots fired. Pulls out his firearm and then just unloads an entire mag into his own vehicle into the back seat. Apparently, magically doesn't hurt the the person that is that they're arresting, and then is like screaming that he's been hit. And then people are like, "Hey, are you okay?" And he's like, "Oh, I feel kind of weird." Like after he starts to realize that like he just fired a gun because he already
did you watch the video from his partner? Because his partner also like starts randomly shooting, as in when she hears like, oh, it's like in this general direction, she just like also starts shooting the car as well.
Yeah, well, I mean,
without seeing like anything at all, just like going on faith. Like, yeah, there's a threat there.
yeah, I agree that that's a problem, but it's way less of a problem when a police officer hears the term "shots fired" and sees one of their fellow officers pointing a firearm in a specific direction. And as far as they know from previous interaction, there's nothing behind their line of fire that's a potential issue. And so they assume the threat to be where that person is shooting, and they're laying down either suppressing fire or attempting to stop whatever is firing at their party. Like, I agree that that's probably still not the appropriate way to handle the situation, but it's way more understandable than hearing a fucking acorn hit a roof and freaking out and trying to John Wick somersault while screaming that you've been hit and then just unloading your gun.
I think they're about equal in terms of ridiculousness. At least there was an audible sound. There was an audible sound. I don't know what.
I want to give one caveat to the guy, which it doesn't really help him because the car was stationary. But if you've ever driven under an acorn tree and it hits your car, it does sound like a bullet pinging out ricochet. But the guy has no excuse. He's over here thought he was like maybe literally John Wick over here. Like it looked ridiculous. It like there's really no excuse for this.
How can I look it up? What's it called?
Just look at the cops shooting at the acorn.
Literally, just go to YouTube and type "acorn cops" and you'll see 1,000.
I'm sure you'll get millions of hits.
Video.
Every cop
and like
on high alert.
No, literally, no. It's just the same video from like every news outlet or whatever reporting on it, etc.
But anyways, Lactoid,
ridiculous.
Based off of the study that I posted, if you happen to glance at it.
How do y'all feel about a voting test?
How?
Oh my God, we're not fucking doing this again.
How?
Do you want to dream?
Yeah.
I love it.
The last two panels with Lactoid have fucking devolved at some point into him being like,
Well,
"We need an IQ test for voting."
You should know that
Not an IQ test, just a
Corey and Lactoid
basic,
together, they want as much testing as possible. That's what they want. When Lactoid and Corey get together, they're sitting here plotting, testing. That's all.
So
they want.
I'm a little bit confused.
I want to let you know that at the beginning of every one of these debates, I have you turned down to like 80%.
I'm still loud.
And I have to cut you up. And then throughout the night, as the debate goes on, you get more and more sick of everybody's shit, and you start screaming more and more, and I have to turn you down.
I
understand. And then like it's the next time, and it's like, why is he so quiet? And I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I know my strength is my oratory, so at least loud is funny kind of thing. That's kind of we got to play to our strengths. I also want to say I've really enjoyed yours and Rob Noor and Tiberius and Connor going back and forth all week. It's been really entertaining.
Just shitting on these fake fucking conservatives.
I want to say
from leftist organizations.
I want to say that this is proof
progressivism.
That I'm the only true conservative on Twitch. I feel real satisfied in that. Is the only true conservative Republican here on Twitch.
Well, Rob's pretty kind of up there too, right?
I don't know Rob, so I can't speak to that. But at least I feel my point has been proven.
I haven't heard really
pretty insane too.
I just know that you don't have to worry about me taking money because I'm making them not take it.
As well. I wanted to I wanted to like say something to you, Scott, about that, because we were communicating in our DMs about the situation, and it just seems like you have you have made it very clear that you dislike progressivism, right, and socialism.
Yeah, obviously,
you've made that very clear. But like, to be fair, other people don't have that like same reaction, right? Like,
that's fine.
Yeah. So like,
some people are indoctrinated to the point that they don't hate socialism.
Sure. Yeah. Genocide. Yeah. Sure. But I think it could just
personally,
be
I don't like
that
Nazis.
They're
on the fence. I had to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It could be that these other individuals, they were simply working with Progressive Victory, which I have worked with as well. Full disclosure. And like they, for that event, they just happened to agree with like the message you're pushing, which is probably, I didn't see the event, but probably something about getting money out of politics. And so like, I think isn't it better when we can like move past our individual tribes and work with others to collaborate on?
So for example, white nationalists and white supremacists tend to be anti-capitalist, and they're very, very much focused on getting foreign money out of elections. They're very, very much focused on more welfare programs, as not necessarily for the specific races that you want, right? But there are a lot of things as someone that is also not a libertarian limited government person like I am, right, where you would align with white nationalists and white supremacists. And so my question to you is if there was a white nationalist organization that was giving out money in the hopes of gaining power to push the Republican Party towards white nationalism as a whole, and their mission statement said, something along the lines of like,
Well,
we wish to create an entire um, new generation of activists, as Progressive Victory does, right? That their goal is to create an entirely new generation of activists that'll push towards white supremacy, and the white supremacy and white nationalism will be so big in the Republican Party, they'll be incapable of ignoring us so that we can turn the Republican Party to be white nationalists, right? If that group existed, but they did an event where you kind of agreed with some of their things and you used your clout to help bring them popularity and help push forward their ability to grow in the space and gain power. Do you not think it would be appropriate for like your fellow lefties to look at you and go, hey, why the fuck are you working with white nationalists and intentionally saying they're doing good
Yeah,
work to help
yeah.
them gain power?
So yeah, so
What is this? What is
and
this
that's
analogous to?
one
I'm
second,
sorry.
hold on one second. It's here's the problem: is that you believe that this is a parallel, like an acceptable parallel to the situation, right? Like when you are looking at a organization that's pushing for progressive ideals, you're like, oh yeah, on the other side, right? That would be like a white nationalist group, and that's just and because you have that feeling, and I
I think it's
understand that you
comparable. Hold on. I'm not saying that I think Progressive Victory and white supremacist organizations are necessarily one to one. What I'm saying is that if you are a presumed conservative and a right winger, you're very likely to have similar ire for a socialist organization that's entire goal is to push the Overton window of the left leaning party even further left, as would, let's say, a left winger that is looking at a right wing organization that's their full goal is to push them further into fascism.
no. Those aren't the same. See, those aren't the same. What you just did there, right? Pushing it further left, right? Is can be pushing the party into uh, moving into anything that doesn't equivocate to like the death of millions of people, right? Doesn't
Well,
mean that we're going to
socialism,
push you for
progressivism
elected. Yeah, of course. Again, this is what you
does
how you look at
equivocate to
it,
the
right?
death of hundreds of
Sure.
millions.
Okay, great. But on the other side, right? Like that's why I wouldn't equivocate that, right? Because I could work with an organization that's right leaning, that's trying to push over to window right to
No,
for
no, no,
more
no. You're
policies.
okay.
can I
Let
jump
me
in on
try and
this?
be as fair. No, I think you're being silly here, but let me clean up and steelman as much as possible. Let's
Okay.
assume, right, it is a civic nationalist group, right, that wants to restrict immigration to zero, right? That wants a border that says no more immigrants, right? That is so right wing, for example. Well, fuck it. Maybe it's a libertarian, an ANCAP organization, right? Since you don't like me saying fascism, right? Because it's disanalogous. What if it's an ANCAP organization? Their full fucking goal is the complete dissolution of the state. It can be any of these things. The problem is that at a certain point, if you're working with a group that's goal is to push your enemy's political party even further away from the center, away from you, and to gain power towards the very ideals that you stand against,
But
you're not.
then hold on, then what
You're
does
gonna
that
get shit
say?
from the left,
What? Oh, sorry.
and you
What does
deserve
that
it.
say? No. What does that say about politicians, like within Congress, who work together, people on the other side of the aisle, to get legislation through that works for their specific goals? Right? Like you can come together and either find compromise or not even compromise. It's just that like your goals just happen to align on this
Can,
specific issue.
But
can
Is
I?
that
no,
wrong?
they're disanalogous. They're disanalogous, and the reason they're disanalogous is that by one senator working with another senator, he's not giving clout and power to the other senator. They're both
Listen,
fucking senators.
Can I
mean,
jump in on
They might be
this?
getting them some slight praise or something, but it's not the same
Of
thing as
course he is.
taking money
Hold on.
from an organization that is specifically
Trump,
against your goals.
hold on, wait a minute, hold on.
Like,
Right
you're
now,
being silly.
hold on, no. That's not how that works, right?
Okay.
And
It is how it
right
works.
now, hold on, right now, like the Senate had passed a bill for immigration reform that was right wing, that gave
was not.
them everything they wanted,
It didn't.
right? But that got sure, whatever. Okay, whatever. All right, whatever. Yeah,
It's
sorry. No,
deeply
that's right.
left-wing.
It didn't mow down immigrants. Sorry, I apologize.
I can go back.
It literally-
Didn't drone strike them,
Doesn't matter.
Prime.
Hold on.
Doesn't matter.
I know that's a
Hey, you know, I'm going to talk. Well, I'm going to talk.
You're
I am
lying.
going to. I am. Sorry. So let me finish it. Right. So they put out this bill, and it's written by a Republican, and they don't pass it. Republicans don't pass it. The Republicans tank it because
Thank God.
Trump says
'Cause it has
this will
poison
give
pills.
credit to Biden. Right? Like this will give credit to the Democrats. I'm going to run against this thing. And so because I don't want to give them any shine, right? Don't work with them. When you work with the other party and you give them a victory, right? They
You're talking
go
about
back to
2015?
constituents and they say, "Hey, I just passed this thing," right? So how
Hold
could
on,
you help
pause.
them?
I might need to apologize. Are you talking about 2015?
No, I'm talking about this year.
Can I just got to jump in
Well,
on
if you're
this.
talking about this year, then yeah, you're full of shit because that bill had poison pills in it that were just specifically designed to increase immigration and to increase taxes towards their legal funds and to give immigrants more, to give them
Sure.
legal rights to counsel that would be provided by taxpayers. So all kinds of things in it that were poison pills to anyone that would call themselves a conservative.
Okay, yeah.
Like,
yeah,
so
whatever.
I just want
But
to push back.
but the point was, hold on, that wasn't, hold on, wait a minute. But that wasn't the point of why they stopped it, right? They could pretend that was the point, but when Trump said that was dead, then it was dead because he doesn't want to give any credit
What
to
is your point here?
Biden.
How is this analogous to me
My
calling out
point
Connor
is that,
for
like,
being a hypocrite?
you
Can
work
I
with
jump
people on
in
the
on
other
this?
side and they give. Well, go ahead, Gibbs.
So, like, all right, I'm not going to
I
rehash
hate
the border.
Republicans.
I'm not going to rehash the border bill. I disagree with you on some of those premises, Prime. We can talk those later. But I do want to push back on a couple things. I guess maybe against both kind of what y'all are saying, right? On one hand, I don't necessarily agree. It depends on what capacity you're taking more money in order to do something, right? If I'm taking money in order to push their agenda, then that would be one thing. If I'm taking money to say be an event like security guard, that now I'm just taking money to do whatever and I'm working around and you even have the potential, you can argue, to undermine, right? I don't really know. But there's also the factor of whether or not like you can afford to say no to money, right? Like that's all well and good. We can all stand under our principles, but and I can tell Progressive Victory no tomorrow unless they offer me an exorbitant amount of money, which they wouldn't because I'm a nobody, right? They're unless they offer me an exorbitant amount of money, I'm probably going to say no because I don't need to compromise what's going to go against my. So some of what you're saying
But
is
you would
true,
compromise it for an exorbitant amount of money.
right? Because at some point there's an amount of money that makes it worth it to like, hey, it's going to increase some of my other values. You got to look at what's best for
Okay.
Papa. But like,
Sure.
but my thing is with this is to so say that then you're like anti-capitalist if you have a problem with that statement, right? But on this flip side, there is something to be said like, hey, if I'm going to go and organize and help these people push an agenda and they're not paying me like life-changing money, then you are being a shill. Like, and that's really the bottom line on that. Like,
I mean, I don't know.
It's just
So
further evidence that these fucking right wingers in the Twitch YouTube politics space are anything but. They're they're centrists that love fucking all their
all
lefty
socialists,
BGG
that's for
friends
sure.
that fucking supposedly have one or two fucking values that magically makes them a right winger, and then they get
Scott.
on these fucking panels as like
Scott.
the right wing, and the
I
right
agree
wing's
with a
never
lot of that.
fucking represented.
An ANCAP organization, right? If
I agree with
ANCAPs
a lot of
do
what you
that,
said.
right? I don't know, right?
That's not wrong.
They might not because of liberty. But you can start yourself an organization, and you and I have had moments of agreement many times, right? Where we find a similar perspective on a topic. And if you want to push a stream, you want to push a stream that advocates for one of those issues where we have common ground, I would be happy to be on that stream with you. And take your money, certainly. I would be happy to do all that. Because yes, I actually would work with an ANCAP organization. I would work with a libertarian organization or some other brand of conservatism, right? Like I'm sure, yes, if we're talking about white nationalism,
there's a couple
maybe
issues here.
not. But
There's a couple
I
issues
don't
here.
think ANCAP's a white nationalist.
No, of course not. I understand, but there's a couple issues here. Number one, the way that you're framing the way that you would work with this is you're talking about a partner, right? Which is obviously I would think I wouldn't need to like maybe bring up power dynamics to lefties, right? But like when you're working with someone as a partner where you're kind of equal in your power and representation and clout, and you partner with someone to say we're working together on this issue, but you also make it clear that you disagree with them fundamentally on a bunch of other things. That's a bit different than a larger organization that is attempting to gain power within the online politics space and is attempting to gain not just clout, but I guess like a sense of not professional,
Well,
like
well,
recognition, right?
yeah.
As a legitimate source in the space, like legitimacy. That's what I'm looking
Yeah.
for. You're trying to gain legitimacy. And so you're lending yourself legitimacy into that space, that they're not just some dark money organization that's only attacking these specific creators, but that they represent the online community as a whole, and that this is what Twitch does, and this is what YouTube does, and this is how YouTube and Twitch and their streamers all work together to get out the vote for Gen Z, to vote for Democrats. That like at a certain point when you're taking money from that organization, because he admitted openly that he was taking funds from them to work on things that weren't canvassing, but didn't say exactly what it was that he was taking money on, as a means of getting together with these people and helping legitimize this organization, lending legitimacy to this organization. And then in the same breath, calling himself a Burkean conservative, right? A Burkean conservative, by definition, is someone that is attempting to ensure that the state moves slowly and that it moves intentionally based off of metrics of like empirical metrics of what works and traditions and values, whilst also working with and trying to legitimize an organization that specific goal is Democrats don't move nowhere near fast enough. We need to be extremely progressive, and we need to push the needle as fast as possible, and we need to create lifelong activists. It is directly contrary to your presumed political philosophy. And so when I see that, I say actions speak louder than words. And you're bullshitting me when you call yourself a fucking constitutional or Burkean conservative. You're a fucking enlightened centrist with 2 or 3 right-wing values, but ultimately you align with DGG more than you ever would your typical conservative or Republican.
I want to add, like, and this is kind of a broad like thing to this that I think that Fabian kind of hit like on the head as well. Is there's like what we call like Twitch conservatives, or at least what I'm calling them, and they're like center left almost, right, on a lot of issues, like
Yeah.
center left, like center right. Like I get that I'm probably more Republican, more conservative than a lot. And that's fine, but there's like a large percentage of the Republican, and we can debate what that percentage of party that thinks similar to I do, right? And it's not the majority anymore. I think MAGA is kind of the majority, but there's a large portion, right? And so when I look at,
Unfortunately.
yeah, right. I mean, that's a whole different topic. But when I look at like some like what Fabian kind of pointed out is that on Twitch, a lot of these people represent conservatism to the Twitch audience, right? And they could represent republicanism, right? And then when you get somebody on there, and the argument would be, okay, say I wanted to host a panel, right? And I was getting money from a dark money group, right? And I have certain conservatives on, and then we're having these talking points. That leads into a whole nother issue of like what you're representing to your public, because you know you're going to add this into like you're going to know you're going to use this for your media campaign of, oh look, I'm networking with these other people within this group. Like, look, this is the message that conservatives are pushing out. You're like willingly being used to push a narrative.
Sounds like y'all have bad media literacy, and you're like
No, I
figuring
don't
it
think
out live.
what.
What are you talking
You
about?
are your
You
volume
made a
is
claim,
super
back
low.
it up.
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of the issue I see, because it's like representing, like they're going to use these people to like represent a certain message, and I think like if you are willingly doing that and you're like pushing against what you're so supposedly representing to a degree, depending on
Yeah.
what you're getting paid to do.
I didn't hear what you said, Toyola. Your volume is super low.
He said it sounds like we both have bad media literacy and we're figuring it out live. So
I don't
I
think
was
that's.
asking him
I don't think that's the
to
case at all.
to bring any supporting evidence to that claim other than to just say
Yeah,
it
you're just
feels
talking about like weird esoteric online
No, we're talking about something very specific.
Yeah, there's nothing esoteric about what we're discussing. We're discussing popular streamers and a thing that has been
I like
discussed.
debate for the
I'm
last like
just
3
I
weeks.
think your volume is like completely gone now. I don't know.
curious,
Yeah,
Scott.
yeah. This has been like a thing for 3 weeks now on Twitch and Twitter,
Okay,
like debate
This is
wise.
not esoteric.
So can I ask you a question, Scott? Just out of curiosity,
Yeah,
because
go
like
ahead.
I think you've expressed your stance on it before. I think you would describe yourself as an incrementalist. But like, so do you see like voting as counter to your own values or not?
I look at voting as a tool, right? Voting is not a right. It's a means, and that means is usually used for one side to violate the rights of the other. But I have no problem with someone voting so long as they have every rational
No, I mean like for
belief.
you, as I'm talking about like you
Yeah,
as
no.
in your personal
I've
value.
voted. So like, I'll give you an example. I voted for Governor Glenn Youngkin, right? When I looked at his record, when I looked at his positions, when I looked at the data, I said, there's a lot of things here I don't like particularly, but it seemed, and it looks like I'm probably right still, that from all of the best information that I had, that he would reduce the size and scope of the state. Did he do so in terms of like public schooling and some of that bullshit? No, not really. But he got rid of the grocery store sales tax, right, which was a tax specifically on the poorest people, because the tax was targeting things that are necessities. And he lowered taxes. And it doesn't seem like he's put in any additional programs to increase the size of the state. And so because of that, I think that was a correct vote.
The Glenn Youngkin that was in that photograph with the KKK outfit, and then the guy in blackface.
No, that was the Democrat. No, that was the Democrat. Glenn Youngkin's a Republican. That's winning now. You're talking about the previous governor. Who's
See, now it doesn't matter anymore. Now that it's the Democrat that did it, it's one of.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Okay, if that's
No.
the one,
It was the Democrat. It was.
fair enough.
It was the last
Okay.
guy.
more
No,
conversation.
hold on. Democrat. Wait a minute. Which Democrat was that? Hon? Like the last one?
God, I can't remember his last name.
I don't think it was. I think it was actually Glenn Youngkin.
No, it wasn't.
Hold on. I'll look it up.
But
McDonald. Sorry about that. McDonald.
out of
Or no, Ralph Northam. Sorry.
out of curiosity,
I can never fucking remember. But it was. I see his face, and the first thing I think is like, we're gonna make the baby comfortable, okay? Yeah, Ralph Northam is the one that, and then he tried to do a moonwalk on stage to
Fair
try
enough.
and say that he like that
You're
he
right.
like, he was actually hip to it and it was just a party, and his wife had to be like, bitch, like grab him and be like, stop while you're behind. Right? Like,
No, you're right. It was at Ralph Northam. This is funny. Fair enough. Okay, but sorry. Go ahead. Corey.
well, yeah. So, like, I understand your perspective, Scott, in terms of like at least based off how you describe it. I think the word you use, like you for you personally, you viewed voting as a means. Is it possible? I don't know all the details of like what occurred, but I take everything that's what's said here at face value. But is it possible that maybe like Connor sees it the same way? It's like it's countered maybe to his values, or what?
So what did I?
He sees it
You say as a means, right? But then there was a really important identifier that I gave, right? So it's not just a means of like pushing general liberty. I said so long as all of the
Minimizing
available
government.
information that you have, right? And right. So if you're working for and giving clout
Yeah.
to an organization
Sure.
that their goals, right?
Yeah.
That their primary goal is to increase government.
I understand your ultimate goal. But I'm also trying to obviously Connor's not here to say, but I can sort of see of like from what I understand of Connor, could be totally wrong, of like as of right now I think his position is more or less like just anti-Trump, as in just whatever blocks him the best. That is the means. That is ultimate goal. Like I think after blocking Trump. Well, if I can finish my point, if I can finish my point, please. As in like. After the blocking of Trump, I don't actually know, but I would assume he'd resume his activities that's more conservative leaning. But as of now, sort of in terms of like triage and like I think in his mind, again, I don't know for sure, I'm totally speculating, but in his mind, the immediate urgency is like block Trump, and working with Progressive Victory is the means to do that, and then the conservatism will resume. Maybe
there's two problems with that. Problem number one, I'll set aside because I know that all of you are left wing philosophically, with the exception of me and maybe Admiral Gibbs. which is like the lesser of two evils concept,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a consequentialist
Well,
argument.
actually,
Right?
the socialist
Like,
with all of us.
right, it's like it's bullshit because when you pick when you pick the lesser of two evils, but that lesser evil is still increasing the size and scope of the state, and then that power
Right
gets
to a
used against you.
non-communist.
You're just picking evil. So setting aside the concept of the lesser of two evils and just looking at it from this like tactics perspective that you're giving, like the problem is that his issues with Trump as a presumed avowed conservative are all issues that would be worse with the Democratic Party and with all of the down ballot work that they're doing. So you can't say, well, I'm in favor of stopping Trump because I disagree with
No, wait a
these
minute.
things as a
What are
conservative.
what are his
right?
issues with
And
Trump?
then,
Wait, like
His issues with Trump could be like centered around January 6th. Could be around
Oh God.
overthrowing.
January
Yeah, I know you don't believe
I
that.
can I can speak on this.
It's fine. But if it is, right, then it wouldn't be worse off the Democrats, right? That like Trump did try to overthrow. Oh, I'm not sure you even believe that. I'm not sure
yeah,
where you
sure,
stand on that.
but that's not even. So you can dislike that portion, but the thing is that you're all in your effort to stop Trump because you don't like his narrative, his story, or whatever danger you think he represents, and
Ending
to
democracy.
then call yourself a conservative, to call yourself a Burkean
Ending
conservative,
democracy.
whilst working with organizations that are not only trying to oust Trump, but are also trying to get down ballot access to get leftists in the DNC and to primary, neoliberals to push the Democratic Party to even be further leftist. It's fucking insane. And the idea that all of you lefties are trying to run cover for this, like we're somehow assholes for saying you're a hypocrite and you're not a fucking conservative, is wild.
Here.
Undermine democracy.
Apparently, I'm a leftist. I can speak on this a little bit because
You've been leftist lately, leftoid.
apparently I'm a leftoid. Okay, so it was I think it was not yesterday. It was the day before. I actually sort of confronted Tiberius on this question because the Twitter kind of back and forth included him. And based on my conversation with him and based on what I've seen of Connor, I'm sort of sitting, this is where I'm sitting. I think that a lot of this is motivated by a genuine hatred of Donald Trump. I think that's fair. And that's what they openly say, and that's what they're motivated by in terms of how much they talk shit about him and maybe even the willingness to work with Progressive Victory in the first place. But I think the reason why why Progressive Victory is the organization that's being picked has to do with other reasons, right? If it wasn't the case that Progressive Victory offers money and kind of a way into the in-group, then I believe they'd probably likely join some kind of conservative anti-Trump campaign, like, I don't know, Nikki Haley's campaign, or even form their own sort of group of, fuck Trump, never Trump. But it's odd how they pick Progressive Victory, which is a overtly like further left than Democrat organization.
Wait, so again, I don't know all the details, but correct me if I'm wrong. But so I think Connor took money from Progressive Victory. So is it that I'm talking about Connor specifically? Like, is it that Connor chose Progressive Victory, or Progressive Victory knocked on his door and like that's the only organization that offered him money for that, and he
No.
said,
This is what I'm saying. I'm saying.
Ask him.
Well, hold on. I guess we'd ultimately have to ask him. But my read on the situation is that what I believe is that the reason why Progressive Victory is the organization that was picked to do this is because of other reasons. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Like, would somebody naturally be inclined to join a far left progressive organization to defeat Trump when there's so many organizations out there that are more center right?
But there's
if you're getting paid to consult for them, you've essentially joined them.
I don't know about that.
There's two motivations.
To be a paid consultant unless you join them. I'm sorry, because
I'm an Uber. Like, if you're an Uber driver, I'm pretty sure you would are part of Uber, right?
I'll deal with this later. But of course.
So like.
And we can't spend too long on this because we actually do have
controlling for two things of like I can grant you again, this is all speculation, but like, yes, joining an explicitly anti-Trump organization would like make more sense, but like assuming this is the scenario that played out of like Progressive Victory approach Connor, like if two organizations approach you, they're both anti-Trump and Progressive Victory pays you, which one would you choose?
Well, Well, I would start my own group if I had severe disagreement. Like if a far left organization
Well, yeah, but
approached me.
yeah, you're changing the hypothetical. Like if two organizations come knocking on your door, they're both
Well, he doesn't
anti-Trump
have-
conservative purposes.
No, he
Yeah, but you
doesn't
don't
have
have
to take the money and then
That's what I'm
pretend like he's
saying.
still a conservative while working for radical leftists.
I agree
Yeah.
with you, but I can't necessarily
Corey,
blame
let me
him
ask you a
for
question.
taking
Like
money
this,
in terms of because you're framing it as like I don't actually know unless you actually know that he sought it out. Do you have? Any
I'm not.
sort of,
I never framed it. I never framed it that he sought it out. Okay.
But you're saying he joined.
The question is,
he was
if a far leftist organization approaches you, why would you join that one when there's all these other organizations that you could go out and seek, or you could start your own?
Bro,
Why
yeah,
would you even say hold on? Hold on. Why would you even say yes and dedicate the time to doing so unless there's something else going on? Well, what is that something else? An already built-in group of streamers, money. I mean, follow the incentives.
Well, yes, money. Like it's a little bit bizarre to me.
If any presumed
that I'm-
center leftist was doing this in the entire YouTube, Twitch politics space, if any fucking center left person was working with a right-wing organization that said that the Republicans were all rhinos and our primary goal was to make the Republican Party as right-wing as possible so that we can get away from these people that do things like working with Democrats in any way, shape, or capacity, or that the destruction of all, like if anybody was working in any similar organization on the right,
Is it?
left,
Is it? Hunt?
But I can't think that's what that
aimed
is.
and buried
No.
all
Is
of
it the
you.
case? Wait, hang on. Did the Democrat, right? Are we facing an election where there is a Democrat who was previously in office, right, and instigated an insurrection against our republic? Is that the case? If
we have
that's
one.
the case, right? And they are trying to stop that Democrat from getting
And the
back
Chaz.
in office. Well, then
Which
yeah,
they
I
are.
think it actually makes sense. It would actually make a lot of sense.
I don't know.
Yeah,
There's a Democrat
on the
running-
other
there's a
side,
Democrat
on the
running
other
that
side, there's a
can't be
Republican who
prosecuted
you
for
don't
a
like.
crime
There's a
because he's
Republican
too fucking
that you don't
mentally
like.
demented
There's a
to be
Republican
able to,
that you don't like.
commit
I'm
a
just
crime.
saying it. There's a Republican that you don't like on the other side. But among the choices that you have, that happens to be the better option. And in
This is
that
false
case,
framing.
then
Hold on,
I'm the leftist there. Then I'm the one
Maybe,
doing
let me
it.
think
Because
of this.
I'm the one.
Bullshit.
I'm the one.
There
I'm
is
the one there.
the current Democrat
assisting.
running
I'm
is too
assisting.
mentally deficient to be able to be prosecuted for crimes that he committed that are the same fucking
sorry,
crimes that we're trying to
Rod,
get
can I just
Trump
jump in
for.
before you respond?
No, we need the fucking report.
Hunt. Is an insurrection? Insurrection. Did you not hear what I said? Insurrection. Do you remember that part?
Oh yeah, magic word insurrection, and then everything becomes
great. So that's the thing
morally right by
great.
leftists.
So that's the thing that I'm talking about. So if you're saying, sorry, Gibbs, knock it off. Sorry, we're moving past this.
I'm waiting patiently for everybody
We're
here.
moving past this. We're just moving past this, right? But I know you're pushing past this point, but I'm guessing, and I haven't spoken to Connor about this. I'm gonna say that, right? I haven't spoken to Ty about this, so I'm coming from a little bit of ignorance, right? But I do remember confronting Ty because I was part of his journey here, right? Because I confronted Ty about voting for Trump the second time. And I talked about the disastrous things that he had done in his previous run, and I confronted him on this, and I saw him change his mind on the spot. So I have a little bit inkling into how Ty is thinking about this. And if you think that this person is a danger to democracy, then yes, it actually does make sense, 100%. But you look at it differently. So we just have to leave it there. I get it. You look at it differently. But just
pushed past my point of your own hypocrisy, and you just painted it with Trump derangement syndrome.
Sure.
You said, I can be a hypocrite because Trump derangement syndrome. It's a terrible fucking argument.
I look okay, sure. If that's how you interpret it, that's okay. We can just move past this. All right. Hello all. This is Reverie Roundtable. We should have Monday 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great
switch up.
Yeah. So thanks all for coming through. And Zonia, I'm not sure if you're still here, but thank you for resubbing for it was your Prime Gaming for 13 months. She said where is our GB? We demand frog. Well, he's right there. We deliver, of course. And Wick TV, thank you. I'm guessing you rated maybe. I don't know if I might have missed your raid, but thank you so much for being here. And then if you haven't checked out Wick's channel already, what are you doing? You're out of your mind. Check him out. He's a great guy. So we are We'll get started. We'll do. Why don't we combine? We'll combine like our personal intros with topic intros to get it to it. So topic. Okay, so I wasn't sure which one. I always say the most interesting one for the second topic, right? Do you guys think the
Trans one's gonna be the more interesting one.
All right. Then we'll do the Cash App one first.
People always get way more emotional about that. Yeah.
Sure. Fair enough. A whistleblower report accuses Cash App of skirting financial regulations, specifically as they pertain to identifying customers. According to the report, this allows a whole list of legal activities to occur on the app. At the same time, Cash App has been a boon to working class and marginalized communities. These populations have higher rates of being unbanked. For those who cannot open a traditional bank account, Cash App's low barrier of entry provides access to financial tools they would otherwise be denied. But many of the laws Cash App is dodging were put in place after the 9/11 attacks for good reason. Are you in favor of cracking down on Cash App? Does it matter that it could hurt innocent people? Would your answer change if it was discovered that a terrorist attack was funded through the platform? So yeah, Cash App, you guys are all aware of it. I remember getting like a Cash App account, and it was like super easy, like surprisingly easy to do so. I think at the time it was like because I had worked at a bank for a very short amount of time. I got fired. Don't worry about it. But anyway, I had worked one right, and like there's like a whole list of like they gave you like the history right when you're joining like your onboarding program right about like the current state of the regulations. And I had to get like fingerprinted by the fucking FBI and shit, like that kind of stuff. And like opening a bank account is like a process. In fact, I helped someone else open a bank account. It's a whole process. But for this, it was like super goddamn easy, right? And I remember thinking that's weird, but I mean, great because it's super convenient, I guess. Sure. And now we have this report that says that other financial institutions, or that Cash App is a financial institution, but it's not seemingly covered under like our current regulation scheme, and it's like fragmented in a way that keeps it makes it difficult to regulate it. Right, the
Regulation
different
scheme.
pieces of
I'm
it.
fucking stealing that.
It's really interesting. But the point is that like there's that 100% illegal shit happening on Cash App. 100%, right? And is that okay, right? Is that like just like a kind of cost of doing business? Do we want that that level of convenience for this app that is actually super helpful to people? So we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so generally in favor of, well, first I'll start. I'm Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you so much, Prime, and everyone else for being here and ready to talk to me. For the Cash App topic, I also downloaded Cash App and found it to be incredibly easy to use. It feels almost like a toy how simplistic it actually is compared to other money transfer services. Generally speaking, I'm opposed to this concept of guilty until proven innocent, or I think that there's some concerns with Fourth Amendment when we're talking about just constantly maintaining surveillance on everyone's transactions. If I go and use cash to buy a product, there's not a record of that. And so if Cash App allows purchases of products using their app, I don't think that that's automatically should be treated as suspicious. I think that if there's reason the government has to believe that you're using finances for illegal activities, then of course they should comply with all subpoenas and they should comply with the government. But look, as long as Cash App is able to keep doing what they're doing, I'm rooting for them. Could there be a terrorist attack that's financed through this? It's a potential. It's a potential that a terrorist attack could be financed through regular cash or other forms of untraceable assets. But sometimes a little bit of risk is the price of freedom. And so I'm in favor of Cash App doing what it does.
Well, you're a Second Amendment guy, so of course you'd say that. Thank you so much, Lactoid. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty, and weirdly enough, tonight is I think the first time in almost a year that I decided I think I'm going to stream on YouTube. So if you want to check me out on YouTube, Fabian Liberty, go ahead. Just because I think some of these conversations are better live as opposed to breaking down into pieces for videos. In terms of so yeah, check me out, Fabian Liberty everywhere. In terms of this topic, forgive me if I don't buy the bullshit that the government is selling. Forgive me if I don't buy that the same people that couldn't account for $2.3 trillion a few days before 9/11, that have never completed the Pentagon, that has never completed a fucking audit until 2018, and their last audit they also couldn't account for $1.9 trillion, is worried about Cash App being used to fund terrorism from the same fucking groups that fund terrorism overseas. Oh, and by the way, it's kind of weird that the FBI, fails after funding terrorists in America over and over and over again because they're so goddamn incompetent that they will pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to support terrorist organizations in the hope of catching them before they do an act. And then, oops, we fucked up and we didn't catch them this time. We let the terrorists win. Yeah, fuck off. Just piss off with this bullshit line of reasoning. The reason that people want to go after Cash App is because Cash App makes it easy for people to avoid taxes. Because when you set up a business license and you do everything through a bank and you do everything through credit card transfers, everything gets recorded in the same place, and it's really fucking easy for the government to ensure and audit and know exactly how much money your business is making. But when you're doing Etsy and you're hustling out of the back of your vehicle and you're selling roses on Valentine's Day because you're trying to make a side hustle to make a little bit more money and you get everybody to Cash App you, the government doesn't get their cut. And because the government takes 50% of all wealth generated in the United States of America, they really don't fucking like it when they don't get their 50%. That's all this is. And the last thing I want to point out about this is everything that you're hearing from the government trying to find ways to regulate and track all purchases via Cash App is the same rhetoric and the same reason that these people are going to use for why we need central banking digital currencies. When that shit comes around, it'll be, but the terrorists might do things. The terrorists might fund through fiat currency and through Cash App and all these other services. But if we put everything on the blockchain where the government can track every single purchase, won't it be so much more efficient and easier and better? You don't want the terrorists to win. This is like fucking 9/11, fucking Iraq war rhetoric all over again. Like, shut the fuck up. When you guys can find when you guys can get under $1 trillion money you're losing out of every fucking budget at the Pentagon, maybe I'll believe that you want to start tracking Cash App money to avoid terrorist activity. But until then, piss off.
Thank you so much, Scott. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. But yeah, brief sort of opening statement and commentary on the opening, where I just tried to pose a question to Lactoid, and I didn't actually get that answer. But I'm really glad we avoided the toxic IQ discourse and went down the rabbit hole that we did. Equally productive. But yeah. But on this topic, so I'm Canadian, and I don't believe I could be wrong. I haven't really actually checked, but I'm pretty sure we don't have access to Cash App. At least I don't think. So I don't know all the details of how it works. So I'm just going on based off like what's said here and a little bit of research on my own. But yeah, even granting everything in terms of like all the problems of whatever funding, as far as I can tell, there's no reason to believe, or I don't think there's any good reason to believe that whatever, if all the regulations that they want come into play, that'll somehow stop terrorism. I don't think that's really getting to the sort of like root cause of whatever nefarious stuff that occurs as a result of Cash App. So yeah, I'm pretty much as of now in favor of pretty much leaving it as is, how it functions. And there's probably other better ways to fighting terrorism and crime than regulating Cash App. I'll leave it there for now.
Two things. First, that's Corey. Just in case Corey's cool. And two, yes, Canadians can use Cash App. I just googled it. Yeah, there you go.
Well, then I'm incorrect. I was spreading misinformation and disinformation, and I apologize.
Thank you. And you're muted, Scott, but maybe that they might have meant to be muted. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was meant to mute. I was just letting my chat know that Wealth Simple is probably the equivalent for Canada, because it's not Cash App is not designed for Canada to America back and forth transfers, right? It's designed mostly for in-state transfers, like Wealth Simple would be.
Fair enough. right, let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
I mean, it might be a rough night for the left tonight if all the conservatives are sitting here on the same side for once. We got Ridoid finally came back from the liberal left today to finally defend some freedom of America. I'm so happy we got your back for this topic. You've been looking real socialist left lately. I had concerns, but in all honesty, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere, Admiral Gibbs. That's who I am. I'm the only true conservative on Twitch. I don't really need to know what Fabian is at this point. He wild, so I don't lump him in. Lactoid, he's been leftoid. I don't know. Hopefully, we can convert him back. But yeah, I'm your resident conservative. Now, as for this topic here specifically, I agree with pretty much what they both said. Government bad. I don't understand. Like, what is this argument they're making? Oh, it's illegal. We're going to be more illegal stuff. We already have Bitcoin. We got cash. Cash is king. I don't see cartels using Cash App to transport large amounts of money. No, what they're doing is they're rolling up the cash and they're shipping it back. I mean, that's been day one. Like I just have big doubts about all this. Sounds like bullshit. Sounds like more government overreach and regulations bad. Why are we going to hurt all? This is another example of big government hurting minorities and lower class people, right? The same thing like lower. What they're doing is they're trying to make it you pay all your money that you've earned on your hard-earned time to the government, and then make sure that you need them to survive, and then give you a welfare check. It's just part one of their system. I don't know why Prime is acting like this is surprising as a topic. It's typical big government as usual overreach and just planning for enslavement of the American people to them.
Enslave American
throwing
people.
shade on Prime. Making a topic, copacetic to what's going on today.
We love Prime. I love Prime. He's the bomb.
Relax.
We love Prime, but talking points. You gotta stop to sound good.
Thank you.
Specific Amazon Prime is what I'm talking about, not Prime Case.
Prime Case.
Amazon Prime.
I'm looking at you.
Get my packages. Few Africans have to die for it, but whatever.
Let's go to
just a few.
Y'all don't know about that? Oh, y'all need to Google Amazon a little more.
Oh boy! All right, another crime. D10 Dream, please.
What's up, guys? It's D10 Dream. I'm in the scene. I pull up. You know what I mean? I like toy nodding. Anyways, about this, I live in a neighborhood where there's a lot of sidewalk people selling stuff, and they have access to Cash App. So I imagine, and they don't speak really good English. So I imagine they might be undocumented. Just an assumption, and I imagine they're able to use Cash App because banks require like a social security PIN and address, whatever. And so it's probably easier to open an account with Cash App. That being said, if Cash App were to strengthen its procedure and identification policies, then they probably wouldn't be able to open it still. Because maybe they'll require some type of maybe they'll become a bank type of situation where they require that kind of high level documentation. Then it'll harm, that segment of the poorest of the poor population. So I do see the argument where it's like, hey, don't do that because it'll harm those type of people. But I also see we're not trying to stop terrorism, but we do not want to make it super easy for them. So let us do this thing where it won't fix terrorism, but it'll hinder or make it at least a little bit more difficult. And I've actually been scammed on using Cash App. So I'm actually pro find a scammer that scam me using Cash App. And it would have been easier to call the cops or have an auto report feature. Because you can almost be like super anonymous using Cash App. So I have not yet found this person that scammed me.
Okay. All right. Sure. Okay. Let's go to let's go to our new friend, a new participant here, Toyola, who is having a whole lot of trouble staying in frame. That'll be their struggle for tonight. We wish them well on the fight. Toyola, let's hear from you.
Hear me, Prime?
Uh-huh.
I'm just speak when.
You're cutting in and out, I think.
Sorry.
I could hear you for a second. Yeah, go ahead. Try it again.
We don't. Are you talking?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're talking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can hear you.
Okay. I was giving you a moment. I'm talking now.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
You're
Yeah.
good.
Yes.
Okay.
You're good.
Sure.
For just a quick question. When some of y'all say, like, let's say lactoid is a leftist or a lactoid is a liberal and you're a conservative, what do you think that means? In your own words, 10
opening statement,
sentences
my
or
guy.
more. Fabian, you're exempt from this because I feel like you know that they're stupid when they do this because you're like a fascist, right? Just like straight up. But like, red
You
guy
hate
in the
puppets
bottom
right
corner,
here.
like, what
Okay,
do
okay.
you mean?
Okay,
Because
we can
you say
excuse you
things
being
like,
retarded,
I'm a
but it's your opening
conservative, but
statement.
like, that don't mean nothing. So I'm curious.
Just please answer the prompt. And
Yeah, like in
then
10
there's an
words
open.
or more, 10 sentences preferred, a paragraph if you can. What do you mean when you say such stupid bullshit? Just
hold on,
out of
hold on.
curiosity.
Why don't we finish
Hang on.
openings?
I will now resume in focus.
Yeah, why don't we finish openings though?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
yes,
supposed to make your position
Whoa.
known on the topic,
Yeah.
not ask
What am I
stupid questions.
witnessing? What am I witnessing?
I don't know.
I'm just here because Prime paid me. I got $2,000 to be here as a foil to your like weird
Oh.
liberal like agenda
Prime
type
victory.
shit. Fabian's not a liberal. If I ever call you guys a liberal, Fabian is exempt from that. Lactoid, I don't know
I'm
if
the
you're
only
exempt
liberal
from
here,
that.
you dumb fuck. Like,
No,
No,
I'm
you're-
with you. I'm with you.
You're a little fashy, brother.
cool. Great. Can you give your
Thoughts on
Opening
the topic?
statement on the
That's
topic
it, dude.
as-
That's my opening. Are you giving me
Okay.
more time?
All right,
Okay.
yeah, that's cool.
All right. Well, then we'll move past it. We're just gonna.
So Toyola is a coward that can't put forward a positive position. Got it.
We will move past this. Let's go to our friend Doobie, who we haven't had here in a long time, and I've really missed. He's a really good friend of mine, but he's back, and we're really happy to see him. Doobie, please.
Hi. So first off, Toyola, that was really weird. So thank you. I want to predict the future. Okay, I'm a psychic now. I'm gonna make a prediction. I think in the next 6 months or so, we are going to have a foiled terror plot. That the FBI is going to come forward, huge press release. They caught the guy. He's in jail, and we're going to find out that they groomed some dude, some mentally ill loner, got him to send money through Cash App to fund the terrorist activity that they came up with, and then they're going to use this to try to put pressure on Cash App to track people's identities and shit. 'Cause I totally agree with Fabian or of Scott. I think it's exactly what they're going to do. I think this entire fucking article, this entire like push is fucking ridiculous, and really it's just a pretense to the what they're going to do in the next 6 months to try to like put some regulations in place to get more money out of people through this app. I think it's ridiculous. It's just they feel like they're missing out on tax revenue, and they want to make sure they get the poors, so they want to get the tax revenue. That's all it is.
Okay. So the thing that I'm mostly going for here is like, what are all our alternatives? So do you guys feel that so Cash App should be just like kind of outside of the law, so we shouldn't be able to look inside and see these? So let's say that Cash App is exempt from taxation, right? We're just gonna put that aside, right? Because that was like a big concern. All right, let's
That'd
just
be fucking dope.
pretend for instance, right?
Wouldn't do a
But, like-
goddamn thing without Cash App.
Okay, well, well then, if that was the case, then would you be for regulations, within that space, right? That you had to at least be able to identify that individual, and yeah, well, we'll start there.
Well, I'm curious. I could be again misinformed, and also whatever sort of point of fact or point of order. I'm curious, what information did you get, Prime, where Cash App is available in Canada? At least when I tried to.
I googled it.
It's
I don't know.
US and UK. US and UK. That's what I saw.
What Google?
It says the first thing I came up with said well, I sorry, I didn't Google it. I DuckDuckPro'd it. Go'd it.
That's of course.
Because
No,
I put a screenshot in the Discord. I just literally on my
says-
phone. and it's
From
not
New
available.
Canadian Life, it says, can Canadians use Cash App? And it says the short answer is yes. Canadians can use the Cash App. While the app is primarily marketed towards users in the United States, it's also available in Canada and a number of other countries.
I can't even. It might be a Quebec thing, but I can't even download it on my phone. Like I literally, like, not available in your.
Like, I don't want you on it. You're a Canadian. You're gonna fill it with, I don't know, maple sauce.
When I
or
Google,
whatever, right?
when I
Why
googled
they
it,
call it maple sauce is hilarious. Maple
when I
syrup.
use when
You
I
guys
use
use
the
francs,
proper
right? As
What?
money?
when I use the
the to actually answer the prompt or whatever the question, like from what I understand, at least what I'm gathering, it's like, yeah, this doesn't since it doesn't follow the definition of a bank, it can't be regulated by standard banking, like whatever rules and regulations. So I'm curious if anybody like can tell me like what makes this outside of a bank, or what is the difference between like this and a bank that allows it to not be in the banking regulations, or maybe Lactoid maybe knows, I don't know.
So, yeah, it's really. Hold on, can you? Yeah, sorry. So the major difference between this and a banking regulation is that banks have all of these FDIC regulations about how much cash they have to have at any given moment at the closing of banks.
No, yeah,
right?
no, I'm aware.
And so that's the reason why the regulations are different on services such as PayPal and Cash App. Well, PayPal not, because PayPal actually.
But what makes this? What makes
PayPal's
Cash App
special
not a
because
bank?
So my understanding is that Cash App doesn't hold your money, and when you hold people's money and then invest it, that's how banks make their money, right? There's all these regulations that come with the
You can invest on
the
Cash App
privilege
now.
of doing so, right? But Cash App, what they store the money that's stored in the app in partner banks. It's a little bit similar to how Robinhood does it. And so those banks are FDIC and regulated and tracked or whatever, but the app itself is not, because it, like when you transfer money or whatever, the company just moves money
It's
around.
the
And it's
middleman.
different. Yeah, it's a middleman.
Yeah, so would it be like the best? Not like it's pretty much like a virtual piggy bank that's tied to an actual bank.
Yeah,
basically.
I think
it's
a better
essentially
analogy.
a UI. It really is what it is. It's just a user
Yeah.
interface for moving money. That's all it is.
So
I mean,
yeah, you know what it is though. Let me give you a better analogy. I think that's a little bit more accurate. I think it's very similar to a credit card processing company, right? Like there's only like 5 actual credit processing companies, right? And then you pay for the services. So like this is kind of the same thing. They're paying for you're basically using them for their transactions, right? Like between people. I think that's a comparable term. I think the most accurate analogy to it.
It's more like a prepaid card, really. It's more like going to Walmart and buying $100 prepaid card that has $100 on it, Visa, right? And then like giving that to somebody or using that for, right? Because it's not like you have like a contractual obligation where you're getting a loan from them, et cetera, because that would put them under banking regulations.
Well, and what's crazy is we're having this debate about this, but we're not having this debate about credit card processing, right? Because there's like almost zero regulation there, and nobody's saying they could fund terrorist attacks. Like I'll use Square.
There's so many regulations.
You
on
say,
credit cards.
well, there's
What are you
well,
talking about?
hold on, it's like the Wild West
It's one
right
of the
now.
most regulated industries
Hold on,
beyond like insurance
this is an industry I work
healthcare.
with. I work with every day in this industry, right? And the reason I'm saying that is when it comes to like the way pricing is structured, right? So if I go and I had Square, you're gonna be at 2.27% standard, right? And that's what you're gonna pay for each transaction fee. But I could come in and offer you some crazy shit like 0.01 percentage per and like a penny per transaction fee or something. And like you can do all sorts of stuff. And it's basically the Wild West kind of thing when it comes to these transactions and stuff. And it's kind of interesting that how like Cash App is relating to this. Yeah.
Why is it the Wild West? You're saying because there are different ways that credit card agencies are able to gain fees, that it's the Wild West?
Yeah, because it's some of
Fabian, it's
but the two
because
are not
it's
the
too
same
hard
thing.
for him to get. It's too hard for him to understand simply, so it's the Wild West.
Yeah, that's what it is, Papa.
Toil is being a dick, but I kind of agree.
I mean, I literally do it. I'm not sitting here trying to like. The point is like you could be. So there's like okay, I don't know how to explain it. It's not completely applicable.
Thank you.
Are you done?
He's
Yeah,
about
anyway,
like 20 seconds late.
Yeah, the analogy I'm making is all right. So basically, you have a percentages increase on when you do each like fund, right? When you do each credit card processing transaction, right? And what I'm trying to say is, when it's in regards to Wild West, pricing can be all over the state, all over the place, right? And big companies like Square, they come in, they offer you a standardized package, right? And then you have someone like Elliott Management Group, for example, they'll come in and just undercut the shit out of them to do whatever, and like they can offer services, they'll offer less services, and there's like not so much protection for the the consumer when it comes like, oh, you were promised these things and you didn't get them. It's when I say the Wild West, yes, there's a lot of regulations in regards to how they're processed, but I'm talking about on like the consumer side. Whenever you're setting up like the pricing and you're setting up what POS systems they'll use, all this is not very
a single
regulated.
credit card agency that doesn't fall under the same regulations as an investment banking firm?
I mean, I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
credit
there
cards
isn't,
are
because they're the same.
very,
They
very
fall
regulated.
under
Like, I
those
don't-
regulations, and then they have extra regulations on top of them. They're even more
I think
regulated.
you're
than, like,
missing the
investment
point I'm
banks.
saying, so I'm just gonna move on. It's not real.
Yeah,
It
okay,
is
you-
your
maybe
fault,
you're trying-
everybody else. It is your fault, and you shouldn't forget that. It's not his fault. It's your fault.
What are you adding?
He's not adding.
What is your
No,
position?
that
Like a
was the
gentle
first, that was the
air.
first appropriate comment from Toyolo because he's right.
It's-
You're
Yeah.
wrong.
It's
Sure.
like a
But
gentle
like-
air that I bring to the room, a musk, a je ne sais quoi, as the French would say.
what is your position on this? Let's hear that.
I don't care about this. I'm just here to get paid. I care about later issues
Oh,
and
God.
listening to you say
want
things
to
that
talk
are
about this.
silly so I could tell
Wait,
women
hold
that
on.
I
Do
like
we all
about your
basically agree on
silliness.
this topic? It sounded like we basically agree.
I think we all
Wasn't there
agree.
something?
Yep. Let's get to the meat and
I mean,
potatoes.
I mean, yeah, I do. It does seem like I mean, nobody knows what Toyota.
Well, so
thinks,
I'm
but
curious.
regardless of him,
So
like,
what we
because we all made positive positions, which I think are very similar.
what we established.
I made a positive position. I'm positive that some of y'all are kind of fucking stupid. And I asked a couple questions to verify, and you guys called me a coward, which is kind of one of the answers that you
Bro.
could have presented, which gave me an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Toyola's here.
Just because you're being gay as fuck doesn't mean that you're HIV positive. Relax. So Corey, you
okay.
had a position you wanted to make.
not necessarily a
What?
position, but like a point of clarification.
Hang on. Wait a second. 1 second. I would like us to forget that. And I would like you to bank that for a second. Hang on, right? Because you want to be known
Alexa,
as a funny
stop.
guy.
Bank it.
Hang on. No. Bank it. Hold on
Let's
to it
bank
and
it.
try
when
it
I
again.
think Baby Liberty, I think funny
No,
guy.
try it again when it seems like it's appropriate, right? Don't just say things you think might be funny sounding because they're funny coded, right? Try it again when it's appropriate later. We'll all forget you did that.
I think the joke
Just
went
try
over
it
your
again.
head.
I think Toyota thinks that's a dunk.
I'm
but
good on
that was
taking
the most-
advice from you on comedic timing. All right, like relax.
That was like the
Corey,
most weak, limp dick advice I've ever heard from anybody ever. Really, it was just awful.
right,
Well, yeah,
do-
I'm just.
I told him
sorry,
to follow his dreams and try again. He made a mistake publicly.
So okay,
I'm giving him advice.
let's move past this. Corey, if you want to say
I don't care.
something, and if Stevie wanted to say something, but like, what I wanted to talk about is basically, and I was going to use this to move this conversation along, is to like our options on like assisting the unbanked. And I'll ask a secondary question here, and we'll see if we have a bit more disagreement there. But Corey, you
Well,
go
yeah,
first.
so that's actually what I wanted to pretty much springboard off of, I guess, now, in terms of like, so in the prompt of like, yeah, as you point out, Cash App is popular with the unbanked. But then what I just went through in terms of like, well, Cash App is tied to a bank. So I'm curious, how are the unbanked using this? Is it through the purchase of like whatever the, I guess, Cash App cards, that preloaded money? And it's through that? Or like, how are they?
You go to the
So-
gas
so-
station
so
and you
for
get
example,
like a
I would-
foil pack of cards with some bubble gum.
Okay. One of the things that you'll see if you drive through the United States in like cities, right, is that there will be homeless individuals that have their Cash App sign now on their sign. And so what will occur a lot of times is that people that are really, really nervous or embarrassed to give homeless people money, or they necessarily don't want to hold up traffic because they're like at a traffic light and they don't want to pull out cash or whatever. Sometimes they will use people's Cash App tag to give them money so that they can anonymously just give them money or help them out. Now, I'm not in favor of giving the homeless money, right? Like, I think it's a bad idea. I don't think it helps them. But nevertheless, like, that is one means in which they're used.
Okay, so as in like, so in that example, like presumably then this homeless person would not have a bank account tied to their Venmo. They're just able to set up an account and people can send money to them if they want to. Is that a good understanding?
So it gets
Think of
complicated,
Cash
but
App
I
like a
don't-
bucket that you can store some money in and you can move to other financial institutions if you link them. It is somewhat easier than having cash on hand. It is a way to phase out cash peer-to-peer
Yeah, so
transactions. It's very simple. It's like a
if I-
bucket in your pocket.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding correctly, the homeless person who doesn't have their Cash App tied to a bank, the only way that they can get money is through other people like sending the money. They can't load it themselves.
Well,
Exactly.
they can load it themselves.
I mean, you could.
Like,
Yeah.
Cash App has like
So
a
here's the thing
free
is-
card they'll send you. Yeah.
Let's assume you don't have a bank, right? All right, so you don't have a bank and you can't get a bank account. The reason you can't get a bank account might be because you're an illegal immigrant, right? Like that might be one thing. But there are plenty of other reasons why people can't get a bank account. They may owe some banking institution somewhere money, right? And they don't have the financial means to afford, let's say, bankruptcy proceedings, et cetera, as a means to get rid of that debt that they owe. Or banks, a lot of people don't know this, but banks actually have a secret credit reporting system that they use beyond like the big three. And it's an internal system that they use amongst other banks, which Wachovia got in trouble for because they were denying black people mortgages because they were using this system that more accurately showed that like they had overdraft fees and that they weren't doing these things. And Wachovia would rather admit they were racist than admit that they were using these secret systems, which is hilarious. But nevertheless, and so you can't actually get a bank account. But what you can get is you can get a Cash App, and you can get any other form of prepaid service that is less strict, that isn't a bank that holds on to money. And you can use the Cash App as a means of doing transactions from person to person if you want to buy drugs, or if you want to get money, or if you want to like go to certain places to certain places that accept Cash App, which isn't a ton of places, but often you do kind of the same thing where you do kind of informal exchange rate where you might Cash App somebody else and they'll give you cash, but they'll give you less cash. And so basically you can kind of mimic the things with these two systems. You can kind of mimic the things that you would be able to do with a bank account. And it would be more expensive than just having a bank account. But if you're unable to get a bank account for a multitude of reasons, you can use these to get around those systems. Is this terrorism? No, it's fucking stupid because terrorists just money launder through banks and they do it all the fucking time anyways. And it's like Cash App is mostly used by people buying drugs and small transactions. It's not used to support terrorism unless you're talking about the drug dealer who's using Cash App to more easily buy drugs and then is using cash from that to fucking buy larger quantities. So like technically it's helping them, but it's
Like, at least in my mind,
Um,
it's either like you expand the definition of a bank that includes Cash App, okay, or like you make it easier for people to get an actual bank account. Like that's pretty much, but everything that, but what I'm gathering how Cash App works, like that's the only way forward that I sort of see now.
So Peacecraft, who is here for reasons, says I don't want to hear bargain basement Mike from P Gay. Okay. Half these dipshits are on the spectrum, and he takes it to full downs. I'm assuming it means that spectrum.
I love Peacecraft and hate him so much at the same
Mute
time.
paid. Hello again, Peacecraft. Oh boy. Who's been banned from this channel.
I wonder why.
Reasons, as you all can be sure of. Peacecraft. You can't mute people in when it's like a closed panel, right? Like we don't do that. We don't.
He has a way with words.
Because I invited them to come, so they're here. But thanks for that. All right. Anyway, let's go to. So let me try to take this to the next phase, because I'm glad that you talked about like how like it's more expensive for individuals to like to mimic. Right, it's better to just have like a bank, like if you could get your hands on it.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I mean,
what?
it's one of the few things I'll agree with socialists on, right? Is like all the right wing tries to act like it's bullshit when Bernie Sanders said it's expensive being poor, but it is just unequivocally 100% true that basically everything is more expensive when you are below a certain threshold where fines and fees and inability to access certain things just start compiling. And it's like that isn't necessarily the fault of the individual in that specific financial circumstance. There can be reasons for it, et cetera, that are exacerbated by like policies, and I won't, not to turn this into like shitting on socialists, but but like it is something that is just true. And this is just one of many examples. Like food deserts are an example, or like licensing and uninsured motorist fees and all this other shit is an example. Transportation, like there's plenty of examples of why being poor is expensive, and this is another example where you have to do things and give other people money kind of unwillingly, or I wouldn't say unwillingly, it's willing, but like because you don't have other opportunities, you end up spending more money just to
So,
be able to mimic services that are available to everybody else.
so Scott, I'll give you a reason to shit on socialists, right? So incoming, right? So
Yeah.
the reason. So uh, like one of the reasons why a person might be unbanked is because they live like in a banking desert where you are in like in some small rural town or whatever, and because your town is poor and it's far away from like major metropolitan areas, right? And you can't get there because of the poor thing, right? One, banks just don't open a branch, right? A lot of small and medium-sized banks have been closing, right? Those branches
Mhm.
are closed, and sometimes those businesses close, right? And so
Yes,
there's some
a
areas
lot
that
of them are just closing because you can get a cell phone in everywhere in America and do all of it on your cell phone.
so hold on. So uh, mm, okay, for a second.
Yeah.
I have to just move past that for a second, right? Because I've okay, whatever. We'll move past that.
Like you don't
But
even
anyway,
need like internet. You just
there
get
are
like a Verizon for like $40 a
individual.
month.
Okay,
Good.
okay. I'm gonna have to move past this. But the point is that people don't have a banking branches near them. Um, so a solution there could be having a bank through the post office, right? Like post office banking is something that we used to have in this country, and it worked really well until it was dismantled. Um, like some people in here, I know the usual suspects won't be in favor, that's fine, fair enough. But would others in here be in favor of postal banking to better serve individuals in these random areas, especially like for instance getting loans and stuff?
Can you explain why we stopped it?
Because cell phones, Scott already said, right? Like an example, Chime, for example,
Are you talking
is
about post office?
is an
The postal?
entirely online bank.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Which one what are you talking about? Be much
Yeah,
specific.
yeah. Why
That's fine.
why would we need post office banking? Like, what wasn't it stopped for a reason? That's basically what I'm asking.
Yeah, sure. For instance, to provide loans, right? To provide low-cost loans to individuals who may not be able to get that through the regular banking sector. They are uh, uh, there are horror stories of individuals who have been locked out of banks. Like banks will just like close your account, and there is it's a while ago since I read this article, so I don't want to get anything wrong here. Um, but like a bank can kind of just like decide that you aren't a good customer, and they can like close your bank account. And then once that happens, like if that's the only bank in your area, that makes it difficult. There are certain functions where you need to be talking to an
Yeah,
actual.
I get that, but we have online banks now. Like I open a Chime account. There's no Chime bank,
Well,
and I actually have a USAA account, which there is
Dream,
no like in person bank for that.
can
So
I
like I
ask?
use USAA, and everything's online.
So
Yeah,
let
but
me ask.
there's like certain banks you have to go to for services. But yeah, like
Right,
there
right.
are
What I'm
some
saying
There's
is
services
also
you kinda
banks
have
that
to
you
do
don't need to go
in
to for
person.
any services, right?
right.
There's
So
banks that
so
are
the point
entirely
I'm
online.
exactly. So the point I'm making
Yeah.
is kind of the one
No, I
you already
agree.
made, Scott. Is like,
Yeah,
why
no,
would we need the postal bank when people can just go online
also,
banking?
also, just to be clear, the postal bank was like you could leave your money with the bank, and like you could like secure your money with the post at the post office for a period of time, and then like government bonds occurred, and so like the service was redundant. So like it's the same. It's just they're just bonds. You're just talking about bonds. Like that service really never went away. Like the post office wasn't a bank. It was just a place that you could store money if you didn't have anywhere else to store money, and they would hold on it for you, and you could like buy like essentially bonds if you wanted to.
It was like it was a cash
That
bucket,
service
basically.
still there.
I agree.
Yeah,
We should
it wasn't
massively expand the services that are offered. Yeah, 100%.
right. But you're making it seem like they used to do banking and now that we stopped and it was wonderful. It's like no, we had government bonds in a different form, and we still do. Like that's
Okay,
not
yeah,
the same.
sure.
But hold
All
on.
right, then we can. But like in other countries, then we have postal banking, right? That actual that have all those functions, right? So like we have these things in different nations, and it gives access to everyone uh, to these banking services, right? Um, uh, and it provides money for the post office in of itself, right? So the post offices do lots of things in other countries. So don't just like deliver mail. They do lots of things, so it gives revenue to the post office, and beyond that, low cost loans that
How would it give revenue
um,
to the post office?
for
To
the
you
banking
talking about loans?
for the banking? Yeah, well, part of it. Yeah, part of
Okay.
it. For various banking services. But anyway,
Hold on.
you can.
I'll-
Oh my God! Why does everyone feel like they need to interrupt
No,
me?
I will olive branch you. I will agree to this. I will agree to allow the post office to be a bank under one condition and one condition only, which is that it doesn't engage in fractional reserve banking. That the only way that this specific bank works is that it does not give out loans based off of money that it has in the bank, but is instead a place that you can put your money and that you can do transactions from that actually is a stopping force against inflation that is caused by fractional reserve banking and caused by the Federal Reserve that is constantly making all of our groceries, all of our rent, all of our things get more and more expensive because of this loan out piece. And if the state wants to take that on, but doesn't engage in the theft that is fractional reserve banking via currency and offers a model that doesn't do that, I would consider that an alternative that people could use if they were in desperate times for whatever reason they can't get a cell phone or whatever, and they can use that, but that there is another option out there that doesn't engage in the form of theft that we see in our current banking system.
Go ahead, Gibbs.
So actually, I kind of want to give something that's probably going to support a little bit of what Prime is saying. So I work with like new businesses on a day-to-day basis, right? And there does seem to be some kind of disconnect between like new business owners and like how much cash someone needs to start a business. And I would say the average starting amount of person needs to get a new business is about $200. That doesn't sound like a lot, right? But for some people, $200 cash in hand, where they can open a bank account, pay to get like an assumed name, and then pay for a couple other like little minor like bureaucratic things to get this like done, right? That and then pay for like services so they can start taking credit card processing payments and whatnot. That is like that $200 to initially start a business, like that's just like a phone business or an Etsy business. That is a pretty large hurdle for some people. Like just to have $200 fluid cash after your bills. And so for when I get the idea of the government coming in and like making it harder for these people to do these things, and Cash App has made it easier for people to start businesses, I don't think that's a good thing personally, but I do want to point out that Prime did have some kind of point with the banking desert like comment, because like if you don't have $100 in your bank like in hand, you generally can't open a bank account and say like Wells Fargo or something, right? Like that's like the minimum they'll take to start something, and that's a lot for some people.
And beyond that, right? So,
What services are you going to do?
beyond that, so like people underestimate like how much having a local bank, right? A person that you can go and talk to that like is within the community, like the value of that. Because like these individuals are making decisions on like how the bank spends their money, how they give out their money. And if they are part of the community, they can see a person who may or may not fit their typical profile. But hey, I know you're part of our community, and I'm going to take a chance on you. And like, here's an investment. Um, like having a bank that invests within that local community. That's what the funds are for. Like that strengthens those communities. And to say to like, well, we'll just replace this with an app. That's sure. I maybe you can also get some loans through, but like, if these people aren't actually part of the community, that affects like the level of investment that these communities get, especially when we're talking about people who are on the lower economic scale, right? Like people who have more money can always get more money, right? That's just how that works. But for people with lower down that ladder, it's actually quite difficult. So having an actual person to talk to, go ahead.
Yeah.
That lives in the community.
Okay, so if I can try and condense this, the thing is you see an issue, and the issue is that the current system of using apps in the current market, where apps are more profitable for banking institutions than keeping up branches, creates areas where individuals have to drive a long distance to a point where it may no longer be economically feasible for them to reach the bank. Right? That's part one. Do you agree with that premise?
Yes, sure.
Prime. Okay, so
Yeah.
so I agree that is something that people may value that the market doesn't necessarily value. I'm not sure that it's the biggest problem in the world, but you personally value and think it would be positive to have more banks in these communities where people can go and talk to human beings. I guess that, I mean, that's cool that you value that. It doesn't necessarily seem profitable. What is your presumed solution to that is to make the post office a bank, which I don't think is actually going to solve what you believe to be a problem, which I'm not necessarily sure you've sold as particularly a problem, right? Because I mean, the community obviously doesn't value it enough to fund it, and therefore that money is going somewhere else, which means like technically it's going somewhere
value enough to
where
fund
it's more
it?
desired.
Sorry.
Well, can I add something?
Yeah, that's how
Fabian?
markets work.
Well, you go first, and I'll go.
So I want to add something to this because, but part of what everything you said kind of has some truth to it, right? But there's another thing you're not factoring in, which is it's enabling people like me. Like this is literally what I do for work, right? My biggest market is new businesses, right? And now I would not call myself a nefarious actor. I go in there and I try to save these people a bunch of money on their services as long as I'm making something, right? And then I like grow the businesses. Now there are a lot of people that are predatory in the industry that I'm in, right? They go in there and they
What industry
genuinely.
is that?
I mean, I do business to business sales. I sell like 28 different business services. We're not going to go into all the details on it because it's a lot and it's really boring. But I do a lot of sales, right? And this is one of the businesses I own, right? And so we go in there we try like we help a lot of these people in. And so we do a stand-in almost for a bank. We're like, hey, okay, need to get this, you need to get this, you need to get this. Now there could easily be people like taking advantage of it, signing the contract instead of us just giving them the information and be like, okay, once you have these things, come to us and we'll sell you the services that best suit you. Versus some of these people like, oh yeah, if you sign a contract, we'll help you set up the business, and then they fuck these people from life. And so you're creating the opportunity whenever these people don't have access to legitimate banks for like secondary party people that like come in there and like basically entrap these people in bad business deals, almost like a timeshare. You know, like once you're signed to something, it's hard to get out from under a timeshare. Same thing. Once you're signed to something with like a bad business operator, you're fucked. Like
I don't understand. Okay, if I was going to start a business, whatever the business might be, right? And to the point where I needed business solutions sold to me, right? As opposed to
you need one off the
I'm
jump.
not talking about like, right? Like I mean like not necessarily like, you know, I'm a Twitch streamer, I'm a YouTuber, right? And I created an LLC so that like taxes would be easy.
That's not
right?
what
I
I'm
mean like a
talking
legitimate business. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Right? Like if I'm going to start a legitimate business that where I need like where I might need property, where I might need like all kinds of services to like manage all these things.
Just do like a
Why the
barber, for
fuck-
instance.
Right, but like, why the fuck would a banking desert be a problem? Because if I'm going to put in all that effort to do that, why wouldn't I just drive an hour to go to like? Why? How am I creating a special circumstance
Because
for predatory people to come in when I could just where like an hour drive should not be a problem? for
Because
someone
what you're
that's
missing
got
is
that
it's
level
not
of
the hour
commitment.
drive. It's not the hour drive that's causing the banking desert. The banking desert is for people that don't have that initial investment to go to the bank and get these few things, right? Like part of it might be the drive, and that might be the literal definition of that. But like I also think what a contributing factor to this desert mentality would be that they don't have the $200, they don't have the $35 to pay for the assumed name thing at the courthouse. They don't have the $100 that put in a bank account to start, just like free, and they don't have another $75 to pay for the other few like bureaucratic things that you need to do with the government.
What percentage of your market is people that don't have $200 that are starting new businesses
I mean,
that you're selling
a
business
lot,
solutions?
a lot.
Is it even 1%?
It's probably like
So hold on.
30-40%.
Well, hold on. Let
So
me
40% of your market is people that don't have $200 to their name,
Yeah, because
starting a new business, and you're selling them business solutions, and you claim that you're not predatory.
so like I'll sell them.
I'm
I'll
not
sell
buying
them
that.
like
Not
a
buying
phone.
that at all.
I'll give you an example. Like a business person would sell like a $200 business, right? It would be like we'd sell the little little swiper like a Square does for their like thing, and we're gonna be much lower than Square, right? And then
Listen to this predator talk about that little swiper he's selling to touch this little business that he's abusing.
no, it's not because if they're selling at 2.27%.
This guy's
I'd have
autistic,
you
isn't he?
back, Toyola.
Yeah, I don't know, but versus like if I'm saving them like basically hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in credit card processing fees, they're obviously going to come back to me later if I offer them
Yeah,
some
but the
other
part
service.
is you're the part now that is their obstruction.
How? Because I'm going to keep them at fair pricing, and like I think that good business creates
You're
more
selling
business.
them something they don't need.
I
It's
don't sell them anything
stupid.
they don't need.
You're
That
targeting
would mean they
people
would
who
fail.
don't need it.
You're just putting you're putting fake things in my mouth. Like I would not sell
I'll put
something
a
to
lot
them
of
that
different
don't
things
need.
in your mouth.
I bet you would. That's good, but that's not what
Okay.
we're talking about right
No,
now. But
I want to. I do actually. I want to spend. I don't want to spend time on this part, so I'm just going to move past. Right. So, I'm trying to assist my friend Gibbs here. Right. So, like that's. I don't have a stat on specifically the not having $200 to start a business. I don't have a stat for that. Right. But it
Right.
rings
It just
true.
seems like maybe you shouldn't start a business if you don't have
Yeah,
$200.
well, I don't know. Maybe. Well, it depends. Well, depends
know.
what kind of business
It
it
Seems
is.
a little
Like
irresponsible.
some businesses like take very little like
it's intro,
startup
yeah.
money. But in any case, right? But I'll leave that part alone.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. I gave an example
but-
of that, right? Like not
but
a
hold
real
on.
business with property
Oh,
and sales.
Please. Thank you. All right. So the reasons why you need like these bank accounts, right? Like or the reason why some people have trouble like keeping a bank account. One is because again, being poor. It's all centered on being poor. Poor individuals have trouble meeting one to be able to open the account, like our friend Gibbs said previously, but two, also being able to maintain that minimum balance within the account. And if you don't maintain that minimum balance, you have high fees. Or if you overdraft, of course, then there's another fee, right? Like these banks make it so that being poor means that you just end up losing money into the account, right? Money that you don't have to put there is lost, right? So, like according to FDIC, right, like don't have enough money to meet minimum balance requirements was cited by 21.7% of unbanked households as the main reason for not having an account. There are so there's that, and like the alternatives are more expensive, right? So like cashapp, like we said previously, becomes more expensive. If you have a credit that like falls below, like if you've gone, you have like enough unpaid overdraft fees, then you can't open up a new account, right? So you guys are saying, well, just go to another bank. Well, you in some cases you can't, right? And then there are some banks that are trying to actually to deal with this particular issue, right? Being the second is a second chance banking, is what it's called, for individuals who've had trouble with that in the past. And apparently, I've never heard Chime before today, but apparently Chime is one of those banks that's doing that. But those products tend to be like more expensive. These things, that's
Can you
like
connect?
part of the
I'm
issue.
trying to
So hold on,
follow
I'm
you,
almost
but
done,
can you
almost done.
connect this?
Sure. So okay, sure. So the point is that like when I'm talking about using postal banking, right? It's a banking service that doesn't answer to shareholders, right? That doesn't need to be making an absorbent profit, right? You can set the amount of profit that the bank can make. So that means the financial products that it offers are cheap, right? And if the goal is not to make profit, then the products delivered can be more accessible to everyone. So it's not simply a matter of like, where do I put their money? Everyone here, right, in this call, has enough money to put within a bank account and not have any issues. But like for many other individuals, that actually is a problem. So that's why I'm talking about things like postal banking. Go ahead.
Can I talk? I just wanted to add in real quick, and I just thought about it, that I do think some type of government banking does make sense. The reason why is because online banking, I just noticed, how do you say, online banking doesn't is not accessible to everybody, especially with like homeless people that don't have internet access all the time everywhere. So maybe having postal banking makes sense because these homeless people can just go to these and store money versus like keeping it in their wallet, and then because homeless people get robbed all the time by their fellow homeless people or just people. Yeah, I think it's beneficial for those people not to get all their money taken at once because they keep it all in their big wads of cash in their wallet or wherever, whatever. Just
Big wads
good
of
way to, yeah, big wads of cash, all ones, 10 stacks. Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, what is the solution to help these homeless people, like, that have banking problems, right?
I'm sorry. Did you ask a question?
He's
No,
asking you, yeah.
it was basically a rhetorical question. Like, the answer would be like postal banking, or I would like to hear a counter argument. I'm all ears. Why it would be a bad idea, like, to help homeless people, like, with banking.
The reason you're not going to hear a counter argument like in favor of this is because the people in this room largely would like to like privatize and really take hold of that industry, and having like a centralized bank that is beneficial for just civilian use without.
Well, you cutting out at the end. But I did hear Liberty Scott say he's okay with a public bank as long as it doesn't have fractional, whatever.
Fractional.
I said I would. I mean, obviously, no. I mean, like Toyola in his trolling and insult laden description isn't that far off. That like ultimately I would want everything privatized because I'm an anarchist. I don't want the government doing any of this shit.
He really
but
got you.
I said, right. I mean, but I said in the meantime, I would accept it if it was not fractional reserve because it would be better than our current banking system in terms of liberty and not deflating the dollar, et cetera. So it would be less of an abuse. Yeah, I don't. There's a couple of issues I see here. So
The lesser of two evils, maybe.
Right, there's a couple of issues. Well, no, it's not a lesser of two evils situation. It's not an increase in state power to have a non-fractional reserve banking deposit
To have a
system.
postal bank, to give the post office a bank, that's not increasing government power.
I don't think it's an increase of government power to have a system where people can store money.
Yeah, the
And
thing
that
that
they
was
can
it's called
store them.
Cash App.
is not a way of enhancing power for someone over you, right? Like
Right,
it's just a
so, like-
collective bank with no speculative performance, just a place for you to dump your cash.
We can barely hear you, dude.
Why are you
Like,
becoming
you're
quieter
far
when
away
you're
from your
still the
mic.
same amount of distance from your mic?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Like non-threateningly. I'm trying to figure out how to non-threateningly present to you guys. You guys are a big group of big burly men. You're all
Just threaten us.
Oh,
really
you're making assumptions
masculine.
there. I've never claimed to be such a thing.
You're not
like, Corey,
counted
we-
just because
we
of
hear
like
you like the
Canadian
gym.
racism, but you know.
We know you like the gym, Corey. Don't lie. You over here getting thrown up all the weights.
I just like watching. I'm a
Mm.
warrior.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, like, first, I don't know why you would do the post office. I mean, like, I get it. I get that you're just kind of like throwing stuff out there, right? Like, I mean, like Fannie Mae already exists. They already like handle mortgage. They already handle, government sponsored enterprise in banking. So like you wouldn't do it with the post office. You probably do it through Fannie Mae. But
I don't
I mean,
care.
that's
With
fine.
the racist.
It's not really like, it's not right. That's just me being kind of nitpicky, but
Yeah.
right. But like, assuming that you wanted a government bank, I don't see that it's solving any problems. And here's why. The concept of the problem here is, what's wrong, Prime?
Sorry, I'm looking at something else, but please go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So like the problems that have been identified here. Problem number one is banking deserts. Banking deserts are kind of already solved by by the reason why they're occurring, which is that people prefer to do things on their phone, right? Like especially like Gen Z, they don't want to fucking go to a goddamn bank and talk to anybody. They don't want a sense of community. They want to go on their phone and get their shit done without having to deal with standing in a giant fucking line waiting because they don't have time to stand in, like, if you ever gone to a fucking bank on payday, you know how fucking annoying it is to physically go to a bank. And so banking services sell these things online because they're more convenient and they're easier, and you can do the exact same transactions. Now, yes, if you're talking about mortgage, or you're talking about certain things like that where you really need to sit down, yeah, you can go. You might want to go into a bank to discuss those more complicated things. But driving is not a big issue there because
But
you don't do those
But
things
Scott,
for
that's not
daily
true.
banking.
That's not true to
Wait,
some
hold on,
degree.
Fabian.
I would agree with a lot of that. But I want to put one caveat in there. The problem with the online services, and I think this is one thing that you might be missing. Overall, I think you hit the nail on the head with a lot of that. But there's one caveat that really fucks this, and that's like, say I want to use online services to cash a paycheck, right? And it's not direct deposit for whatever reason. I have to do like a physical screenshot pay. That'll take up to 2 to 3
Right.
days for that money to get in there sometimes. And if you're living paycheck to paycheck, you can't wait 2 to 3 days. And that's something I think you need to factor in. But like overall,
But the same is true if you do a physical check at the bank. The same is true even if you do a
no,
physical
they
check
give
at
you
the
the
bank.
cash
They're
in
saying use it
there.
clear.
No,
Wait.
Most bank accounts are going to give
You're
you either $200
recognizing
or
that a public
$500
service needs to
based
be
upon your
changed and
type of
improved.
account.
Wait, Scott, I'm confused because you weren't really addressing what I was talking about, like homeless people that can't really use online services, right?
Right. Okay. So this is problem
An avenue
one.
to
I don't
succeed
think
would
this
be
solves.
like helping homeless people get that, right? You don't have to solely focus on one aspect of this. You're identifying a need
I'm
for
going
public
piece
infrastructure.
by
You can
piece.
do multiple
Didn't they all
things
get
for it,
Obama
right?
No, I'm
phones
not.
anyway?
No.
Yeah, exactly. You could give
Right,
them Obama phones 2, the new class. You can give them Biden phones 3. You can give them like the next iPhone that 14,000 migrant people are
you're
going to die for some reason.
Dog, you're not making an argument. You're just saying that I'm recognizing a need for public
Does
service.
the
No, I'm
world
fucking not.
operate in solely arguments, sir, or can people posit things differently? Are you so Cartesian that these things must be presented in a combat?
If
Is that why you're in like a little hobbit hole because you're like belittling yourself to this?
It's hard to take you seriously when you're using words like Cartesian, but we can only see the back of your head because you can't fucking angle
Side of
your
my
camera.
That's generous. You
Why
don't see,
does
like,
does
air.
that make it harder for you to take me seriously? What about that makes it harder?
Okay, sorry.
for you to take me
I don't want
seriously?
to. We have limited amount of time. I do want to like
you're
work
not
this out
presenting anything seriously, so
with Scott or anyone else.
How do you spell Cartesian? I'm
first-
trying to-
It's not.
Descartes, right? Just take out the day.
it doesn't matter how you spell
so-
it. I'm just kidding.
So problem one doesn't actually seem to be solved by a post office, as far as I'm concerned, because I don't really see the problem elucidated there. The second problem, as far as I see, that people are discussing, is the concept that, which I agree does exist, which is that poor people sometimes lack the ability to gain a bank account because of debts that they've accrued from either bad behavior decisions or the very rare situation where circumstances are kind of put them in
Or
a position where
maintaining
they're
one.
just kind of fucked. Right. Or exactly. Yes. Maintaining one. So,
Mhm.
so this is the issue that the bank is going to solve at the post office, which is to say it's going to offer banking services to those people that are constantly having overdraft fees, or that have really absurdly bad credit, or that owe lots of money to banking institutions and they can't get out of the hole. And the problem that I have with that is that it's kind of the same situation where we look at healthcare costs, right? Where you have absurdly high surgeries. And one of the reasons you have absurdly high surgeries, one of many reasons, is that the poor people don't actually pay for the surgery. They get it and then they bankrupt themselves because they can't afford the surgery. And so the surgery cost goes up because some people are getting the surgery for free. And so the same thing is kind of true with overdrafts and a lot of these banking situations where, yes, banks make money off of overdraft fees, but it has been shown time and time again that banks are actually losing money on their poorest customers. They're not actually gaining money on their poor. These fees that they accrue, which I do agree can be destructive and can pile up and can be a problem, is the banks attempting to try and break even on poor customers, and they sometimes offer services such as overdraft, where you can literally spend money you don't have, right? Which in a way is a loan. It's just a loan done with a very, very high fee rate.
They can also turn
which I
this
don't
on
think is
without
good
your
for people.
permission. They can enable overdraft without your permission, and they can like randomly rack you up with multiple overdraft charges if you don't have the money to cover that overdraft that you weren't prepared for. And you can sink up to like $1,000, $2,000 in
I think they
like
just
the
fixed
bank
that.
tried
I
to
think
run
they
your
just
thing, and then they
I think
can
they
get
just
it.
fixed it.
That sounds like an extreme limit case specific thing. It's not. I don't think that's a typical problem that we're dealing with. If that is true and it's done in a predatory way, I think I think we can find ways to solve that specific thing. That sounds like an extremely unlikely scenario in terms of what I'm talking about, broad problems. And so my question is if the post office does this, well, there's only one. The post office is not going to make money. If poor people are the only are expensive for the banks, and the way they try and recoup some of that money is with all of these practices that we recognize as not necessarily good for those people in those situations, then what that means is the post office is going to be a banking institution that can't recoup costs on the poorest people, and also is very unlikely to gain the financial kind of means that the private market does. And so what you're going to have is a banking institution that loses money. And so when the banking institution loses money, where's that money going to come from? Well, it's the same fucking problem with every goddamn government program that occurs, is that we're going to tax people more so that we can have these services offered to poor people that aren't that by and large are in their situation because they're not financially responsible enough to be able to bank correctly. I don't see that as
your overarching
as a
point
fix
fuck
of
poor
things.
people?
I mean, sometimes.
What is your overarching point?
So
okay, so you guys are clearly identifying the need for some sort of social institution to be either
No, I'm not.
created or revamped,
No one said
right?
that.
Not all of you are, right? One of you is very vehemently against all of this in every way, shape, and form, and there's no contribution to be made other than just postulating things he can add to the conversation, right? But the rest of you are having a conversation about what could be done for poor people, which is admirable. And you're noticing that on some ends of it, poor people have limited access to resources like online at all, right? Not just the banking, but the whole, like no porn, dude. So like if you want to solve that end of it, there is another avenue you can go besides talking about post office banks that you don't understand, right? None of us are equipped to create a new banking structure out of the post office on the spot here, but you're identifying multiple avenues for some form of social aid to be administered. And the question is, why isn't it happening? What Fabian is getting around to saying with so many words that it makes it really weird is he doesn't care, D10 Dream, about any of these poor people. He doesn't care about any of these detractors from any of these like institutions' profits because they are just a distraction from why more money is coming out of his paycheck in his imagination.
I just realized something. I just have a.
No, hold on. I was called out. I'm gonna be very quick. I'll be very quick. So first of all,
No problem.
Your argument is there is a problem. We can't come up with whether or not that these systems can or can't help the problem. But I assume
would say
as
I'm
a
not
default
arguing
that
yet,
government that yes you are. Shut the fuck up.
I think you just kind of have a weird like. Are you divorced by chance?
I am indeed, yes.
Okay, so I'm not, right? I'm in the opposite of your situation. I'm actually trying to rush this so I can go pick mine up. But this type of behavior, like everything being an argument, is preventing you from.
We're on a debate panel, brother.
No, we're just on a panel, brother. We haven't started a debate yet.
Toilet.
You guys are like guys at a bar watching Jerry Springer talking about how you're a little bit better than that.
How stoned are you? Because like I'm real stoned, and like it's not helping at all. Like
yeah. So again, your inability to know what an argument is and to try.
See, look, it's not an argument anymore. You're coming to my side of this. It's no longer an argument. We're just chilling. It's my inability. It's my social ineptitude. We're not arguing anymore. It's lower stakes. We're happier. We're vibing. Good job.
You're not capable of. I don't. I'm
No,
trying to
still
figure
which
out
one of us is which one of us is incapable of maintaining this relationship.
I don't know.
I'm taking a
How
leak.
are you, man? Like this is so
This
fucking
got nothing to do with age. I swear to God.
I can't tell if you're just.
I'm a
too stupid to
30-year-old
understand
small
what's going
business
on.
owner in Seattle. How are you, sir? How can I help you? Would you like me to deepen my voice and talk to you manly like?
Okay, all right. So I was hoping that this could be excused by
I have one
childish,
request. He goes first.
Why were you hoping that? Because I understand that for you,
because
it's
it would
just
be
'cause,
less
like,
it
you
would be
don't know how
less
to read.
brutal, right? Yes, I
What
don't know
type
how to
of
read.
brutality could you bring to this table when you're having trouble remembering the out part of breathing and the up part of blinking, dog?
I'm I don't know. In some ways, I'm stupefied by your idiocy.
No, you're stupid. You're
Um,
close. You're almost there every fucking time. Stupid, not stupefied.
yes, I agree. Great wordplay there. I think maybe you should take the advice you gave me earlier in terms
Mom
of comedic
spaghetti.
timing.
Mom
Yes,
but,
sorry.
spaghetti.
Okay, sorry. I
But-
do
but
want to because I
again,
actually
so
want to
I'm
engage
just going to
with
quickly
Morgan.
address the
Yeah.
argument, and I'll just ignore him, I guess, because he can't seem to shut up long enough to even understand what he's arguing. And so the argument that is presented by Toyola, without all of the trolling, stripped of all of that, is that the government must do something to solve the situation. He's saying that everyone is identifying the need for some form of government intervention, and then when we bring up issues of said government intervention, he says that none of us are qualified or capable of being able to critique said intervention.
Yeah, because he's
No,
just
I'm
trolling the
saying
fuck
that
out of
you're
you.
just
Be done.
dumb.
I do. Sorry. I just. That's fine. I just do want to like.
No, you
say
literally
your
did that,
point,
but
because
I will donate
I
a
do wanna
sub right
respond,
now
but
to
I
make
wanna
sure he goes first next
en-
topic.
engage.
I'm
Sure,
just
you want to
trying to
have me go
find
first?
what
Sure, no problem. Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to figure out what problems this is are actually solving. And I'm not seeing any of these problems actually be solved. What I'm
Sure.
seeing is
So
band-aid solutions that require more wealth redistribution and more
You're right, Fabian.
more
We should
I
be
want.
socialists. We
I
should do socialism.
I
Fabian's
absolutely.
right. Let's do socialism to the new class.
I absolutely want to do wealth redistribution. So, like, you're already aware of that. So, that's great. Right.
That's a great place to
So
leave it.
part
My
of
girlfriend is at the door. I
great
gotta
thing about
go,
having
guys.
a
I love
government
you
bank.
all, Fabian. It'll work out one day.
Probably the benefit of I see you 210. Did he fuck off? Okay, all right.
He said
Well-
he said his girlfriend was here, so we had
Girlfriend
to
being
leave.
at the door
Well,
means
I
you
still
have to
don't-
leave the panel.
I still
Alright,
don't
so
feel like I wasted my
I will
sub.
never
because-
invite him again. That's the end of that.
Did you invite him?
I will never invite this him again. But
Oh,
all
God.
right, so sorry. Part of the reason why it would be good to have a government bank is because what I said before is that they don't have to make a profit, right? That's not their overarching goal. Is to make a profit. So I don't mind, of course, obviously, like them running into a deficit. No, that's fine. But I think that a bank such as this, the one that I'm thinking of, would actually be quite popular because like I said previously, those the financial tools they offer will be lower cost. So like you could have a situation where you don't have overdraft fees, right? You could just like not have overdrafts or not allow overdrafts to begin with, right? Which is what a lot of people prefer. I remember I called my
Yeah,
bank.
I mean, you can get that at
this is-
basically
this
any
is-
credit union.
This was
You don't need the post office for that.
years
That
ago.
already
I
exists.
called my bank. And asked them to like just not overdraft. Don't overdraft, all right? Like in case that happens again, please just don't do that. And like the customer service agent literally laughed at me. He was like, "Well, of course not. Of course we can't. Of course that's not an option." Oh, okay. Well, thanks so much, right?
Well, no, that's an option in basically every
and
credit union.
you can and having low cost loans and any other of the services, right? Like in eliminating fees, all those things you could just get rid of these things because the point of the bank is not to make money. And because that's the case, right? People eventually compare these products, and individuals will. There may be plenty of individuals who flock to this, not just the ones who are desperately poor. So I'll put that out there. Dream, go
So you
ahead
think
and
banking is a
Hold on,
right?
well,
Is that,
no,
I
sorry,
guess
sorry.
that's what I'm getting.
Sorry,
I
what
think
you-
I think banking being a right. I don't know if that's what it's what. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think. Of course, it's not a right, right? Because there was a time where banking didn't exist and it was okay. So I think banking is beneficial. I think there's utility to banking, but not doesn't mean that it's a right. So further than that, I do think not having all your money on your person is helpful, especially if you're a homeless person. You don't want to get robbed. That's just like a red sign, red flag. Hey, rob me if I have all my money with me. So I do think a bank would be beneficial in that way. And I just thought about it like online banking is it's not really good. Not just because of internet access, is because as a homeless person, a lot of the transactions you do is cash based. So like from an online bank perspective, there's no real way to put your cash, like dollar bills, into that bank account. So you need to like do like check deposits, and that's a barrier of access right there. So I just want to help homeless people. Like that's my perspective right now. I want to help them. So like, what would be the best way to help them? Besides a federal bank that is at least at
I mean,
one city.
what keeps you from getting a bank account? Let's start there so we can understand the problem. Why is it that you're incapable of getting a bank account?
I would think because somebody's homeless, they don't have a home address. Like I think having a home
matter.
So you can have a bank without a home address. I didn't know
Absolutely.
that. I thought you needed a
the
home address.
only thing that stops you from getting a bank account at a credit union, right, is the inability to open the bank account with a certain amount of money, which is usually $50
yeah,
or $100, right? And then which if you ask any homeless person in a busy town, you can make $200 in a day panhandling, right? So you can make that in a day. The second thing is that you owe another bank money. That is what will stop you. And how do you owe a bank money is that you had overdraft fees to a point where you can't pay back, which is to say that you spent money that you didn't have at another bank over and over and over again. You collected overdraft fees. Now, a lot of laws and a lot of changes have come out in the last 10 years that make that scenario of like 2,000 fucking dollars in bank accounts a basic impossibility. It is a very, very, very rare person that does not have, that has over a couple $100 worth of overdraft fees at a bank. Because at this point, if you go past $100, $200 in overdraft fees, they just cut it off anyways. And so the question is you can't get together a couple $100. Or option two is that you're an illegal immigrant.
It's saying that you typically do need a home address. That's what it says. You typically need a physical address. I just checked it.
There are plenty of banks that you can go to without a home address. That is not necessary for all banks. Yes,
I mean,
you might not be able to get some bank accounts.
Most bank accounts.
Right, but we're talking about you can go, like, it is not that difficult to get a credit union account. It just isn't. There is a mythology that is being promulgated by the left that it is like this massive barrier to entry to gain a bank account. And it's the same it's the same shit where something is true, but it is blown out of proportion as like black people don't have IDs. That's why voter IDs are super.
I think it's a little different
than the same shit.
The voter ID thing.
Yeah,
it is a little different.
It's kind of true, but it's blown way out of proportion to be way bigger of a problem than it actually fucking is.
I think it is a little harder. I think it's a little bit different than the voter ID.
It says there's a KYC, know your customer, and anti-money laundering rules, where like even every financial institution.
What it says? What are you talking about?
I'm asking ChatGPT. I said which banks don't require physical addresses. They said as of my last update.
You accept ChatGPT as a source in your class?
I can ask for a source.
Okay.
Do you accept them as a source, Corey, when you teach your students?
As of now, not really. No.
I would never cite ChatGPT.
Also, it's good to see you joining the bearded side, by the way.
Well, it's mostly laziness on my part, to be transparent.
Sure, you can go with that.
Yeah, I mean,
join the winning team.
4.5% of households of current FDIC are unbanked, so that's like a huge amount of individuals. And that happens for all kinds of reasons. But again, my point here isn't. So to be clear, my point here isn't resting on the unbanked, like at all. I didn't. To be clear. So like I'm for offering low cost financial options. I'm for being able to put more loans out within a community. For people who need it, because to start a business, you need for many people they need that level of investment. I'm for an institution that is not necessarily trying to make a profit, and so that affects how they do their entire business, right? And so like a and the reason why like people talk about post office banking, right? Specifically post office banking, is because post offices are already everywhere, right? And so if they're everywhere, they have those branches that already exist. This is not building out additional infrastructure.
Yeah.
This is expanding on that additional infrastructure. Just
Yeah, I
because
mean,
some
you'd have
people
to
don't know
you'd have
that.
to build
Yeah,
some stuff, but you're right. My
yeah, yeah.
problem is like you're like, wouldn't the post office be so convenient to creating a new state bank? And I'm like, sure, if I wanted a fucking state bank. And the
Well, I mean,
arguments I'm hearing in favor of a state bank are
sorry,
pretty easily dismissible.
You would never agree to. Sorry, Scott. You are not my audience for this. You are not my audience for this. You would never agree to. I get that, friend. I understand that this is not your
Right.
your bag.
The only people that are like pro state bank are the far right and the far left, right? Like fascist, socialist.
Yeah, so I've been talking about
that are
state
pro
banking
state
for
bank. I
a
get it.
long time because state banks can actually invest in their communities, right? Like, well, I think it's either North Dakota. I'm pretty sure it's North Dakota. Maybe it's South
Why
Dakota.
can't a
One of
private
those,
bank
right?
invest in their community?
Has like a state bank, and that state bank has been investing in local projects and like within the territory, has been a boon to that community. When that money is not being used necessarily to enrich the bank, right, to enrich their portfolio, to enrich the shareholders, when it's instead the point of the bank.
If it's not enriching them,
Hold on,
what does that mean?
oh my God, you don't have to interrupt me when I'm talking.
You're talking nonsense.
When the point of the hold on, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. When the point
This
of the
is like
bank is
kindergarten
shut up.
logic.
Oh my God, Scott. Why? Why, Scott? Why? Why,
Because
Scott?
you're being
Why?
silly.
Why? Why? No, Scott. Hold on. I listened to
What
you.
does it
You've
mean?
been talking.
What
Hold
does
on.
it
Hold on.
mean if
No,
it's
Scott.
not making a
Scott.
profit?
Scott, I'm not gonna answer
What does
any of
that
your
mean?
fucking questions. I'm not gonna answer any of your fucking questions until I'm done
You're going
talking.
on a diatribe
And
of
then
like silliness.
no, Scott, don't lecture me about going on about rambling. Okay, I won't ever accept that from you. So I'm gonna fucking finish my point, and then after that, actually not after that. Actually, I'm gonna get the last word because we're past the time. And we'll just leave it at that. But in any case, my point is that when the mission statements of these banks are to invest in the community rather than increase the value of shareholders, that changes their behavior. It changes who they lend to. It changes their fee structures. It changes who they'll even allow, because again, banks will have a no account list for individuals who couldn't maintain an account otherwise, right? Those fees involved, they actually added up and they couldn't maintain it, so they close those accounts, and then you can't get an account afterwards. So that's why I'm in favor of government banking. So I'll leave it there then.
All right.
Thanks all. All right, so we're going on to the next topic. All, if you enjoyed this conversation so far, right, then consider joining the channel by subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. That allows all this to happen. So consider supporting this community so I can provide you with all of this, right? Can provide you these guys, and we can yell at each other. Fallen can threaten brown people with drones. That's entertaining. Every week, really. So if if that interests you, please do consider helping out the channel by subs to the channel, giving bits, giving subs, or if you want to have a super chat or a hype chat read. Let me check the YouTube. Oh man, when I get I hate when I don't check the YouTube. Let me check the YouTube. Consider supporting the community that way. Whenever I don't check the YouTube is the only time that anyone ever gives me any money on my YouTube channel. Let's see if anyone gave me a super chat that I consequently missed. Of course they did. Of course they did. All right. Thank you, Lawson. I don't know when you did this. Oh my God. No, you did that a half hour ago. Okay. Lawson, thank you for it says 9:33, so that was a half hour ago. It says I was paying 3% on credit charges for almost a year and doing 5 to 10K charges a week. It was a pretty wet bite out of my ass. All right, so thank you for the $10 super chat. that I missed. And then Lawson
You
also
should put that
says
$10 towards his credit card debt.
with a $5 for $5 of
Oh,
a
you
debt.
shouldn't give these people money.
He said, "You're too late. I already unsub." Fair enough. He says, "Are we actually thinking of banking? That banking is even homeless person's top 100 problems?" I think it could be actually a big problem. Actually, Lawson, I think it could 100% be a big problem. But Lawson, once again, I'm sorry, I missed you.
Bank is where you put your money, and these people don't have money. This isn't their problem. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what
Are you kidding me?
what do they want though? What
You're
do they
not
desire?
serious. He's not serious when he says that.
I'm kind of serious. I think Lawson makes a good point. I don't know, like food seems to be more of a priority than banks for these people.
Hold on. You're thinking of like Margin. Margin, thank you for gifting us up to Blinky. Right, he's got me. Even though Lawson has abandoned me, for good reason. A shout out to Lawson, Margin. But do you think we're just talking about the desperately poor? A lot of people are unhoused. Another unword, right? A lot of people are unhoused, but like have a full-time job, and have kids, have cars, right? But like they just can't afford housing, so they have money to put somewhere.
Okay, they're homeless, right? I just hate these fucking terms, like person of size, fucking like.
It's a George Carlin bit.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like manhole attendant.
Person hole cover. Like they're not they're homeless people. Okay, so homeless people.
Person hole cover.
They're homeless people. They're poor. I'm assuming, right?
It's
Unless
George Carlin bit.
Unless they're hippies.
They don't have enough to have housing, or no, sorry, not even enough to have housing. They just don't have housing. So that could mean a whole list of things, right?
Right. It could be like a hippie chick, doing DMT
it could
on the side
be
of the road.
a woman who was thrown out of her house by her
She's
abusive
still homeless
husband,
though.
right? Like
She,
it could
she-
be that.
I understand. She
Yeah.
is still homeless, but like generally
It
speaking,
could be a famous YouTuber that lives van life.
Oh God.
Unhoused person. Poor girl.
generally speaking, though, I think this is a community in which banking is not my priority, especially when, like, again, Cash App is available. Literally, this was the topic. Like, they can get Cash App. Now, what if they don't have phones? Well, then if they don't have phones, okay, I'm not sure that the banking institution is going to be what they should really be focusing on. They can't even get a fucking phone.
Remy LeBeau, thank you for the. See, I saw it immediately. Remy LeBeau, thank you for the 99 cents. Is that Australian? I think it's
X-Men
Australian.
guy. No, Remy LeBeau isn't
That's
that
Gambit.
fucking-
Yeah,
Gambit. Yeah.
yeah, Remy LeBeau. Yeah, Gambit. That's his name. Thank you for the 99 cents, and he puts the like symbol, so I like it too. Thank you so much. Again, I am so sorry, Lawson. Like I do apologize. Okay. But yeah, there's all kinds of reasons why a person is unhoused. You understand this, Lactor. Don't pretend like you don't understand this, right?
I never made the claim that people.
You've evicted enough single mothers in your life to understand there's all kinds of reasons why a person would be unhoused, right?
I have not litigated against that many homeless people in my life, okay? First of all. Second of all, this is not the discussion. I don't disagree. There's plenty of reasons why people become homeless. I'm just saying that, like, in a world where there's Cash App and, like, entirely online banking, and I don't know if, like, the people that are unhoused and you're homeless people, right? I don't know if a postal bank is going to be anything for these people.
Was my solution focused on unhoused individuals in the first place? Was that ever my argument? I just want to be clear.
That was mine.
That was his argument. Yeah. It was never my argument, though.
Also to be clear, right? It doesn't matter if it's not their first problem. The question is it a problem, and what are the solutions?
It's a waste of
I would prefer
money.
market-based solutions, and you would prefer market-based solutions. And I think there are market-based solutions, such as Cash App. That is a market-based solution that has helped alleviate
That's
many
more
of the problems.
expensive.
What's the market-based?
How is it more expensive?
That there are better market solutions, which would require taxing us by creating banking institutions that give out unprofitable loans.
I have a
people
question.
that will fucking make
Fees,
unprofitable
fees.
businesses.
And you got to hire
just
the
waste all this
tellers,
money.
and you got to
Fees
fucking.
and replicating.
What's the market-based? What's the market-based solution for people that can't access Cash App via internet?
What? Sorry. There's literally nobody that can't get Cash App. You can just go to. You can literally just go walk into a
Except apparently people from
grocery store,
Quebec, for
gas
some
tank.
reason.
I'm sorry.
Undocumented
Canada.
people.
Canada.
Scott, well, I'm sorry. I didn't.
If
I
you-
didn't.
if
People
you-
keep talking while you're talking. I didn't hear that last part.
If you don't have if you don't have a social security number now, you can't get a cash app. That's part of the article
That's
that
true.
I sent to y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that means you're a criminal. You're here illegally, right? Like that's
Yeah,
why you
yeah,
have the Social
criminal.
Security
Yeah,
number.
criminal. Undocumented individuals, for instance, can't can't use Cash App. All right, so
Wait, hold on.
let's-
Would the illegal immigrants be able to use the postal bank?
They should be able to. Yeah, I think they should. Absolutely, I would.
More forced
100%.
integration.
So hold
I
on.
would
So
100%
wouldn't a way around this then, instead of implementing a postal bank, just like remove the requirement that financial institutions check social security numbers?
No, but then the terrorists win.
There you go.
But they don't win if they're using the postal bank.
They don't win.
Right.
No. I think that you can positively identify a person. You can positively identify a person from the postal banking, but and if that person is like a prescribed individual, right? Like if they're on like a list, then no, they don't get to bank there, or they're like or if it's like the Iran Revolutionary Army or whatever, right? Then yeah, you can't use the postal service. So there you go.
This
right?
is
But
a
with Cash App. I don't know.
This is a
Anyway,
Rube
Trey.
Goldberg of a political position. Like you're just
No,
like,
it's not at
well,
all.
technically
It's
this
really
could
not at all.
happen, and then
You're
that could
making it way
happen,
more
and
complicated
we
than
have
it
to have
is.
like this XYZ things in place in case this fucking
No,
crazily
look-
rare event happens.
No. That's not one. That's never what my argument was centered on. To be clear, right? That was my argument was not centered on the terrorists that have like winning.
No, it was centered on the group of people who are maybe homeless, but not necessarily homeless. Maybe they actually have a place to live.
No, it wasn't
But they
centered
can't-
on
but
that
they- but
either.
they-
We just got over it. I didn't bring up the unhoused. It was never my point about
Okay,
the
so
unhoused. I never used.
housed, like
Sorry.
homed poor people. I'm guessing this would be.
Can we
for,
move
right?
on to the next topic? We don't have much
In
time.
fact, we will. In fact, we will. I love to talk to you more about later
This-
on.
This
we can
convo
make it
went
make
an
it
hour too long.
Okay, let's continue. Better. Topic 2. 2 Virginia students are suing their state over anti-trans legislation. One lawsuit deals with a ban on trans girls in female sports, and the other involves a ban on teachers using a student's preferred name and pronouns without the express permission of the parents. Many similar laws were passed at the height of the anti-trans sentiment in America. This seemed like a political winner for Republicans at the time, but their losses during the midterm elections seem to have slowed their pace. Are you in favor of dismantling the anti-trans laws that have been passed? Looking back, are we in a better world now after these laws have been put in place than we were before? And have we learned anything from this time period that could actually be useful in navigating these new social realities involving the LGBT community? So yeah, it's a simple story. Virginia, awful place full of awful people. Well, we've established that. They
It's like Semper Tyrannis, motherfucker.
But yeah, the Glenn Youngkin, who an awful person voted for, put these laws in place, and they're just being challenged in court, right? And we'll see how far that gets. But the main thing I really want to talk about is like the whole history of this all, right? The hundreds of laws have been passed in the past few years, right? Before, like, no one talked about trans individuals, and then they were suddenly a huge threat that needed legislation to protect us from, right? And looking back on this, assuming we're moving away from this moment, right? Like this moment in political history, assuming we're coming out on the other end of it, hopefully. Like, has this actually been useful? And have we learned anything that
What is this?
the things that I was just talking about, that the laws, like
Okay.
putting
Postal
Yeah.
banks.
post yeah, so
Entire corpus of anti-trans legislation, as you put it.
yeah. So you guys got it, right? You guys smart. Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
So for me, it really depends on the specific laws. I'm not going to just say broadly every single law makes sense um, or is just or I agree with it or I think it should or shouldn't be illegal. So getting into a little bit of specifics, there's a couple of laws that I think are pretty based and pretty cool. So some of the laws that I do like include the regulations requiring that a child's parents be involved in decisions and be updated and educated on what's happening with their own child, and then getting the parents involved and them consenting to uh, how their child is spoken to and referred to in school. I think I'm all for that. Certain restrictions on puberty blockers or estrogen treatment or other forms of uh, hormonal treatment for minors, restrictions on that. I'm in favor of that. Banning pornography from school libraries. I didn't think that would be one of the fucking issues at play, but apparently it was. So I'm very fucking glad that places did that and got rid of porn from elementary school libraries. Sick. The laws against sexualized drag shows that had children arrive at them. Tennessee passed a couple statutes against this. Super glad that that happened and that those were passed. Now, so I keep going on, but generally speaking, I think these laws are like the most common sense and should be obvious. Now, where things get actually a little bit more dicey, and I'm open to have my mind convinced in this either way, but I do think that banning trans women from sports should be legal because women's sports as a category is exclusionary anyway. It's inherently exclusionary. You're saying no men allowed. You could, in fact, to get around this, you could just simply say like, oh, it's not women's sports, it's cis women's sports, and then we'd be playing a fucking language game, which I think would be a waste of time. But I'm also sort of the idea that all sports should be co-ed, and also there should be no age differential either, and everything's on an ELO system. So like you would have like the old disabled people playing with the children at like sports with the children, and then you would have like women playing with high school boys, and then like at the very top you would just have like professional level male athletes. I think that's kind of what would make the most sense to me. Like just League of Legends it or chess it, right?
Oh.
Just purely an ELO system. The article also mentioned a teacher who got fired for not using somebody's pronouns. I'm actually more in favor of this. If you're a public employee and you're given a list of job duties and you refuse to engage with them, you probably shouldn't be a public employee. I can imagine how if we say, well, no, if you really don't agree with it, then you shouldn't have to do it, how this can lead to a slippery slope. And before you know it, we have cops, doing shit that we don't want them to do.
Yeah, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Let's go to Scott.
So first, I'm not sure if I owe you $5 or not, but I figured I'd read this super chat. $5 of this is to say, Fabian, to say, yes, we all need to think about the one-legged woman who needs a loan to buy a unicycle. The other 5 is because it would have went to Prime's OnlyFans addiction. She really loves you, bro. $5 more, should have muted. And that's from Peacecraft. So for this topic, yeah, I find this when we're talking about the entire corpus of the kind of trans legislation and what the trans rights activists have been fighting against. I think most of them have been done in fairly good faith. I don't think all of them are necessarily effective. I think most of them are going to be ineffective in the long run. I think they are band-aids for a problem that conservatives don't understand. And so I see like kind of 3 possible ways out of this problem. Possibility number 1, I think, is the one most people are hoping for, which is that the left once again eats itself and destroys itself in such a degree that their ability to consistently capture the institutions such as education and engage in all this grooming behavior that they are doing en masse to a majority of our children kind of just collapses on its own. That they lack the power to be able to do it because there's just too much infighting. So that is one potential possibility. Possibility 2 is fascism. Fascism is kind of always been a typical way to get rid of communist threats. and it always works. I mean, so far, it's kind of like it usually works, right? If fascism can take over, you can weed out communists. And it's not a great solution. Obviously, fascism comes with all kinds of new problems, but it seems to be less destructive and better in the overall than communism. And the reason is because while fascism is horrible and authoritarian and has terrible things that destroy economies, destroy people, and engage often in genocidal acts, they don't promote values that are dysgenic to society, whereas communism does. It does all of the things that fascism does, plus the worst things like the China's one-child policy or pushing things like equality above all else, whereas fascism at least ostensibly recognizes hierarchical structures and they kind of pretend to like private property, etc. And so the damage of communism is always worse than the damage of fascism. Just look at any country that was ever fascist and any country that was ever communist, and you'll see that all the fascist countries are doing fine now, and all the communist countries still have massive problems. And so the third solution um, in this is the one that no one really wants to do, but it's the actual right solution, which is to stop funding public institutions like schools, to stop funding these things, to pull money out and to pull your kids out of these schools, and to privatize education. And so I don't know which way we go when talking about the entire corpus. What I see with a lot of this legislation is way too little, way too late. And I think Republicans and conservatives are going to have to wake up to the fact that they either need to embrace fascism and use that power to completely weed these people out of the institutions, or they need to divest and they need to start homeschooling their kids, putting them in Montessori schools and putting them in group homeschool things where a parent takes one day out of the week to like watch 7 kids and teach them, et cetera, and engage more in the private market and try and defund these horrible institutions. Because I mean, depending on where you're from, in America, you're either spending 11,000 at the bottom end in Alabama or 25,000 in New York City a year for each kid. And when you think about that much money taken out of the market, what that money could do in the hands of a parent, 11 to $25,000 a year for each kid, you begin to see how horrible our education system is. Because I guarantee you, you give me $25,000 in New York for each kid I have, and my education will be way fucking better than anything a public school could offer. So yeah, I'm interested to talk about this topic in that range and see what people think about the appropriate solutions are to these problems. Are you muted, or did I mute myself?
Thank you so much, Corey. Yep. There you
Oh,
go.
Well, first of all, I'm glad to hear that Lactoid adopted my position when it came to sports, and just I made it explicitly clear: let people compete against people, and that's always been my position. But yeah, for this specific prompt, so I also agree with Lactoid in terms of like taking on a legislation by a legislation basis, and like so for this, so I think broadly on the whole, do I think we're in a better place? I would say lean towards no. But for the specific legislation that was outlined in the article, in terms of, yeah, well, pretty much the sports issue, or banning trans girls in female sports, I'm pretty much not in favor of that. And also the ban on teachers using a student's preferred name and pronouns without the express permission of the parents. I'm also in favor of overturning that, or not in favor of that legislation. Then yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
Gibbs.
So I'll make sure I'm good. Okay, so listen, I sit here and I'm hearing all these things, and I just to me, when I look at this, first off, when it comes to sports, we've already made a protected class when it comes to sports, and that's women, right? Women were already a marginalized community, et cetera, right? And to some extent, what Lactoid says about the ELO system is we actually already have that. It's called men's sports. If you're good enough to play at a men's sport level and a woman, you can go and play in the men's league. There's women D1 college football players that have made it pretty far. There's, women like in other collegiate sports at a high level D1. Like there's no reason a woman couldn't be on the Rams tomorrow if she was good enough, right? Like same thing. But however, we've made a protected class because we need to protect women from people that are genetically built different than they are, right? And we can look at examples of this in like Phelan Fox when she's put 3 women in the hospital. We can look at examples like in Texas where a trans athlete dominated women, cost multiple women scholarship opportunities to win, and like so we harmed women women there, and we could look at all sorts of myriad of weightlifting examples in which trans individuals have broke women's records and really pushed women to be more marginalized within their own community. And we need to protect women in this regard. Now, personally, I don't care what people do in the privacy of their own home, but I do think that parents should know that if their kids are exhibiting these behaviors, unless there's some sort of like they think they're gonna die, which I mean, even then, I'm kind of. I don't know. I feel like what's the status of where people are going to measure like, oh, like the danger of this. I feel like parents have a right to be parents and know what's going on with their kids. You would generally expect parents to be like left in the dark as something that's like, hey, your kids are doing something that are the opposite of everything your family goes against, kind of thing. Like, I mean, or even if it's not something they go against, I mean, I feel like parents have the right to know or what their kids are. They're the custodians of these children until they're 18.
Okay. Gee.
I think the most base take so far I've heard is what I've adopted as well is the ELO system for every competitive thing. I think is just the thing that makes most sense is that the top athlete, if you're good enough to be in it, you're good enough no matter what gender you are, whatever the heck you identify. And I also think let me see the questions exactly. I want to be accurate in answering you, Mr. Prime. Okay, here we go. Am I in favor of dismantling the anti-trans laws that have been passed? It depends, of course, on what it is. Are we better now than before? I'm not sure. Depends on the metric you want to use. Overall, I do think we are trending better. Have we learned anything from this time period that could actually be useful in navigating these new social realities involved? Yes. And I think here's what it is. Especially with a lot of people's personal feelings about what they want to be called in terms of, what gender they are. Fine. And I do understand like the plight of somebody who's like, you know what? I don't even believe just because you feel a way doesn't mean you are a way. So to me, adhering to whatever you want to be called would be like me lying to myself. So from that mentality, just use gender neutral terms. So if you're like this guy's a man, I know he's a man, I believe he's a man, and he wants me to call him Stephanie and she her, and I don't want to do that because I'm like that's like lying to myself. Okay, then call him they them. That's just a gender neutral thing, and that's it. Like you don't. And with the name thing, I think name is us. I think names is different than like preferred pronouns because a name is like, hey, this is my nickname. Like I remember like all the time, nobody nobody had anything against people like, hey, my name is Darian Jackson, but call me DJ. My name is Persephonus Jomeler, but call me PJ. So it's like there's no problem. Like my name is Hatim, but call me Team. So there's a lot of people that have nicknames. So I don't. To me, it's like, well, he's actually Steven, but he wants me to call him Stephanie. So what? That's his nickname. Just say, hey, my name's Steven, but Stephanie's my nickname, or whatever, preferred name. But in terms of like the gender thing, just say a gender neutral pronoun. That way, you're not like lying to yourself and saying they're the opposite gender, but like a gender neutral. It's kind of like saying dudes towards everybody. Right, so you're not saying that they're she or her, like or he, or depends on whatever. You're not lying to yourself in a way, but in one sense, you're adhering and also not offending a person. And it would be super strange to me if somebody was like, my preferred pronoun is she, her, and then they'd get offended by you calling them they, them, or just using gender neutral words to refer to them. So I think using gender neutral terms is something that I've definitely learned over the time, just to avoid offending anyone.
Thank you. And finally, my friend Davey.
Yeah, I think I can't think of any laws that I disagree with in terms of like the anti-trans laws, quote unquote. I think they've all been pretty positive. I think the general pushback is actually a positive thing. And people tend to say that there's, some kind of like hate wave against trans people, but I think the reality is that this is in like response to an advocacy wave from trans people and from trans activists and allies. So yeah, if you're making a big push in a direction and people disagree with the direction, you're gonna get a big push the other way. I don't think it's fair to characterize that as some kind of like random hate event or something. So yeah, I think right now, I think especially at the start of the trans ally activist wave thing, I was really worried about the direction that the country was going, the direction children are being pushed. I think, and these days, I'm still a bit worried. So I think there's a lot of things out there that need to be addressed, but I really do think that the pushback on the conservative or Republican side is very beneficial to at least slow down the train that was going.
Okay.
I-
Open to it. Go ahead.
I want to start with the ELO system. Just one thing, real quick, before we go into this. That may or may not be good, but that first day bronze is gonna be real rough, right? I mean, like you get like Pride Mike Tyson against a 120-pound nursing student, or maybe like a Special Olympics kid versus like I don't know, Ray Lewis going across the open field. That'd be a real bad day, like day one bronze rankings. But uh, yeah, on a real note, like I do be kind of hit the nail on the head there. I feel like there does need to be some kind of slowdown. I mean, like it does feel like there is some kind of like agenda and there's some concerning things because I mean, what is the trans population supposed to consist of? Like people worldwide, right? Like it's supposed to be
Slow
like
down
one
of
person.
what? Could you be more
I feel like
specific? What are
there's
we
like an agenda, right? So like look at somebody like for example, I'm gonna use Megan Fox example. She has 3 kids that are apparently transgender. What are the odds that you have like 3 transgender kids at that point? Like what? Like isn't it
That's
one
like
person?
luckier
Hold
than
on.
winning the lottery.
Right, yeah. That's so like is at that point is it that they're all actually trans, or is it that you brainwash these kids and you're like doing basically child abuse? And like I think that's a real question conservatives are having, and that
I would
I'm just,
ask the question of is this information coming from the kids or maybe the parent, and also what is the age of the kids?
I mean, they vary, but they're young. They're pretty young, and I mean, they've all said it like in interviews and stuff. I mean, I have concerns because I mean, it should be like 1% of the population or some real low number, and all of a sudden, this one person's got 3, and you're seeing a rise of this like nationwide. It seems like there's an agenda being pushed, and then parents like and conservatives aren't even allowed to like know that their kid's going by a different name that they named them, and like aren't allowed to know that they're going by different pronouns all of a sudden, and maybe like, hey, maybe you should talk to your kid about what's going on. Like, oh, that's taboo. Don't do that. We need to hide this from the parents. Like that seems concerning. And then, like I said, I think women need to be protected, and women are the ones like getting their rights crushed in this, like all around.
So
Can I
then
ask a quick question? Just to everyone that is in favor of this ELO system, before I get into any other shit, right? Because I have a lot to say, obviously, but I just one quick question, you guys that are in favor of the ELO system. Are you saying that you're okay to solve the issue of trans people in sports? What you're going to do is you're going to demolish all of Title IX, which is, it's fine. If that's your opinion, that's cool.
I'm
And you're
Canadian.
going to make sure that women, sorry, but you're going to ensure that women no longer have their own divisions, and which means they're almost certainly not going to get any opportunities for scholarships or any, like just completely get rid of female scholarships because there's going to be no women in the D1, right? Like with the exception of like kickers in football, as Admiral Gibbs pointed out, right? With a few relatively few exceptions, there's going to be no one there, and so because of that, the shit show that will be D2 D3 of like mixed gender craziness that will occur in that regard. Do you think that those people will still be getting, that women will really be getting any scholarship? Because it seems to be like you're kind of in favor of just destroying the entire concept.
No,
of female
I'm in
sports.
favor. Well, I'm sure Lacto. This is where Lacto and I will differ in terms of like I'm in favor of free, accessible public education, and therefore not relying on scholarships, as in like, and even then, if you require great athletic ability just to go to education, then like yeah, I would that just reinforce my notion that
Okay,
it's largely
pause.
inaccessible.
Pause. Okay, you're saying yes, the scholarships as an opportunity for education, sure, right? But specifically talking about the fact that there are female athletes that want to be female athletes. Not all female athletes are trying to just like do it so they can get 4 years of college, right? Like a lot of them want to be Olympic medalists and things like this. And are they going to really have any of those opportunities if we start breaking down everything into elo systems?
I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure Lactoid's in favor of those people having access to Olympic medals. It's just like the competition is larger. The competition is the rest of whatever who wants to compete.
You're ignoring the problem.
So I'll address
You're
the I'll address
ignoring
the,
this.
yeah
That's
I'll address the problem head on. Okay, firstly, I don't think the problem is women not getting into college as much these days. Two, this is affirmative action. You are advocating for affirmative action right now. These women are not good enough.
I'm not advocating. I'm asking you.
Sure. Okay. Fair. You're asking. You're asking in a way that makes me. Yeah. Okay. You're asking in a way that kind of made me think that you have a position that you probably don't. So I apologize.
Sorry. Internal critique. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I believe that women's sports is just affirmative action. And so when I'm thinking about it at like the competitive level, the idea that somebody just like gets a freebie when they're not as good on the merit, which in this case is whatever sport, winning whatever sport or whatever competition it is. I mean, they even have fucking women's leagues for chess. Like the level of craziness here is because of like this concept of diversity and equity and affirmative action. Like this is the goal here. Now, there's one argument that I am sympathetic towards, and that's an argument that was just raised and that I found out about, which is women might not feel comfortable competing with a whole bunch of sweaty men, which I can understand. Yeah. Okay, that's like the one argument, just from a sexual comfortability perspective. I can understand that argument. In terms of like women not winning medals, I have no sympathy to that argument. The reason they're not going to win the medals is because they're not good enough. I'm sorry. In terms of really any other argument I can think of, and having these leagues be exclusive does lead to this issue with, I mean, maybe some of you might not think it's an issue, but this sort of issue with trans exclusion, where you now have to at least contend with, where does this stop and where does it start? Somebody's been on HRT for the past 4 years. I don't know, like, where do they really fit in? This is a difficult question about what sports they should really be playing. Well, with the ELO system, where there's, platinum, gold, silver, bronze league or whatever.
Challenger.
Yeah, Challenger league. Like, they're just going to fit into wherever they can do, and then that's where they belong.
This is not a serious thing.
Hold on.
Do you not believe in like the concept of like separating it? Because I'm going to be really inflammatory. Okay. So there are things like Special Olympics or sports for disabled people or whatever.
Yeah, I'll get rid of those. Same concept. The disabled people would be playing
with
the children.
I wouldn't get rid of those. Those are just silver. Those are just iron.
Yeah, those would just be like bronze league tier people.
Wait, hold on, but why would
people are going to get hurt.
They're not getting rid of. They're not getting rid of.
Lactoid just get rid of those.
Go ahead.
No, he misspoke. He clarified.
He said get rid of those.
So and then I said bronze, and he said actually.
Wait, hey, we could just let Lactoid talk. So like, do your question.
My bad. I'm the only one that heard him.
Well, what I was going to flush out is I didn't think you would say just get rid of them. What I was thinking.
No, not the people. Not the people.
Okay.
Get rid of the leagues.
I understand. So if somebody wants to participate in one of these leagues, and they have a disability, quote unquote, they have let's say they have like ADHD or something, so they just hopped up on fucking Adderall and Vyvanse or whatever all the time. Like this kind of person, I think should probably not be competing in a league with people that have like severe disabilities, mental or physical, right? Now that is, I guess, a type of affirmative action, quote unquote, or we're keeping people out because they'd be too competitive or they'd outcompete the people that are there. But what's really the issue with that? What's the issue with having leagues or separations or in categories so that, hey, this category is for people who have this kind of body type or this kind of disability, and because we want them to be able to have a place where they can compete without being, pushed out of the competition by people who don't have these issues, we're gonna make sure to keep those people out. Like, what's the issue with that equation?
Would you abolish
I will answer the question. Doobie, would you be okay with the implementation of a white NBA?
Yeah, I think it's fine. If someone wanted to make a white NBA, I'd have no issue with it.
Let me be clear. I also would be okay with, I suppose, a white NBA, and I would also be okay with weight class, like legally speaking, weight classes, or because I want to abolish all these titles anyway, right? So you can make whatever exclusionary organization you want. That's fine. But for me, what I would like to see in an organization is one in which it's not based in affirmative action. It's not based in this, well, we're going to give this group, a leg up in their own league where now they qualify for scholarships just because they happen to have this disadvantage, but it's a specific disadvantage that we want to see more of or that we particularly like or whatever. That doesn't particularly interest me. I think that like the disabled person who can compete on par with someone with ADHD, like if the game is somewhat evenly matched, that's a
But
more interesting game to me.
so hold on, Lactoid. But there's one issue with this, and this is why I brought up the weight classes thing, right? So like, say I took Brock Lesnar and I had him fight Demetrius Johnson. Demetrius Johnson is the best, like pound for pound, all time, or arguably at like in like MMA, right? He's one of the best. Mighty Mouse. His record is just outrageous, right? If they were to fight, most people would probably say Brock Lesnar's going to win, because even if Demetrius Johnson uses the right techniques, it's not going to matter because the guy's got 160 pounds on him and he's going to be able to power through those techniques, right? Now, that's why we would say this guy's the best in the world, right? Pound for pound. And we need things like weight classes because, yeah, one guy might win, but that doesn't actually make him the best in the world.
You can do
There's
elo systems within weight classes though. You can still have weight classes and have an elo system within those weight classes. The elo system is about more so like identity based. Like I identify as a woman, I identify as a man. So we can eliminate the elo system for that, right? Like
so many problems.
What's the
with it.
benefit? Like what's the benefit we're reaching?
Like for me, like the whole like the benefit would be like to maximize competition, and the benefit would be to increase accessibility for competition. So anybody can compete with anybody if you're good enough, and we would see the most competitive people play against each other. And even if you're not competitive, the competition that you're in is still going to be competitive because you're not being smurfed on. Right, so like a lot of trans people who go into like the female sports smurf on the other competitors, and they just blow the other competitors out the water. But now with the elo system, you're playing against people in your own competition category.
This,
playing
this is a
against
pipe
other
dream.
goals.
This is like not a serious
Of
thing.
course, it's a pipe
Trans
dream.
athlete smurfing is kind of funny, but hold on. Let me interject here. I think you guys are kind of viewing the problem the wrong way, right? Which is that what you have to first do if you're going to revamp an entire system of entertainment, sports, etc. You have to understand what were the functions and the intentions of these systems to begin with. And it seems like you guys are kind of taking on the nose, for the most part, that the point of all of these sports was entertainment. And I think the problem with that is that viewing it from that space alone, elo systems probably seem fine. The problem is
You mean
that that's
competition?
not. Well, hold on. You're kind of getting there. The problem is that sports in our society serve a lot of other functions, and what you're doing now is you're kind of destroying some of those functions with these systems that you're putting forward. So why do we have sports? Number one, entertainment, right? That's fine, in no particular order. Another one is to give opportunities towards athletes so that they can be trained and so that they can learn skills so that they can engage in professional sports, to represent us in the Olympics or in the private market or whatever, right? That we recognize that like you can't take a 20-year-old and then just teach them basketball, right? Like if you want a world-class basketball player, like they got to start as a kid and they have to have those opportunities as a child as they go forward. Sure, not necessarily like exception that proves the rule is still an exception that proves the rule, right? Like you can't.
No,
you're not,
actually, most high level athletes don't start off in their specialty sport as a child. Actually,
Yeah, but that's because
Sure,
they're trying to figure out their
but
sport.
they're still
which
very
is okay.
athletic, right? Like, yes, they're still running cross country, still doing track and field. They're still, playing baseball as a kid. They're learning kinesthetic intelligence, right, at a higher level than they would get from gym class, like as they go, right? I do agree that athleticism is often transferable. That's why, like, Cuba is just full of great boxers, right? It's not because Cubans are genetically superior just for boxing. It's
They
that
could be.
that's kind of what a bunch of them do, and that's where the
'Cause
opportunities are.
it's the
And then when
blood
they go out
sport.
in the world, like, right, it's like that's what they've been trained in doing. And so the other thing is that this is also an after school thing that we use to distract kids. This is something that we realize is a healthy behavior that we want kids to engage in, and we want middle schoolers and high schoolers to engage in so that they can learn certain skills, not just from the athletics, but also so that like single moms can put their kids in basketball or baseball or choir practice, whatever, after school, whatever interests the child, so that they can pick them up, so that they know that their kid's not getting home in a bad neighborhood at 1:30 in the afternoon and mom doesn't get home till 6 p.m. There's a lot of other things that are going into sports, and it seems like this elo system is like this tongue-in-cheek way of solving trans people in the sports by just like creating this entire new system that I think doesn't properly address all of the reasons that we have sports
It's not a
in
serious answer.
Well,
throughout thing. Like it's just there's a lot of problems to this that it's not solving.
let
It's
me
creating
respond.
new problems.
Let me respond to this. So I understand where you're coming from, and when it comes to those kind of goals with sports, I don't even care about implementing the ELO system. What I'm mostly concerned about when it comes to implementing the ELO system is when it comes to when there's genuine financial interest on the line, right? So we talked a little bit about scholarships. I mean, in my mind, yeah, if it's like an after school program and you want to have a girls' league or whatever, I got no problem with that. But now we have Title IX, which mandates that women's sports have to get XYZ amount of funding. Like, okay, now we've got a government mandate. There's a certain amount of funding that has to go to this. When the female soccer team like isn't getting paid exactly what the men's soccer team is getting paid, like it becomes a fucking movement, right? Or like if there is scholarships on the line, people who are just not as good at the sport are getting this sort of, and by the way, can't even draw the same crowds for on no measure of merit, really, are going to be nearly as good. But yet they still get priority access to this money because they happen to be born with this identity of being a woman. That's what concerns me.
You're addressing. I agree. You're addressing professional sports outside of school,
Even college, and high school.
Listen, oh yeah, and I was about to say, and you're addressing college, maybe in some places like football in Texas or something, right? You're talking about high school, but high school sports really aren't a fucking thing,
Fair.
except for like in specific areas, right? Nobody gives a fuck about your high school soccer team, basically anywhere. But yeah, people are watching some of the best high school football players in Texas and in certain areas, certain places. But for the most part, right, we're talking about college and we're talking about professional. And I agree with you there. I mean, my solution here really is that what we need to do is we need to remove state funding in college institutions and fully privatize these things. Because if a private company wants to create if we just get rid of public sports and we allow private companies to do Little League, we allow private companies to do this, there will be leagues where there are ELO systems potentially, probably not because I don't think it's a great system, but I understand your argument. I don't think most people will like it. There will be leagues where there are male and female situations, and there'll be talent scouts that are there for the market. I do agree that Title IX and sex-based rights that the trans exclusionary radical feminists, second wave feminists, are screaming about when it comes to trans men in sports and oh my god, the horrible thing of a dude's penis in a locker room is really mostly coming from the fact that they have had a privileged position where the government has given them something that they did not earn, that they simply desired so that women could have access to all the things men can have access to whilst not providing any of the value that men are providing, which is the entertainment value. I do agree, I do understand that, but I do think also, like I said, there are a lot of other reasons that we do sports, and parents, I think, are especially when it comes to elementary and it comes to middle, parents are the primary source of income for these, right? It's not entertainment on TV. It's parents that are willing to shell out the money to make these systems work so that their kids can do all the things that they want them to do. And I think if we privatize that can be a thing. Our current problem is that we've created a system where women have these rights, and that was fine. Parents were okay with that because parents wanted their daughters to have opportunities, dads and they wanted their sons to have opportunities, and they didn't want dudes beating the fuck out of women. Everything was great. But once Gen Z, as of 2023, 28% of them in the United States are identifying as LGBTQ plus, and 3% are identifying as transgender, so that fucking 1 out of every 30 is a trans kid now. All of a sudden, this fucking delicate balance is completely fucking destroyed, and people don't know how to deal with it. And I don't know that there is a perfect answer other than the one that I'm.
Can I build a bridge? So, let's say
fascism.
Fascism.
Fascism will fix this too.
No. Let's leave fascism.
I don't like it,
Let's leave
but
it on
it
the
will.
table. Yeah. So building a bridge here. Let's say we can't privatize all this shit. Would you agree with me that maybe we can make it a rule that for things like college level or professional level or things where real money's on the line, that you have the ELO system, but for things like high school sports or elementary school, you can just
let the
that.
NFL. No, let the NFL do whatever the fuck the NFL wants to do. If they want a ELO system, they do it. If they want a fucking non-ELO system,
Okay,
then
college.
we're separated by gender. Do it, right? Like
Public colleges,
the problem
then.
with college, the problem with college is that there's a contradiction here in terms of rights. And the contradiction is that colleges are offering scholarships to people. Title IX has come in and demanded that women be given the same opportunity to scholarships as the males are, despite the fact that women are not providing any value to the college. The college is losing money by providing these scholarships to women, but they're doing it in order to be compliant. The other problem is that the college is funded by your tax dollars massively. Even private colleges that don't take any public funding are still getting fucking public funding in some of their grants, even though they're not supposed to. And the other thing is that the entire system of college, student federal loans are backed by the state and the taxpayer anyways. So even though like the money's presumably paid back at some point, assuming that it never gets refunded by any administration, you have those funds in there. So you have to solve that problem somewhere.
Okay.
The ELO system doesn't solve it.
All right, so I gotta say I really can't believe we're sitting here talking about the ELO system. It's really just a meme. Like the topic's basically right. Like we're not moving to an ELO system. So I mean, like I hate to be the guy like killing the combo, but let's get off that. It's not a realistic
I'm
solution.
fine with that.
Yeah, it's not realistic. What we do have is we do have women's sports, right? And arguably, women's sports don't make colleges a lot of money, right? There are a few exceptions, like if you have a really outstanding women's program in like basketball and volleyball, and some of them there are some exceptions. Depends on how big league you are, I guess. Like they can make it, right? The other thing I think you also have to factor in is we also have the Olympics. It's a real thing, and other countries have recognized that women and men have different leagues, right? And that's important because it takes pride that women can go and compete for the U.S. and that brings political power by being the best in the
Not
Olympics.
really.
But I mean, debatable. But
Olympics is ruled in a lot of places to allow trans people in.
Right. I mean, and that's a whole debate.
Thresholds on
the reason I'm saying, yeah, and I mean that's a whole other thing, and I take issue with some of that. Is that women have been these are the facts. Women have been given a space almost worldwide to compete in sports for most places, right? And now we're trying to change the definition of who's allowed in that special protected category, right? And this is actually physically dangerous to women, and I think it's unfair to women who have had to work hard to get to this and get even an interest or get their own separate thing, and because they want to be athletes, they want to compete. There's enough people that have been shown interest in this over time.
Where is it physically dangerous? I'm curious. Where is it disproportionately physically dangerous?
I already mentioned Phelan Fox putting 3 women in the hospital in MMA matches. And in
the men's division, wait. No one goes to the hospital in the men's division, and also they're forced to take on these fights against their will.
Well, hold on. Fallon Fox wouldn't be ELO'd with those particular women she was fighting against that broke them all the time. That's number one, if she's even that better of a fighter. And two, she was beaten by a woman. Fallon Fox was beaten by a woman.
And there are still horrific injuries. I haven't watched a lot of MMA, but I've seen enough footage. There's still horrific injuries in the men's division.
The danger is higher, right? Like it's higher. Like you can't
if you're in a combat sport, I think you hopefully maybe
it's not the same. It's not the same, man.
Show me where it's different. Show me where it's different.
Yeah, it is different. Bone density, for one, bone density.
No, show me where it's different in outcomes. I'm not talking about in terms of
the reason why we don't have these outcomes is because
how often do women, like cis women, put each other in the hospital? Is this person actually that much more dangerous? I don't know, actually.
I can point to evidence that supports my claim, though. I don't have that evidence in front of me. I will give you this evidence, which is when you look at a combat sport or a contact sport like wrestling in Texas, where a trans individual ended up winning and dominated the same, quote-unquote, weight class because they physically had more muscle mass, they physically had stronger bone density.
It doesn't bolster were they disproportionately injuring people?
So here I can answer this actually. So yes, Fallon Fox had a much higher injury rate than any of the males or females. So why is that? And why is it that they lost? Because when you are in a contact sport such as MMA, there's kind of two factors here. There's skill, right? And then there is how, your strength, right? If you will. It's a lot more complicated than that. Obviously, we could get into the buyout. We could get into a lot of it, but there's a difference, right? So when you're fighting, and let's say someone has a lot of energy and someone's a great striker, some of that's going to be skill, and some of
Skull
that's going to be
structure.
their power, right? Well, their power. And when you're talking about trans female to male, the problem is that in an elo system, it's absolutely true. Fallon Fox can be beaten by women because they surpass her skill, right? But the bone density and the power behind punches and things of that nature are going to be much, much higher than any other woman, or any other female, I should say, in that division. And so what ends up happening is your concussion rates are going to go up. The fact that you might break a jaw, or that you might break bones, all these
You're assuming that risk by going into combat sports to begin with.
No,
It's
it's not.
it's
It's
not
not.
the
So
same risk.
first, it's not the same risk. It's a higher risk. But I understand.
Even if it's
the
higher
other
risk,
problem is,
do
if you deny the fight as a professional female fighter because you say, I don't want to battle against this trans person,
Who might cut my career short?
it is career suicide, on top of the fact that you are inviting waves
These
of
things don't get
activists and
public.
people coming after you.
Okay, so
Yeah, but if you say, I refuse to fight this person, that
Okay,
will
when
absolutely
you
get
go
me,
into combat
and
sports,
then you guarantee
when you
it will
go
be hundreds of
into
thousands of
combat
people
But-
sports,
DMing her
when
to
you
kill
But
go
her.
Corey,
into
it's not
combat
just
sports,
combat
when
sports.
I'm trying to ask a question
Let Corey go.
for once. When you go into combat sports, regardless of whether MMA, boxing, do you sign up for a particular injury rate or a particular concussion rate? Is that part of the equation?
That's not relevant. That's not.
Well,
No.
No, it is. So
Yeah.
why does it matter if it's even if I grant you, which
You sign up for risk. Okay, you sign up
Yes,
for a
I
risk.
agree with you. You sign up for risk.
And you determine
Do
whether
you-
or not the risk is worth the reward.
actually
And then
Corey get it
the
out.
society that you live in.
Let Corey
I'm
let Corey
answering this
get it out.
question.
Corey, did you get it
Well,
all
I'll
out?
let him go on his, rant, and then I'll respond. I want to hear out everything that he says.
You
Go ahead.
do the best that you can to mitigate risks, right? And then there are some risks that you take on for the entertainment and for the value. The problem here is that if you are a female in Strike Force or in UFC or anything, and it is known that you refuse to fight a biological male because you have certain concerns about an increased risk of injury, you will be labeled a transphobe, and you will have hundreds of thousands of people coming after you and thousands of DMs on whatever social media you have telling you to kill yourself, you fucking transphobe, and massive harassment campaigns. So what you do is you recognize that you're going to have to just accept the higher risk, and you might get your skull fucking cracked by a dude that's not very technical and not even a good fighter.
Why
He
does
just
it matter?
happens to be stronger and bigger than you because you don't want to face career suicide or the harassment campaigns. That's not a positive.
It's the same
Sounds
reason
like
with
we
weight
should
class.
Okay. First of all, if we remove gender separation in combat sports, your option to refuse a fight, it just becomes the same across the board, and so it becomes a non-factor. Just as I'm pretty sure, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure even if in the men's division you refuse a fight, that looks optically bad, and that's probably career suicide or is really bad for your career anyways. And especially if there's a huge, like Brock Lesnar was like whatever, a very large heavyweight at the time, okay, I think greater than 260 pounds, and he totally fought many fighters that were like whatever 60-pound differential. If any one of those fighters cited, hey, I'm too afraid to get in the ring because there's a 60-pound differential, yes, that would be optically bad for them. And there's a reason why pretty much everyone that wanted to fight Brock Lesnar fought him, because yes, it would look bad. There's huge discrepancies all across combat sports. I don't see why you're citing this injury rate. You
I
sign up for
will.
risk. If you
That
don't
is
know that,
obviously not the same. You just said that.
why is it being different bad? Why is it being
Can I
different?
jump in on this?
No,
Is-
no,
is
it's not
the
different.
risk-
my
bad.
example.
You're being. Hold on, real quick. You're comparing someone saying, I don't want to fight Brock Lesnar because he's 60 pounds bigger than me, and the fact of the matter is that yes, we're in the same weight class, but they're basically an entirely different weight class. And you're saying that the hate and the harassment that they may or may not get from that is equal to a female in a sport that says, I don't want to fight this male because of their bone density and because they lack skill, but that they fucking when they get
Well, you're
someone
calling
on the
the
ground
male,
and pound,
first of all.
it's over. Yeah, because they are.
Well. First of all,
So that the ground and pound will crush my fucking skull and hospitalize me from severe concussions. I don't want to do that. And the harassment campaign that would occur.
Give me an example. Give me an example of a crushed skull in an MMA fight.
Phelan Fox literally did. Phelan Fox literally did that in second fight. She like crushed the girl's orbital really badly.
The orbital is not the skull.
Yeah, and she had skull fractures as well. Like it was like, it's a okay. Listen, this is kind of what you're not factoring in, right? When you mention that, this is why I brought up the Demetrius Johnson weight class thing. Demetrius Johnson, if they asked him to fight Brock Lesnar and he said absolutely fucking not, this takes out all of everything you just said, because he obviously, why would I fight Brock Lesnar? I'm a featherweight. He's a heavyweight. He could fight at
still have weight classes when there's no gender divide.
It's different. And then when we come back to the women's thing,
walking past that.
No, it's not. It's not. Look, we've already.
Male and female in the same weight class are totally different.
Let him handle it. Come on.
So,
and they wouldn't be in the same elo.
So first, we already have this problem. Like here in Texas, right? We had a male wrestler compete at female weight classes. He had higher bone density, more muscle mass. He dominated, right? This cost us sponsorship, scholarship opportunities, right? This is a big deal, right? There's a big argument. We've seen this with like Leah Thomas and the people that are arguing with her about it. We've seen this in weightlifting, and the reason this is an issue is we've already established that genetic males, however we want to describe this, have inherent advantages when it comes to certain athletic abilities, right? Due to based on strength, due to based on power, due to based on the way their skull is structured to like take hits better than women are in certain aspects. Like this is all established scientific fact that like goes against women. If women are able to overcome these disadvantages, they can compete in the men's league if they so choose, right? Now, the reason why we made a specialty class is because we know this, and yet women still want to be athletes, all right? Now, instead of having this protected women's space where these people are genetically women who are competing against other genetic women, we're taking people that have grown up and have had the advantages of being a genetic male for an extended period of time and now compete in their class with an inherent advantage that inherently dangers them more than the assumed risk of competing with other females. Okay. And the reason why we don't have this data is because we've been protecting the women from this for a long time, and now we're not.
Okay, if you're going to
overwhelmingly supportive.
Okay, if you're going to cite inherent genetic advantages, would you allow someone with a myostatin deficiency to compete in sports?
Mild what? I didn't hear that.
A myostatin deficiency. That is essentially a genetic condition where I'll post some studies in the group chat, but these people they have huge amounts of muscle mass. There are some very interesting photos that, again, I'm going to post the studies in the Discord of like these children have huge muscular development. So would you ban a person with this condition from sports?
Yeah, like Bigfoot Silva, who competed in MMA for many years.
I don't know if they had a myostatin deficiency. Specifically.
He had like gigantism or whatever, where he's like.
That is not a myostatin deficiency.
Okay, well, I don't know. He definitely got some inherent advantage to do that. However, he was also competing against people that were already like his size. Like, I mean, like if they have like this advantage, I'm assuming they're going to probably be competing at a heavyweight or whatever class. Like, that's why they have the weight classes.
What if it was speed? What if it wasn't like a combat sport, or that it was a speed type of situation, right? Like the point is that with the elo system, you're not going to have any type of advantage or disadvantage. No. You're just going. Hold on. In the sense that you're going to be in a league or in a competition where you're going to be placed with similarly skilled people. So yes, there is going to be like minor points of advantages, like how a 1200 elo player in chess plays with a 1225 elo player in chess, and the 1225 does have the slight advantage. Right?
No, that's not what's happening.
Okay, then explain. Okay, so this is the system that I'm proposing. So why do you think it won't work?
It doesn't work in contact sports. If you want to do an elo system in a bunch of other sports, I mean, I don't think it's entertaining. I think it's silly. I think it's a meme.
I think it does work.
Completely off topic. But let's just say it does.
We do have an elo system. We already have an elo system in contact sports. Like they have.
No. What you're talking about, a genderless elo system in contact sports. Let me be clear. The problem with this system that you're proposing is that you're assuming that there's only one variable in terms of where you are rated, and that variable is skill. This is no longer true. You have males and listen. listen, let me finish. Once you have males and females competing, it is no longer just skill. And the reason is that the biological advantages given to a male can make up for skill. And so you can have similar elo win-loss ratios. And the thing is that you could be unskilled as a biological male fighting against females where you're not very good at takedowns, you're not very good at takedown defense, you don't have a very good guard, you're not very fast. But that moment that you do get a girl down and you get her and she doesn't have a full guard or she doesn't even have a side guard and you have your hips, your male hips on top of her shoulders, you can fucking murder her because you have male bones. You have a male weight, you have narrow hips that allow for striking in a way that women's hips don't, and you can hit so much harder pound for pound than a female can at that level, and it rocks fucking skulls. That's the fucking problem.
Okay, let me think about that real quick. And I think the way you fix that
Soccer
is
and other shit, kinda, yeah. Like
yeah. I was gonna say I'm just hearing this quickly. Number one, I'm okay with like saying everything else, Elo, combat sports, maybe not. I'm okay with that. That's fine with me. And two, I think maybe you can have Elo genderless, but also have it in a way that you can take account
I mean, we have examples of
people's
like
muscle mass and bone density. So, like in a more advanced society where we're more technologically sound,
Bro,
we would
why are we
say,
trying to reinvent the wheel so much for this that doesn't solve problems? It solves
I mean,
one problem and doesn't solve and causes
Okay,
more.
what
okay,
what
Farrakhan,
problem
thank you
what
for
problem does it
gifting
cause?
a sub. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Okay, I do want to hold on before we finish this whole thing on just the Elo score. I did want to I did want to like try to expand this conversation a bit. Doobie, you still there, friend?
Yeah.
Okay. You said that there were you didn't know of any bills that you weren't okay with. What about bills that say that trans individuals can't change their gender identity on like government IDs?
Isn't the I think it's a little bit iffy because my understanding is that the government ID is supposed to be your sex, right? I think mine says sex on it. Um, and if we're making the differentiation between like a sex and gender or the distinction, then yeah, if their sex is male or female or whatever, I think that's what should be listed.
Do you think um sure. I guess I would agree with you on sex if we are making that distinction. Though to be fair, I think in government documents they don't not actually making the same distinction that we do in these debates.
I
Just to be
think
very
when
clear.
when government documents say gender, they do mean sex.
Yeah, I'm
They
looking
were,
at my
I mean,
driver's license right now. And yeah, it says
gender
sex.
theory hasn't really existed as part of a major part of society until very recently. So all of the laws that were written, all of the documents that have been made, with some exceptions, were made in a world where sex and gender was the same fucking thing, and
Exactly.
transsexuals were just like some weird cross dresser somewhere, or like a very small percentage of people that like
Agreed. Agreed. So yeah.
you wouldn't
So
make
like
rules
so
about.
saying that like we're making that we meaning me and you Doobie are
Mhm.
making this distinction, but I don't think the laws are making that distinction. Um, and would you think would it be a better world if trans people could change their IDs?
No, I don't think so. I
Why?
really don't
Why
think
not?
there's a well, if the purpose of the idea is to keep track of your sex for whatever reason, right? I'm sure there's a reason they want your sex on there. It could even be, if you get into a car accident, they want to be able to identify what sex you are, so they can make sure they're giving the right medication or some shit. Like whatever reason they have the sex on there listed. Um, I really don't see. I mean, maybe a trans person might see it and experience some kind of dysphoria because there's an F on there or an M on there when they'd like it to be the other way. But um, I think I don't think pretending that a person's sex is changing because they're trans is helpful to anybody. I think we can accept that they want to identify in a certain way, and you can be kind to people. But I don't think we need to pretend that they're actually like a female
So
or a male.
it's not about the dysphoria of looking at. I mean, I'm sure it happens for some individuals. That makes them feel better. It's also about being safe. When you present your government ID to someone, right? Be it you're a possible employer or a law enforcement agency or whatever, and it doesn't match what a person perceives, right? Then that causes a problem, and that problem can threaten their safety. So it's not
I
simply
don't see how
about.
that can threaten their safety.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see how that could threaten somebody's safety. So
You
if
don't
you were to
see
present
how.
your ID to somebody and there was some kind of like, and it says for me, it says female or F,
It's working
and I
backwards.
and I look like a dude. What's the danger to me, right? Oh,
Sorry, sorry.
they might not believe
So
that it's my ID. Okay, well, I'll just say,
hold
hey,
on.
yeah, I'm trans. You know, I was born
Yeah,
a male.
yeah. Hold
You
on,
know?
1 second. So you're saying like a trans male who was previously female? You're saying that like what happens if
Well, I was using
a,
myself as an example, right? So if my
yeah, I
driver's
know, of
license were to have
course
an
you are.
F on it, of course, were to have an F on it, right? And I show up at a job interview or some police function, whatever, right? For some reason, I have to present this thing, and they look at the F on my driver's license, and then look at me, and they see a dude. What danger is there? Like
Okay.
I don't.
So for
Especially when he explains, "Hey, look, I'm just trans."
oh my god, seriously, people, like this is amazing. And maybe Doobie trolling me, so I'm not positive, but we'll see. Doobie, when we're talking about employers, right, and you present that to an employer, the danger is losing your job or not being able to get the opportunity at all when you've been identified as trans. Now,
It's not a danger.
yeah, it's a guarantee. But anyway,
But
like
no, there's no
there
danger.
is.
That's illegal.
Stop. I'm not gonna walk down this whole pedantic thing about what you consider a danger. I don't care. I don't care. So
There's no danger. Just explain the danger.
yeah, there's no danger. Yes, no danger. Got it. Sure. But in any case, like being denied economic activities or being fired because of that is a problem. So there's that. Now, in terms of law enforcement, if you like, I mean, I don't know why I shouldn't have to explain this to you. That like, if law enforcement decides to discriminate against a person, right? They can get violent, right? And you, or if you give your ID to, what are you even laughing at, Dream? Like, are you
We're
like
laughing
what
at
I'm
you
I'm
for certain
saying, like,
argument.
Dream?
I'm laughing because police are just violent all the time, anyways.
Indeed, they
And
are violent. But hold on, but
yeah.
we know that they're more violent against. Hold on,
Awesome.
we know.
Good
Sorry,
point.
hold on. We know they're
Didn't
more violent
expect that
against marginalized
answer.
individuals. We know they're
Ginger's
more.
acorn.
We know they're more violent against marginalized individuals. Correct. Correct.
No,
Uh,
we don't
they-
know
No,
that.
that's not true.
There's no
Dream, you
evidence to
don't know that?
suggest that.
Okay. All right. Good, Dream. I'm gonna. Let's click
I didn't say that.
There's literally no evidence to suggest
That's
that.
not what I said.
Can I
Oh,
ask
what
a
did you,
question?
sorry, what did
They're
you
more
say? Sorry,
violent
sorry.
towards white
Oh
people.
my God. Maybe Scott was talking unnecessarily. Sorry. What did you say, Dream?
Yeah, I was spitting the actual facts.
Yeah, sure,
Instead
whatever.
of the socialist
Dream.
lies.
Dream. What
Whites
did
are
you
the
say?
most likely to be perpetrators.
Dream, sorry,
aggravated.
I'm just ignoring you. Sorry. Dream. What did you say?
I know you're ignoring me because I have the right answer.
Dream, shut up!
I want to ask you a question, Prime, after Dream, if you don't mind.
Sure. Dream, and then I want to finish my thing with Doobie. Then
I
I'll go to
think-
you, Gibbs. Sure.
It depends on what metric you're using. In terms of just raw numbers, of course, the majority of the population is going to be subjugated to that. And in terms of disproportionate, it depends on disproportionate based on what? Based on crime, based on et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So-
I'm not asking all that. I'm
You're
asking.
saying bullshit.
Oh my God.
It's
Oh my
hilarious.
God. Oh my God. Yeah. So I'm not asking
Out of
about
the
that.
park.
I'm asking about marginalized individuals. Are they more likely to face violence from cops, either physical
Just
violence
raw?
or maybe
Sure.
just being arrested more often?
Just raw? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
In an uncritical
great.
lens, yes.
Absolutely. Thank you. Great. So we can move on. So
Wait, which
Doobie,
marginalized people?
Well, no, he already defeated what you said, though.
shut up. Like, it's
You're not making an
unbelievable.
argument. You're just yelling.
Okay, Scott. Oh my God, you haven't forced me to mute you in such a long time. We can do that when I get to you, not now. When I'm talking to Doobie, I'm talking to Doobie, not you. I can get to you later. Okay. Doobie.
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh yeah, you were asking me the danger. So yeah, if your gender identity doesn't match up, and in your case, Doobie, you are a male, and I don't know why you would have an F next to your name any which way. But like trans people usually do these things when they've actually made a transition, right? So you're not actually transitioning. You look very male, and so like you wouldn't actually do that at that point in time. But if you were convincingly female, right, which would be interesting, if you were convincingly female, like having that discrepancy, still having an M there, yeah, that puts you in danger.
Okay, so if you're saying that the danger is I might get denied a job,
Or
sure.
threatened by law enforcement, or attacked by other individuals that you hand your ID to. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Who
okay,
you
so
gonna hand
I'll
your
do,
ID to?
I'll deal with the job thing. So first off, I think that you should be able, as an employer, to turn away somebody for any reason. And yeah, if a trans person came to my office and I had the ability to dismiss him for being trans, I would, because I don't want somebody there that is probably gonna have a ton of mental health problems. I just don't want to deal with that shit. Okay, like so, yeah, I'm not gonna hire them, and I'd
So
like that.
exactly that.
I
Yeah.
like them to be upfront about that, right? So of
There
course,
you go. So
um,
thank you for proving my
yeah,
point.
but that's
Appreciate it.
that's like that's just the consequence of having a ton of mental health problems and
Yeah,
me not wanting to hire
but to
somebody
be
else with
clear,
a
but
ton
you
of
just
mental health
proved my
problems.
point. So I just want to be clear on that. Like you like, hey, if I could tell these people were trans, I
Well,
would
if
actually
that's
deny the employment. I
of
appreciate
course
that.
I would. Like if somebody
Of course you would.
come up to my business like, oh yeah,
But
I'm
but
schizophrenic,
Prime,
I'm
the
fucking
question is
schizophrenic,
Not
I'm
dream.
bipolar,
One
I got
thing at a
fucking
time, Judy.
BPD. Yeah, I'm not gonna hire this person. Of course not.
yeah,
Like yeah, I
it's
just
about, is it a
You're just assuming
justified?
they have all that, but sure, okay.
But Prime, the question is it a justified rejection? That's what Adobe's trying to say. Like
Is it?
yeah, because you're saying, oh my God, there is the risk of somebody's life getting worse because of a characteristic they have, and Doobie's saying this particular characteristic is something that he would personally reject. But so then you would have to then counter with, you are unjustified in doing that, Doobie, in order for you to have a good argument.
Unjustified and blanket dismissing trans people, assuming that they must be mentally ill. No, actually, I won't bother. Yeah, if you can't figure that out, I'm not
like
going to
what
bother.
you're
with it.
essentially
It's
saying
fine.
is that
Uh,
rather than have the trans person deal with the risk of danger, quote unquote, of not being hired or being turned away because they're trans and the employer makes assumptions about their mental health. Like what you're essentially saying is that the employer should instead have to deal with hiring people on, or they have no idea if these people have huge mental health issues, right? So
would you
you're
have
essentially
any? That's a case of any hire. GB, you own a business.
not hold on,
You
not
run into
not one.
people who have mental health issues. You run into people on Discord who have mental health issues. You have no idea. So in an interview process,
Not
it
always the
doesn't.
case, actually. Sometimes you can tell in the interview process, but
Oh.
it's true that I
I
can't.
mean, if they're trans,
Unfortunately,
definitely you can tell. Apparently, right?
unfortunately,
Yeah.
I can't justify getting to somebody's medical history to hire them.
Okay. Yeah.
Unfortunately, however,
Unfortunately.
if there is a strong indicator like this, right, that I can see on someone's driver's license, and there's like discrepancy, and ask them and say,
Exactly.
hey, yeah, I'm trans. Okay, well, shit, I'm not gonna hire you.
100%.
It'd be
Okay.
as if like
So
it'd be like someone
you're
walking in with a fucking like
again,
Nazi tattoo on
you're
their forehead, right?
discriminatory
Like a
against
swastika
them.
on their forehead.
Thank you
Yeah, I'm
for
probably not gonna hire
proving.
that person either.
I
Well,
appreciate
now you're
that.
going too
hold
far,
I appreciate it.
Doobie. What the
No,
fuck?
I'm not.
I appreciate
No,
it.
I'm not.
So let's go to Gibbs. Go ahead, Gibbs.
So,
And
Prime,
then we'll go to Scott and Dream.
I just want to like examine your position a little bit, right? I
Mhm.
just so like I'm kind of curious, right? So I know that let's just grant everything you said was true about they could be in danger, or they could cause danger,
It
it's
is
like
true.
discover.
This
Let's just,
is
oh yeah, I'm
true.
not going to argue that. I'm not right. My question is, could you see how them interacting with government officials or like people in day to day life with the wrong information on their card, or with the information that says their original gender or sex or whatever you want to define, could also be a dangerous situation? I'll give you a couple examples. We talked about sports. If I'm a female police officer and I run somebody's ID and this person's passable, and all of a sudden now they're physically overpowering me, that could be dangerous to that individual. Is that correct? Like, right? Or say I look at somebody's ID, this person's passable. I don't know what they are, right? And like, so I look at their ID that says female, and I give them a drug that's not for genetic males, and now they die. Are we opening up all the hospital system to a lawsuit?
Can you give
Like,
me an example of that, please?
I mean, I'm imagining scenarios that happen.
He's
I'm
just
just
asking
like,
questions.
could
He's
you,
just asking
yeah,
questions.
could you
Okay,
like,
yeah.
could you at least admit there are
Wait,
situations
the medical
where having the
scenario
wrong,
might be one, yeah.
like, yeah, where there are situations where having this wrong information could be dangerous to either that person or people responding to an incident for a variety of reasons. Like, I mean, like the cop might not have enough like backup for this person, or like, you know, et cetera, et cetera. You know, there's all sorts of different ones. Like, do you think that's true or no?
There's lots of well, that's Prime, so go.
No, well, if you have something to say on the medical thing, go first. Then
I was just gonna ask, like, do you have like a specific example? That's all. I agree with you. There's infinite possibilities. I would like one that is at least grounded in reality. If you have an example of like,
Yeah,
this
I mean, like, I'll give you an
information.
example is somebody that's trans telling a paramedic they have, I don't know, they fall over, collapse, and they go, oh, I think I'm having birthing pains or pregnant. And they're like, oh, well, they look like it, and they get in there and they're really having a heart attack. You know, I mean, like there could be like numerous things. I mean, like I don't know every scenario off the top of my head. I mean, or like, I don't know. I'm also not a medical expert. I openly chose to go a different routes. But like, I don't know if there's any drugs that affect genetic males and women differently. But I'm sure at some point there could be. I mean,
Yeah.
or there's treatments.
And when that happens, we'll deal with it then, I guess. I don't
I have
know.
a question
I
for you,
don't-
But I mean,
Prime.
I'm asking you,
Hold
don't
on,
see
hold
any
on.
scenario,
We're
Prime?
gonna
Like,
go
you
to
don't
Scott
see any
afterwards, and we'll
scenario.
go to Dream.
Like, do you not see any scenario where the opposite could be dangerous, Prime, to like society or like as a whole or individuals?
Okay, so if because we love freedom here, right? Like Lactoids convinced me that freedom is a good thing. If a trans individual wants to take the risk of this happening, of it being on their ID, and then them being incapacitated, and then them going to a hospital, and then getting a very specific drug that will kill the person of the opposite gender. Sure, right? If they want to do that, then I'm gonna let them, as red blood Americans, I'm gonna let them take that risk. Okay,
This is a good
Let 'em do
point,
that.
Gibbs. This is a good
Yeah.
point.
See, thank you. I got it. All right, great. And then I think there was something else I wanted to respond to, but I forgot. But if it gets back to me, then I'll do it. Let me
I don't know if Scott's gonna go off topic, but I wanted to tell you something about what Admiral says. That's why I didn't want. I don't know.
Okay.
If
quick.
Yeah. So.
If it's not quick, then I'm gonna go to Scott.
So the question is like, are these people gonna be able to do this on more than just their driver license or ID? Like on every single document that mentions their sex, are they gonna be able to say that this is the sex that's gonna identify what I want? And number two, if that's the case, if it is the case, then what about like things like, hey, if they went to a criminal court system and they took their DNA sample, and then let's say there was a criminal case about a rape or something, and then they were trying to cross-examine DNAs, and then they say, hey, do all the male DNAs that we have for X, Y, and Z to make sure that they're not in the system in this woman's vaginal sample. And it turns out, because they're not male, classified as male, you're not taking their DNA sample. And so the actual perpetrator actually gets away with the crime because they're not classified as male in this investigation as a detective.
So once again, Lactoid leads the way, right? And at the very start of the stream, right, he showed us the way. He says that like sometimes that's the price of freedom, right? That there might be there might be a rape case in which this individual who's committed this rape, but who has changed their gender identity between now when the rape occurred and then it being adjudicated, and then it might have gone to a system, right? Where they have an F next to a name next to M, and so they don't run the cross check against all the whole the database sample, just a male database sample, and then that rapist gets away. That's the price for freedom,
Wait.
right? Just like the Second
Is-
Amendment.
is that what I'm-
Assigned to a female prison?
This
Like,
would unironically this
Hold on.
wait this
Right?
honor,
happened.
There's no way you
already
believe that, Prime. You're literally lying to yourself, Prime.
No,
because
no.
because
I see
anytime,
It's already
anytime-
happened.
any-
No, I'm
no,
gonna
Prime,
slightly back up
because-
Prime because I agree
No.
with Prime. This would be incredibly rare, but it would be more common than anybody using the fucking postal bank. Okay,
But-
way more common.
Lactoid. He's literally saying
Okay.
he's literally saying this is the price of freedom. Ironically, because if that's his honest opinion, this is the price of freedom.
This
it should
scenario
be
is
an-
crazy, Dream.
No,
You're telling me
Lactoid.
the cops
But
like
Prime. I mean, Lactoid. Hold on. I'm trying to.
Okay, this is a new debate, I guess.
I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that Prime's
Okay.
counter argument for this is
He didn't provide one. He claimed.
should mean that he's an anarcho-capitalist, because whatever happens from anarcho-capitalism,
it's a logical A to B progression. I agree, Prime. What do you say?
Yeah,
literally,
So
Lactoid's a leftist, and I'm a handicap.
because that's the price of freedom. That's what I'm going to tell Prime. And he said, "Well, what about this? That's the price of freedom. What about that's the price of freedom?"
why am I even here sometimes? Jesus Christ. This is stupid. D10 Dream's point originally wasn't actually that bad, right? Like, there obviously, if you have a database where you're searching all males, and there are people that are classified as female that are raping people, they could potentially get away with it if they don't run female DNA. But I assume if we live in a world where, for whatever reason, they just magically make men fucking females, that police would just have to run everybody's DNA. Like, that's how they would adapt to
Or
that.
you can keep a
Yeah,
record.
just
You can
don't
keep a
hit the
record if
checkbox.
it's been changed, right? And then if the
So-
ones who've been
so-
changed, you
right,
can
right.
just run them too.
There you go.
There's no, yeah, you would just run everything. It would be way easier than trying.
But hold on. If there's a record of that being changed,
no, shut the fuck up.
wouldn't they
Shut
have
up.
that record?
No, shush.
Like when you run it?
Just shut.
The violent police
You're
would.
being, hold on. You are fucking getting into you are getting into the super specifics to try and defend this point. It's silly. Just let it go. Okay. So here's the problem. The question, the topic is about this legislation. Whether or not this legislation ought be removed because the problem is either gone away, or that these laws and these pieces are anti-trans or they're discriminatory and they're not positive. I would put forward first that the problems that are going away is that as of 2023, 8% of Gen Z adults are identifying as either non-binary or trans. So 1 out of every 12 person that goes into the bathroom might be going into the wrong bathroom. Like, that's the level of that this is going. So I don't think this problem is going away. Obviously, it's not going away in schools. This legislation is nowhere near powerful enough. And so when given an example of one piece, Prime Kai says, well, what about changing male and female on government documents? And you say that this creates danger. D10 Dream did a great job of expressing how that's simply not true. How when you try and equivocate any data, and you see this happen, any crime statistics or victim statistics, you have to look at the differences in the population. And what are some of the differences in the trans population? Number one, a majority of them have cluster B personality disorders. That's a giant fucking difference in distribution from the general public versus trans people. When a majority of them have either histrionic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, or borderline personality disorder, or undisclosed cluster Bs. And obviously some studies, such as like the Iran study, says like 85%. There's some studies that show like as low as 40 or even 35%. But even still, it's orders of fucking magnitude above the general population. That's just one. It's just one example of how these people are like, they're in higher rates of sex work. They're in higher rates of drug use. They're all of these things that explain that difference in terms of why they're more likely to be victims of crimes. So the idea that a police officer is going to pull someone over, have a normal interaction with them, and then see that they're a different fucking sex than they thought, and then all of a sudden be like, time to get out my guns, we got some trans people to shoot, is fucking retarded. It's like they're not, and there's no danger that you can show. The only thing that you'll show is that you want trans people to give their license to someone where it affirms their gender and affirms their sex to an employer that admittedly would discriminate against them if they knew that they were trans, which puts them in a position with an employer that you know would discriminate against them and would have at least some negative feelings against them, to just later discover that they've been duped and lied to. You're the one that's actually arguing for a policy that would put trans people in more danger because you want them to trick and deceive employers by not giving them information that those employers would use to discriminate against them, hoping that that will stop the discrimination. And the moment that they find out, well, I don't know what happens. Maybe they're immediately fired without cause and that's it. Maybe they're harassed in some capacity because they're worried that now that they've hired this person, there's not they can't just simply get rid of them because of that. So they try and harass them out of their job. I don't know, but the concept that you want people to go work for people that would discriminate against them because they don't like them or they view them as bad is somehow protecting them from harm is absurd, and you're not it's there's no safety issue here.
Sure. Okay.
So no, the law is good.
So according to I believe this is from the State Department, nearly one-third, 32% of talking about trans individuals, of respondents who have shown an ID with a name or gender that did not match their gender presentation were verbally harassed, denied benefits or service, asked to leave, or assaulted. These
By whom?
individuals.
Where? What is this?
This is self-reported.
We'll just like extrapolate what you mean. Right, like a self-report survey by a group of people that I just established are potentially a majority cluster B.
Are crazy. Like, no. Understood. Yeah, they're crazy. So they made it all up. Yeah, sure. When we have the news reports, right, of individuals being assaulted, just for men on the street, right, who see a woman that they are attracted to, and then on closer inspection, somehow they figure out this person was born differently.
Closer inspection of their ID.
Hold on. Well, that once they discovered this individual is trans, beat the shit out of them, right? I guess that.
What is the rate that happens?
What are the statistics on that?
I was asked that earlier.
Like 700 black kids were killed in Chicago last year. Like,
yes, I know. Yes, there were other. Yes,
okay,
there were other crimes. There were other crimes. So
what is the rate?
What was that difference? What difference does that make? What difference?
I don't know. I was asked that earlier.
Crimes exist.
Yes, hate, indeed they exist, and I'm trying to avoid
that doesn't
those
establish your argument.
So I'm trying to avoid those hate crimes.
We're talking about probability.
You talked about how. Sorry. What do you mean probability? What do you mean?
Like you make laws based on probability.
Dude, I just said 32%. 32%. They had these negative experiences when they hand in their IDs, right? When they are harassed, denied benefits or service, asked to leave, or assaulted. They are and these are the things that I laid out, right? I said, hey, you're
Hold on. Can you explain that data?
Endangered, or you are denied employment, or anything else that can happen to an individual when they have these things. Because there are people who are bigoted. There are people out there. I know it's crazy, right? There are people out there who think trans individuals are crazy and are a danger, right? I know. It seems unbelievable, but there's some people who would on learning that a person is trans,
rant, dude.
You're probably
again.
Yes,
hold on.
I will never take that. Hold on, I will shut up, because I will never take that from you. You who never shuts the fuck up, Scott. Yeah, I'm going to make my point. Yeah, so you can wait till after I make my point, and then you can make your point. Sorry, Scott, shut the fuck up. I'm making my point.
Stop spurging and just connect.
Okay, so you can't do it for yourself. I'll do it for you. No problem. I don't know why you do this. I don't know why you make it hard this way. I don't know why. It's completely unnecessary. It really is, right? You shut the fuck up, and then when you talk, then I'll shut the fuck up. Now we just work on that system. I don't know. All right. Anyway, yeah. So there's we literally are seeing the discrimination happen on this panel, right? We have Doobie, like head of a medium-sized business, who says, "Yeah, I would actually discriminate against these individuals," right? And you guys are
give me a good reason not to.
Is sorry. What did you say?
Tell me why that's wrong. Tell me why I shouldn't.
Tell you why. Sorry.
He
I'm
won't.
actually-
He won't.
I'm not actually going to
mental
tell
health
you.
problem. Why should
No,
why
I'm
should
not
I
actually going to do that.
risk
So I'm
myself
not
for
going to do
mental
that. Sorry.
Exactly. He just
No,
won't.
as long as as long as we've established that you will discriminate against them, that's fine. Like like some other time we can run down why it's bad to be a bigot. All right, we can work that out.
That's not a bigot.
Okay. So yeah, I know, Dream. You don't give a fuck
It's
about
a
these
little
people.
bit
You
of
don't
a.
actually give a fuck about these people.
I'm not
So
against
when
it. I'm
these
just saying it's a little bit of a
individuals
bigot.
No.
Yeah, like, but yeah, no, Dream, who like he goes on all the time about like his bigotry against the black community, right? And he lists all these things, and he talks about how like he's been treated unfairly by the police. Now all of a sudden, Dream doesn't understand that these things happen to other people. He can't really.
That's not true.
And then he's asking you like, hey, why is it a bad thing? You should justify why it's a bad thing to be prejudiced to these other individuals. That's okay. I'm going to
That's not
remember
true.
this. The
That's
next
not
time
what
we
I
have
said.
another
Wait,
conversation.
That's literally not true.
Remember that.
I get
literally
Dream.
not true.
Do a
We're
Dream.
definitely revisiting this conversation some
You're
other
literally.
time.
That's just not true.
Dream, I can explain this, right? So what Doobie's saying is that he's hesitant to hire a trans person because there's all these mental illnesses that are factually associated with somebody who's trans, right? In terms of a significant majority, apparently, have cluster B personality disorders and other mental illness. If Doobie said, I also don't hire black people because they're disproportionately more likely to commit crime, what would your response to that be?
From my perspective, what I thought Doobie said was that being trans was the mental illness. Am I wrong on that?
No, it's just it's an indicator that they probably have other comorbid.
Oh, okay.
problems, yeah.
And help me, and Doobie, what if a trans person was like super sane? You would hire them?
Super sane?
Yeah, like they had no.
Like the Joker? Or
Oh,
what?
yeah. I mean, sure, but there's no reason for me to know, right? With
Right,
with
right.
anybody,
And-
there's no really reason for me to know. But I do know that trans people tend to have a much higher likelihood of like these comorbid mental health problems. So why even take the risk?
So what?
It's like if somebody
then
showed
that,
up with gang tattoos on their face. I don't know that they're a gang member. I don't know that they're a bad person, but I'm still not going to fucking hire them.
right. And I guess the question is, what is the level of? For me, I don't care if somebody has a tattoo. So I guess that's you, and I think it's like socially acceptable to not hire people based on like tattoos. And then if this is being a trans person is like somebody with heavy gang tattoos, and that's I can understand that. That is bigoted, absolutely. But I guess a lot of bigoted practices are okay and are legal in the United States. And I think maybe Prime would also be like that's okay. And I do take when I say I think people should be able to discriminate. I take the libertarian stance in this world where I believe that people are moral and say, listen, since that person discriminated against trans people, let's not take our business over there, and they're gonna fail due to the market not wanting people who are anti-trans.
Mhm.
And same thing with like black people, et cetera, et cetera.
Based as
so-
fuck.
Scott.
So here's the problem. So yeah, Prime, I could go and we could argue again about you gish galloping and not answering any of the questions and just shifting the goalposts over to now we're having a discussion about discrimination because you couldn't present harm because you gave one study that was like in the last year. Did you once get discriminated against? And it's like a 30% of them did, therefore harm. Setting all of that aside, the overarching theme and problem here, D10 Dream, that you're seeing presenting between the left and the right on these issues is that there is reality and then there is the left-wing belief that equality exists. Equality does not exist. It has never existed in human history. It never will exist in human history. It's impossible to exist because equality doesn't exist in nature. Some of us are tall, some of us are short. Some of us are fat, some of us are skinny. Some of us are hard workers, some of us aren't. Some of us are smart, some of us are dumb. We are different upon all of these different domains. And so long as human beings have values, and so long as human beings remain different from one another, there will never be equality. Because some people value certain things more than they value other things. We value attractiveness. Guess what? Attractive people will do better. If we value height, guess what? Tall people will do better. This concept then is that we dislike the idea of discrimination in certain domains because it is offensive to the ideas that we espouse of equality that don't exist. And one of them is discrimination against trans people. Yes, if you want to treat trans people fairly, treat them fairly. But part of treating them fairly is exactly as Doobie said. If I'm a business person, I'm trying to hire 100 people, I don't have the time to go through 100 people and determine whether or not they're a good fit for the company. I don't have a time to investigate every aspect of their life. And so if I have 1,000 applicants and fucking 100 of them are trans, more statistically speaking, if I get rid of the trans, I'm probably getting rid of a great employee. I'm absolutely like out of those 100 people, there's somebody there that might even be the best employee. But you know what? Also, statistically speaking, if I have 100 positions to fill and 1,000 applicants and 100 are trans, and I get rid of those 100, I have probably drastically increased the output of those 100 jobs as a whole, because I got rid of a group that that the demographic data suggests a strong correlation between mental health issues, inability to perform at work at the same level. You might not like it, but it's his fucking right. And if you don't like it, then don't fucking use his company, because you personally value that equality or that treatment of people at a higher level than you value the output of the company being more efficient, because it got rid of demographic groups that are potentially less effective. And so this is the problem with all of this anti-trans legislation, is that it is we're twisting arms to try and prove that this is a bigotry against trans people. And the best example you can give is the concept that our legal system, which was based off of gender and sex being the same thing from the ground up, ought not destroy the lines of what those things mean so that we can make trans people more safe, presumably, because this gets into issues of custody, this gets into issues of sexual assault, this gets into so many other areas of our legal system. Doesn't differentiate between male and female and woman and man, because the legal system was built in such a way that that is the case. And so the trans activists know from prior Supreme Court cases that they don't actually have to change the laws if they can change the way that the courts interpret gender and sex. If I can change it so that gender and sex are the same thing, and that sex ought affirm my identity, then I don't need to change all of the laws. And there are a lot of fucking problems with the subversion of the language and changing those things.
Okay, so we're past time. But hold on one second. We can. I'll let you guys go. I'll let you guys. I just want to let everyone know we are past time. So if anyone has to leave, you can. But yeah. So I'll go to Lactoid and then Drain. But yeah.
So
I'm listening. I'm just going to take a leak.
Two quick questions. So Prime, just so I have this straight, you have a problem with Doobie not hiring somebody who's trans, and this is one of the reasons why you want them to be able to change on their license the gender, so they avoid situations like coming across someone like Doobie who might deny them the opportunity.
Yes, employment discrimination. Our friend Scott, one of the times he was like massively interrupting me and being extremely rude.
Ever.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that I must have made that up too. That was my impression, right? And once you're talking about oppression, you make it up in your head, and so I must have been delusional about that. But in any case, yeah. So, but he brought up though that a lot of them are involved in sex work, and in drugs, like trans individuals, right? The high percentage of them do that. Well, one of the reasons is because of employment discrimination, right? If you want less of them to be in sex work, or anything else that you don't want them to be doing, crimes that they get up to, then allow them to have proper employment.
Right.
And yeah, be part of society.
In order to avoid discrimination
Yeah.
from an employer, sure. If an Asian man applying to Harvard, should they be allowed to put black on their college applications to avoid the discrimination?
To avoid the discrimination. Does that yeah, okay, sure. Does that
Base.
Asian man no.
I'll take that as a yes. You said yes. There you go.
No, yeah. So does that Asian man believe that they are of black ancestry, right? Are they willing to go to bat for it?
Well,
If
no,
that's
It's
no,
not. It's not like you're testing
Then-
trans people whether or not they believe it.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't matter. But I know, Bob. He's asking me a question.
so
I'll give him an
so
answer.
whether or
Let
not
'em.
like whether or not
Absolutely.
they're like genuinely transracials, and it's actually not the specific question, because what you're concerned about is, you have someone who has this transgender status, and you don't want them to be able to be discriminated against by people like Doobie, right? Well, Asians have this Asian status, but they are going to be openly discriminated unless they identify as something other than Asian.
I tell you, it's fine. Like I actually don't care. Let them
Wow.
put whatever they want to
Okay.
do. Yeah,
Interesting.
I actually
Yeah.
don't care.
Prime is just gonna get fucked by the black community. Anyways, can I go now? Are you done, Lactoid?
Oh, you said you had two questions.
Well, those were the two questions.
Those were the two.
I had the
Those-
setup. I had the setup, and then I had the.
Okay, yeah. I actually don't care.
Quick question in
Fine.
Prime, cuz. Quick question in Prime, cuz. So, you said that transgender people, in your opinion, are in sex work at a higher rate because of discrimination from employment. And despite what you put on your driver's license, there's still going to be probably a majority of trans people, regardless of whatever's on their driver's license. Their employer, once they interview them, is likely to know, unless they're really good at voice modding and they pass really well, that they are trans. So
Mhm.
much of this discrimination will still occur, and they will be likely, because of your
We should
argument,
legislate
still
against
in
that.
higher
I'm
levels.
sorry, I shouldn't talk over
Still
you.
in higher. Yeah, it's fine. So they'll be in higher.
We
levels
wouldn't want
of
to have
sex
people
work.
talking over each
Right,
other.
So if they're in high levels of sex work, because of that, your solution, which likely for most people wouldn't actually fix the problem, would allow them in any forms of apps or any things like that to lie about their sex in their sex work via their documentation. Are you worried that lying might increase gay panic or trans panic defense, where people feel that they've been trapped because the transgender person lied about their sex, and then they found out when they went to go engage in the sex work that they were actually trans, and then that might increase trans murders?
Sure. Well, there's two different things. One, the gay panic or trans panic defense shouldn't be allowed. Period. Right. So I would ban that outright. And and I believe states have been.
Well, I
moving in
agree.
that
I'm just referencing it as a means of recognizing that there are people that will get legitimately violent if they feel that they've been tricked by a trans person online
This is
who
true.
had all of their documentation proving
This
that
is
they
true.
were a female, and then they show up and lo and behold, they're actually not female. Wouldn't that be increasing the harm trans people go through?
It would only happen if that trans person honestly is foolish enough to do such a thing. But it could, yeah, it might. Let's just, let me just give it to you. Like, no caveats, right? Yeah, sure. They might have within the context of sex work, right? They could present themselves as female and assist female, and they when they show up, a person suspects, right? And whether they are actually trans or not, that person can be murdered. So like that happens any which way, right? Like if you are simply perceived,
That's fair.
yeah. Okay.
So the problem here is I don't see any argument, and you've still yet to be able to coherently argue any danger. All that you've presented is potential increased risk of discrimination in hiring practices or in situations where you're presenting your ID for to be a customer in some regard. Now, this is bigotry. Yes, it is discriminatory, though discrimination can be good, as Doobie has pointed out, even against trans people in certain regards. But it would be beneficial towards his wants and desires, and to be against that would be against his liberty. But again, will you just openly now, finally, just admit that what you're really concerned about is discrimination against these people, and you don't like the concept of people discriminating against them, so you're okay with government documents hiding information so that they're less likely to be discriminated against, as opposed to actually saying that they're susceptible to some statistically significant form of harm because their driver's license says F instead of M, or vice versa?
Both. I don't know why I have to choose one or the other. I don't want discrimination, and I don't want anything that might increase their exposure to state violence or personal violence. So,
Right,
both.
but you haven't substantiated in any way, shape, or form the latter. Only the former, which got away from the original accusation, which was harm. You were not even harm. You said danger, right? Your argument is they're in danger. Now we're all talking about discrimination, and the reason we're all talking about discrimination is because you made two long arguments based solely on discrimination with very little evidence or data about actual violence or harm that would be done so because of a change in government documents.
It's not about the change in government documents. It's the individual being found out when otherwise they wouldn't have. Or, um, well, actually, no. Let me leave this because there's a separate argument. But in any case, yeah, it's the that I'm trying to reduce the friction that occurs when there's a discrepancy between what a person perceives an individual to be in terms of gender, right, and how this individual um, uh, perceives themselves, right. When there's a discrepancy there, uh, uh, danger occurs. Um, uh,
Okay,
so
so let me clear this up. So you believe that hate crimes exist. You want to reduce said hate crimes against trans people. And the solution to reduce hate crimes against said trans people is to not forcibly, via government documentation, identify themselves as trans because some percentage of the trans community is able to pass as not being trans. And the only way that they would be found out as being the category that one might potentially commit a hate crime against them is if their government documentation identified them as such. Is that the argument?
Seems like the best
um,
way to do that is just educate the populace to not to be transphobic and not harm trans people.
sorry, what? Sorry.
Sure.
What is the harm? What is the harm in just like
I'm
while
trying to
we're
steel man your
educating?
position.
Yeah,
Was I
yeah.
right?
Hold on, sorry. Repeat what you said again,
So
because I was going to respond.
your argument is premise one: hate crimes against trans people exist. Premise two: we ought lower transgender hate crimes by any means, so long as it doesn't, put out, significant other issues. Premise
Sure.
three: some portion of the trans community passes to such a degree that the only way that they would no longer pass is if their ID identified them as a trans person.
Sure.
Premise four: those people that would pass would not be subject to potential hate crimes until such IDs are done. Would identify them as such. Conclusion: we ought change the legal system or change the identification system of our legal documents to not out this specific group of trans people, which would thus increase the hate crimes against that community. That is your
Sure.
argument. Okay, so if
Sure.
that is your argument, the argument then is consequential in nature, that the overall harm reduction is to be done by changing the IDs. And so I would ask two things. One, are you consistent with all things, which I think you were, as Lactoid showed with the Asians going to Harvard, because Asians are discriminated against in favor of Black people getting into Harvard, especially. And you said it's okay if Asians lie about their race, because this would get them into Harvard so that they could get rid of that discrimination. If that harm though is there, my question then is, how do you substantiate that for the percentage of people that pass, right? The dolls and especially the trans female to males that pass, which is a minority, let's be honest. Okay. We don't know what percentage minority, but it's certainly a minority. For that minority, that there is enough harm and danger just from situations where they show their government ID versus the fact that our entire legal system is based upon sex-based rights that were tied to gender and the potential issues of watering down and subverting our entire gender-based sex and gender and sex-based legal structure.
Can I add to that? Can I add to
No,
that?
you're not adding to
I
that.
feel like my question was already complicated enough. I apologize. I tried to make it clear.
You're
Premise
not adding
five.
to that.
You can't answer that. He wants to
No,
answer that.
because I was
Oh.
next. I was trying to.
Oh
that's why
yeah, you were
I'm
next.
waiting.
After you've been talking and interjecting plenty of times. Yeah, let
Actually-
Admiral Gibbs go.
Okay,
I
all right.
actually need to go, so I will.
All right, so have a
talk
good
to
one,
you
buddy.
later.
This
Care,
is for
Doobie.
Doobie. No, please, can I go before Doobie goes? Because this is literally for Doobie. What I was about to say. So I understand the way Doobie described his discrimination is in a bigoted way because he's saying, I'm going to assume every trans person has a mental health issue, even though they may not. So that is a bigoted way. Although I'm not sure how bigoted it is, if we're talking about a populace that has a majority X issue, like if you're saying I'm not going to hire a black person because they're disproportionately a crime, but then you can say, yeah, but most black people aren't criminals. So we're like, yeah, okay. But in a case with trans people, if most trans people do have mental health issues, I'm not sure how big that is. Although I will say it is bigoted for now. Here's my issue, or here's my question. What if you view trans people like flat earthers or a God believer, where you think a trans person inherently is a delusional person because they believe they are something that they're not, just like somebody that believes in a flat earth or somebody that absolutely believes in God. And so because of that delusion, you're saying, listen, I'm not going to hire delusional people because I'm like, I don't hire delusional people. You as a trans person believe in something you're not, just like I wouldn't hire a flat earther, just like I wouldn't hire a God believer. I'm not going to hire you. Would you still say this is bigoted? And if so, why?
And before you answer that, Lawson Harris.
I'm asking you, Prime.
I thought
well,
you said
I
it
need
was
to
for
go.
Doobie.
I will.
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
talk
so
No,
to you.
this is for Doobie to hear
Well,
because this
heard
is
it.
related to what he
Okay,
said.
gotcha.
Okay.
I love
I
it.
love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, dude.
Take care.
Okay. So Lawson Harrison, thank you for the $5 super chat. I'm only reading this 10 minutes late, so there you go.
Improvement.
But I was arguing, to be fair. They should have to change their name also to Shi Ming Washington. Shi Ming Washington.
It's a Chinese black name. That's what he's saying.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. Fair enough.
That one went over my head. You know what? Thank you, D1O Dream. I appreciate that.
I would have missed that. Thank you, Lawson, for the kindness for gifting $5. I'm sorry. What I did not. Oh my god! So I
can explain it simpler.
Your thing, your dream, because I thought you were talking to fucking Doobie.
Everybody thought he was talking to Doobie.
This is for Doobie, but I wasn't asking Doobie.
I don't know what that was.
But I wasn't asking Doobie.
You bamboozled me. All right, that's all I know.
All right, here, I can say it more simpler.
No.
So,
Okay.
Prime was saying that if you discriminate against trans people, that's bigoted. And what I said, I was saying no immediately right after I said that because I was under this mentality when I said those words. So it is the way Doobie described and clarified it was bigoted because he's saying I'm going to assume that all of these trans people have extra mental health disorders, and hence I'm not going to hire them. That is bigoted. My question is it still bigoted if you don't hire trans people for the same reasons you want to hire a flat earther or a God believer because they are, in your mind, delusional because they're believing in something that doesn't exist or isn't? For example, a trans person believing in something that they're not, like a woman when they're a man.
Simplify this. You just repeated this a long ass argument.
Sure. I didn't. My bad. Or a flat earth or somebody that absolutely believes in God when there's no evidence for God. Is that bigoted? If so, why not? Or why?
Would be bigoted? I would. So if I was an employer, like an atheist employer, a globalist, globe loving, whatever, the opposite of a flat earther, right? If I was one of those, right, then I
flat
would
earth denier. You mean Prime guys?
Yes, flat earth. There we go. Thank you, flat earth denier. Excuse me.
Deniers.
I wouldn't deny I wouldn't reject a person because they're a flat earther. I don't know why they would even come up. It'd be weird if it came up. Like it'd be super weird. Like why did it just come up? Whatever.
But let's imagine
I wouldn't deny for a person who was religious, right? They wore their religion on their sleeve. You know, they got the cross and everything, and or maybe they came here for a yarmulke. You know, whatever, right? Like I wouldn't do that. So like I wouldn't.
You're not even making. Can you make the argument? Can you make the argument, please?
Maybe it had like I was hiring for something very specific. Like I don't know, like a Christian priest, right? I don't know. Then
Can you make the argument? You're
Make
just making.
the
You're just saying a
argument.
claim. You just said I wouldn't do it. Make the argument, please.
You asked me.
I asked you if it's bigoted. If so, why? You haven't demonstrated why it's bigoted.
Why it's.
You just said I
bigoted.
wouldn't do it.
I've been teaching them. They're learning.
It's bigoted. Why is it bigoted to not hire a person because of their beliefs?
Because you think they're
that have nothing
delusional.
to do with the job?
Yeah, because you don't want to hire delusional people.
Okay, so I don't look at those people as delusional in the way that you look at them as delusional.
You don't think somebody that absolutely
Somebody's
believes in God? You don't believe in somebody that absolutely believes in God
He
and
asked
said,
me about a person believed in God. I know what you're saying.
listen.
Scott,
They say
but that's what he
God
asked me.
absolutely exists. God absolutely exists. When there's no evidence for God existing, that's not delusion?
Yeah, I understand that many people believe all kinds of things that aren't actually real. Many people. If
Okay,
you
so
ask
what
the
is that
average-
delusion? Is that
No.
delusion? Yes or no?
No, I don't think it's no. I don't. Like
So
I just said,
believing in things that don't exist isn't?
Hold on. Shut up. You keep asking me questions. I like I said previously, if you listen, right, rather than just trying to jump in to say the next thing that was on your mind. Like I said, I don't believe the delusions like the way you believe they're delusions. No,
But-
like people believe in irrational things all the time, just like baseline humans, right? People who we would otherwise consider sane believe
why is that
in
bigoted?
irrational things, right? They believe in ghosts, right? Some people believe in Bigfoot. Some people like they chase those people around. That doesn't mean that that person isn't sane or they're delusional. That doesn't mean the case. Delusional in the way that I would say is a problem is something that would put people's like lives at risk.
Okay.
Right? Like, maybe that would be something.
My bad. Let me be absolutely clear and super specific and say, I don't want to hire anybody with any delusional belief. What if that was me as an employer? I don't want anyone with any delusional belief. Tell me why that's bigoted.
I mean,
There goes
I
all
don't-
leftists, right?
Like you, Lactoid.
Yeah.
You're out.
Only according to Scott,
apparently. Look, I don't know why. I'm not gonna like. I don't. Why is it bigoted that you won't hire people with delusional beliefs? Like, what are delusional beliefs?
You just admitted in your own diatribe that you want that these are delusional beliefs, but they're not delusional.
No, I didn't. I said the opposite of that.
I said the opposite of that. We can really run the tape, and a plausible interpretation of what you said is that although they may have some delusional belief, it's not one that may like be so impactful or harmful.
I said they're not.
Was that the only one that heard that? Was that the only one that heard that? Was that the only one that heard that?
I said they're not
delusional. Was that the only one that heard that?
I said they're not delusional.
Guys,
people
was that the only one that heard that?
They're not delusional.
Okay, wait.
Huh?
How do you believe in it? How do you believe in an irrational thing? How do you believe in an irrational thing and not be?
No, let's ask Lactoid. Lactoid is the most honest person here. Lactoid, were you listen? Oh, Corey's actually pretty honest. That's why Corey. Sorry. That was an insult, but directed at you. And see, this is why we should have gone to Gibbs first because, like, Dream, of course, did not make this simple. But like, Lactoid, did I not say that people are irrational? But not necessarily delusional, right? Like people can believe irrational things, but they will not be delusional.
If you believe in an irrational thing to be true, how are you not delusional?
Are you Lactoid?
How are you not delusional?
Are you Lactoid? Are you Lactoid? Lactoid.
Yes.
So, because I'm so honest, I'm going to admit that I didn't necessarily hear you say that.
You didn't.
But hold on. I think that this could just easily be.
You didn't hear. No, he did.
Hold on.
He said that he believed delusion required. He specifically said that they weren't delusional because he believed that it required someone to be crazy to such an extent that it would be harmful or dangerous to others, and that doesn't apply as delusional.
That's what I said.
That's not quite what you said.
But he said that they aren't, and here's why, and he gave a reason why they weren't. I mean, I think it's a bullshit definition of delusional, but
right. He said the only reason they're not delusional is because they're not being harmful, right? Which means that in every other definition, in every other sense of the word delusion, they do have that attribute. That's what Prime is saying.
What? Okay. All
There's
right.
no part
Whatever.
of the definition of delusional that requires one to be violent
or harmful. So Prime. So again, let me I just want the answer to the question.
No, Dream, you're gonna wait. No, Dream, you're gonna wait. Because I asked for something quick, and then you went on this long diatribe. We can go back to you in a second. Go ahead.
We're past hours.
You literally jumped in front of the line, bro.
I jumped in front of the line of who?
Immediately crying why it was my turn, even though
No, I was before.
Gibbs has been waiting for a while.
I was absolutely before Gibbs.
I don't care. Well, you'll be after Gibbs then. Gibbs.
I was absolutely before Gibbs.
Yeah, I know. But
I actually just went in the line that I was supposed to go.
I don't know why you're arguing with me. I don't know
you
why
also said you'd be quick because
right
this is for Doobie, and then we went down this whole rabbit hole.
Yeah, and you didn't listen, which is why I have to go again.
Okay, don't worry. Shut up.
Am I wrong on that, Corey? Was I wrong on that?
Okay, I muted you. Go ahead, Gibbs, please.
You just muted Gibbs.
Gibbs is muted. And Gibbs is muted. Now.
Oh,
no, I didn't mute Gibbs.
I'm sorry. I lied. I didn't mean to.
Oh, okay, so all right, so
it looked like
I really
muted Gibbs on my bad.
It's really sad. Hey, well that's okay. They let me. What's really sad is I only have a really short thing too. Like I waited like 2 hours.
Yeah, an actual
that's what he said.
But a black man lied and took your spot. That was deserving of a white man.
That's not what I said at all. So I just want to add to Scott's. He had the 2 points of reduction of harm, and I wanted to add a third. Unlike Doobie, I'm luckily enough in an industry where I can hire people with any background. The only thing I give a shit about is if they produce sales. So like if you can sell, like I don't care, right? So I don't have that problem. But from a business owner standpoint, would you? We talked about harm reduction, right? And I just wanted. He mentioned a couple of different ones. From a business owner standpoint, do you think that a business owner, if they hire someone that is more likely to exhibit these qualities, and then they hire them and they take a loss because this person's productivity, or say some kind of episode happens, or there's some kind of other thing that occurs that I'm not thinking of, would they then be entitled to possibly take some kind of legal recourse against this person? Because if not, then they're just they're taking a lot of risks, and for a very small segment of the population. And it seems like that would be the greater harm economically to businesses, because I feel like that, if they're the ones that's going to be harmed by a potential psychiatric episode that harms multiple employees,
or HR problems,
or HR problems,
employees.
So what is it, a greater harm reduction in addition to the other two things Scott mentioned? And now I'm done. It was quick. And I'm so glad I wasted my hours of waiting for that.
I'm sorry, Gibbs. It's my fault. It is actually my fault. But yeah, go ahead, Scott, if you want to say something.
Well, it was to you, Prime.
Just adding what Admiral said.
Was that to me too?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was. Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Well,
that
it was
to you.
for Doobie, but it was addressed to you.
I said it was for you. I said I just wanted to add on to what Fabian said to you before you went, Prime, because you were going to respond to him. That's why I just wanted to add one thing to it, and then you were going to respond to Fabian. Was what I thought was about to happen, and then we got sidetracked by Dream over here.
Dream wants to say something. I think.
I bet he does. But Scott, sorry, we can combine these things. Let your powers combine, and then I can respond to whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
So it's on you, Papa.
Sorry, but no, Scott. Sorry, but
it's you.
I don't. Yeah.
I gave a pretty long speech, and it was directed towards your argument. Admiral added to it. He was waiting for Prime.
Yeah, but I wasn't. I thought it was Scott. I wasn't listening.
Yeah,
I thought it was
it's just to you, Papa, but it's okay. I understand.
Yeah, I wasn't listening, so you can repeat it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, me? Oh, okay. Yeah, I basically was just add to Scott's 2 prongs of the harm reduction. I wanted to add a third one, would be business owners potentially being harmed by hiring an employee that they didn't discriminate against like this, that they knew statistically was more likely to cause problems. Wouldn't that cause problems with HR? It could potentially be harmful to other employees physically. Could be, psychotic episodes, just a plethora of different incidents that could occur. The less production. Would they wouldn't be able to pursue a legal recourse. So would, by doing what you're proposing, actually be a harm reduction overall when it's such a small percentage? And that was the add to the two-prong point that Fabian had made to you. And I was listening to.
Would that be because of business interests?
Harm reduction for economic reasons.
I guess I would. So I understand that is the case that trans individuals have like the cluster B personality types, right? Um,
Yeah.
that is a prevalent thing. Now, does that translate into the inability to uh, um, operate within a job site? Like, is that demonstrated?
So specifically, when you look at cluster B personality disorders, and I have a whole series on this on YouTube,
Mhm.
discussing the problems here and going over the research and some of the research, anyways, not all of it, obviously.
Sure.
But when talking about cluster B personality disorders, and I would posit, though this isn't backed up by evidence yet. I would well, it is backed up by evidence, but not by studies. Posit what you're really looking at is covert vulnerable narcissistic personality disorder, as opposed to grandiose narcissism or by a lot of BPD. You will see a lot of BPD, and you will see histrionic. Now, so it depends on what each of these are. Cluster Bs can operate within society. They can absolutely operate. But when you're talking about antisocial personality disorder, some of those people can be. It's a spectrum, right? It's a spectrum like many disorders. So with ASPD, this is where your serial killers are, but this is also, and this is where genuine psychotic psychos are,
Mhm.
or at least how they used to be defined. But a lot of them are just people that have really, really difficult time understanding emotions, etc. ASPD, not really what we're talking about. We're mostly talking about the other three, which is NPD, BPD, and HPD. Histrionic personality disorder is kind of what you get when that dude wore the fucking giant tits and can't in that school to like make a point and may or may not have been trans, right? Like the overtly sexualized individual. That could present problems, HR problems, right? Like someone with HPD is far more likely to sexually harass someone, and not even because they're trying to assault or harass people, but because they don't understand human boundaries around sexuality. They don't understand that not everyone is sexually attracted to them and not everyone wants to fuck them. So like when you see these trans people online that are like gross looking, like not attractive by any stretch of, and they're like, we're better lovers than you'll ever be. And but it's like it's textbook HPD, right? This delusional sense that they're this sex god whilst being like a really, really ugly creature, right? Like which isn't to say all trans people are like that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the HPD people are like that. BPD and NPD, these people are genuine dangers to everyone around them. People with NPD and BPD will use, manipulate, gaslight, destroy people's lives to the point where breaking away from them can be some of the most difficult things you'll ever go through, assuming you don't get so physically abused and harmed that you don't end up like killing yourself or going through some other problems. But people that are the survivors of NPD relationships with these people, it's rough. These are thieves. These are liars. These are con men. These these are the most abusive, emotionally and manipulative people to gain what it is. Now they're doing it from different spectrums. PPD are doing it because they're like because they can't hold on to reality because they have these kind of manic episodes that often occurs. BPD is not as bad, equally as dangerous to be around in the short term. NPD is probably the worst, especially when talking about malignant. So it's hard to tell for sure. And especially when you're talking about a large group of people that just kind of trait as like cluster B. And some of that might be a kind of a new cluster B that we don't know about. Um, right? Like there might be a reason why the tests are picking up because of their identity issues, and what they're really seeing is like some unknown element of cluster B or piece that we haven't really gotten with, that we don't quite understand, that's like part of the transgenderism itself. I don't think so. I think we're mostly looking at covert vulnerable narcissism, and those people are extremely dangerous, not just to your bottom line in your business, but also just to humanity in general. I mean, these are some of the most dangerous monsters in society, and they're about half of all trans people.
Okay. So
And that's just reality. I'm not.
So you
I'm
you
like,
know
I
okay
don't
okay
know.
so you're saying they're a danger to Dream. We see you after Don Scott, then I'll go to you. So you're saying these people are this much of a danger to society.
Mhm.
Should we take any other steps? So like rather than simply putting them outside of our or employment or place of employment. Should we take any other steps to protect ourselves from this population?
I mean, when you talk about people with narcissism personality disorder, especially like malignant NPD, right? It's kind of the same situation where you talk about pedophiles, like non-offending pedophiles, right? Which is to say that like just because someone has a mental illness that makes them have a predilection towards abuse of those around them doesn't necessarily mean that we have the right to imprison said people. Um, and so that's a totally different conversation. Whether or not we should or whether or not we ought do it. I would say that NPD and ASPD are I would say are a little bit different category here. Whereas like HPD and BPD can be worked with a lot more and mitigated a lot more. Whereas NPD, the fantasy that they destroy therapists. Like therapists are very, very unsuccessful in treating them, and often therapists' lives are made very stressful by even trying to tackle issues with people with NPD because they're that good at manipulating and abusing people that they'll often fuck up their own therapist. It's yeah. I don't know what you want to do about that. I'm a libertarian. I don't think you have a right to do anything about that. But at the same time, if you know a population is likely to have a lot of that, I don't know that you should be forced to hire these people. Just because it would be mean to not do so.
Well, it's not that you're forced to hire an individual. It's that like that shouldn't be a reason to
Reject.
being trans, not necessarily be NPD or whatever, right? That shouldn't be a reason why you don't hire them, right? There could be all kinds of
Yeah,
reasons why
I
you.
get what you're saying. I mean, I get what you're saying, but like if a certain demographic has a certain risk associated with it, and again, if I have the time as a hiring manager to really get to know someone, like right, I think it's a little different, right? So like when the government, for example, gives you secret security clearance, right? What do they do? Or top secret? Like when I had to get my security clearance the first time, right? Like they interviewed my friends, right?
Mhm.
They went to my previous employers, they went to my schools that I went to, they talked to the principal of my elementary school and my middle school. They went through all of these documents. That is a very different situation than I'm the hiring manager. And it is my job to hire 100 people over the next 2 months. I just don't have the time to do it.
Mhm.
And if I have means of getting rid of groups that are less likely to be effective, you can call it bigotry all you want. It just makes no fucking sense to forcibly try and keep me from utilizing tools that are going to allow me to get the best employee for my business.
Wouldn't the best employee then, if we're just going by statistics, right? Then, like
Mhm.
like what going off what I said previously about black people more likely, to have committed a crime. Um, you would say
Yeah,
that
I
that would
mean,
also
so
be reasonable in your
so
business.
it would be reasonable to say that black people statistically commit more crime because that's a fact, right? Would it be reasonable for a certain position, given enough demographic data, to be able to do that? If I'm hiring a job that requires, let's say, a master's degree, the statistical difference between white people and black people essentially evaporates, does not exist, right? And so, like, it would not be reasonable to say, well, black people commit
Working
more
class,
crime, so I'm gonna
working class, blue
right. If
collar
I'm
job.
if right now, I mean, like again, you could do that. It would be reasonable to do that. I don't know that it's necessarily that effective, right? Let's say it's a Dollar Tree and it's in the ghetto. It'd be stupid to hire a bunch of white kids. It would actually be it would be a bad idea to hire a bunch of white kids to work at a Dollar Tree in the
It's
ghetto because they don't fit in with the culture of the community there. It's probably
diverse
going to cause more
community,
problems than it solves.
diverse community.
Again, like I said, there are plenty of metrics here, and the problem here with the black situation is that even though blacks commit more crime than whites, it is not a giant portion of the black community that commits crimes. Whereas when we're talking about personality disorders, that's just one section, much less all of the other comorbidities that exist with the transgender population. You can guarantee if you hire if you hire 100 transgender people, you can guarantee 60 of them are going to have days they randomly have to take off work, additional problems in HR and human resources because of discrimination, etc. You can guarantee that this person is on, maybe not the individual, but as a whole, is going to be less productive and is going to cost you more money. And the idea that I'm forced to not discriminate because it feels bad, or we think it's wrong to do so, and then I'm forced to take an economic loss in my business, is saying the rights of one are worth more than the rights of the other, which is the rights of the individual trans person are worth more than the rights of the hiring manager or the business. And I don't think that is I don't think that's consistent with any form of substantiated theory of ethics.
I hire a black person, we could have issues with them fitting in with the culture. I mean, we got a good thing
if that's
going.
true, because of the type of business. So, I mean, there was a Supreme Court case, maybe Lactoid to remember, that dealt with Hooters, right? And Hooters was trying
There's
to
been
say,
a number
like,
of cases.
people were trying to say, right? There's
Yeah,
a
with Hooters.
number
They
of
get
cases
sued a
with Hooters,
lot.
right?
Uh,
They get sued because they refuse to hire males, or ugly people to be waitresses at Hooters, right? And so basically the compromise eventually was like, well, you got to hire like dudes to be cooks, and certain positions you can't necessarily discriminate there. But it's important to recognize that Hooters business model, what they survive on is not fucking amazing chicken wings. What
No,
they
no.
survive on
but that's a
is
different
putting
case.
beauty.
I hear
Well,
you.
no, that's what,
And
no, I'm saying I'm
no.
comparing it to what you said, is that
Yeah.
like it would be crazy to not hire a black person because they don't fit in with the culture at your fucking at Geico, right? But if you're at like a fucking super well-to-do golf course that like has no black people at it for whatever reason, and you're like, it might be a smart decision to hire some fucking white kid whose parents fucking own a yacht because they're going to fit in with the culture more, and they're not going to cause problems because they're one of the same people that your customers are.
Yeah. Uh,
I just can't train a black kid from the ghetto to fucking fit in with yacht club members. I can't.
but then, sorry. No.
It feels fucked up, but it's true. I can't. What am I gonna do?
No. Like why I wouldn't hire that kid, right? A black kid
Mhm.
from the ghetto, right? Like, do you understand the fuck? I don't actually. I have this problem because I don't actually know what they do with a yacht club. Like, do they just do like yachting? Like, do they actually do yachting? I actually don't know.
And they laugh in
They
a
hire me
snide
because I don't
voice,
fucking know
and
what they do at yacht clubs
they
either.
plot
you
about
know?
like taking over the world and crazy shit, dude.
Yeah. So let's assume that.
It's the boat version of Caddyshack. You know what I mean?
Let's
Like, I don't know.
assume that at a yacht club they actually yacht, because I actually don't know.
I'm assuming
but
they
assuming
do.
that's
They probably just hang out on parked boats a lot and just
Yeah,
do rich
yeah,
people shit.
That's my
I would
guess too,
probably
yeah.
say that. But like, if you don't know anything about like boats, right, or yachts specifically, right, like
Mhm.
if you don't know about the cultural
About a culture.
norms,
Yeah.
the cultural norms, then that would be an issue. But not that the
Yeah,
fact
but
they're black,
we
not
can
the fact
admit,
that they're dark
right?
skinned, because there are black
I'm all
people. Sorry, go ahead. You go first.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, you're making the argument from intersectionality, and I don't necessarily disagree that, like, you as an individual not hiring someone that's a perfect candidate that just happens to be black is stupid and racist. But that's not necessarily what I'm talking about. What I'm
Okay.
talking about is that you have a job, and you have candidates for that job, and you're trying to find out of a bunch of people the best applicant, and there are going to be ways and heuristics by which you can save time in order to process these applications faster, because your employer isn't going to let you fucking investigate every
I
goddamn
hear
thing
you.
about everybody, right? And so there are certain populations that are so problematic to your culture for one reason or another, where it's potentially beneficial to just get rid of them because it saves you time and increases the efficiency of your job, which increases the efficiency of the company, which increases the efficiency of the products that they and the goods and the services, which means that they outcompete, which means that prices go down, which means that more jobs in the economy get created. And when more jobs in the economy get created, guess what? There's more disposable income. And when there's more disposable income, real quick, that means
It's
that
really all
that trans
necessary.
person that might fit in some other position that is more suited suited to them and their culture is now more likely to get a job that actually is suited to them and their culture, where people
It'll
actually want to hire them,
it'll
as opposed
trickle
to being
down to them.
forced to hire them because
Yeah.
of the government.
It'll trickle down to them. I hear.
Like, I don't know,
Um,
like a youth organization that saves fucking gay runaway
It'll-
kids that were abused by their Christian parents, right?
It'll-
Like, that's
it'll
a job that a trans person would be perfect for.
eventually trickle down to them by discriminating. If we've only been discriminated against more people, then
Yes,
we
you
would have more
discriminate
jobs and
constantly.
have more money.
Yes.
And
You
yeah,
yes,
sure, whatever.
yes.
So
Discrimination is good.
so
It's a moral virtue.
yeah, okay. We've talked about this this thing with the heuristics, right? And what heuristics you use, and we've talked about like what are good heuristics and bad heuristics. The one that you mentioned about like hiring not hiring a black kid from the ghetto, right? Being a problem.
Mhm.
It's not the fact that they're black. It's from they're from the ghetto. If it was a white kid, right, from that same area with that same amount of knowledge, in terms of like the culture, right? You would you say that like there'd be a reason to not hire him as well? Right, like the thing that you're
Okay.
actually focusing on is the ghetto part, and so like if there was like if one of
No.
the if one of your
They're both a
look-
factor.
okay, all right, you go first.
So let's compare it instead of white kid, like to make it a little bit better. Let's assume a majority of the people at the yacht club are Jews, and let's assume it's a Jewish kid from a really bad neighborhood in from the ghetto, right? Versus a black kid from the ghetto, right? We recognize that race and ethnicity has some overlap with culture and understanding culture. So even though that Jewish kid might not be that qualified because he knows nothing about the culture of rich people and he knows nothing about yachts or boating, I might be more willing to take a risk on him because it's less of a risk because he's Jewish and most of my clientele are Jewish, and there's going to be some familiarity there. There's going to be some concept of them kind of getting each other, and so it's actually less of a risk than the black kid from the ghetto. But they're both a risk. It's just the Jewish kid's less of one, and so I might be more willing to take that risk.
So you might be more willing to take a risk on a Jewish kid who doesn't know the culture versus another kid
because he understands some of the culture.
So when we, so like I don't know, but because this just gets more complicated when we introduce more individuals, right? Like because like what we could do is we could just like run down and we could say, okay, well now we have another hypothetical individual who might be slightly better than this last one, and why wouldn't I choose this one person? Because in that case, then you're not actually because in that scenario you're not actually not hiring the black person because they're black. You're saying like I'm hiring this other person because they have a closer connection.
Yeah, but it's a distinction without a
culture.
difference. If I have 1,000 employees and I get rid of 20% because they're not this thing, right? It's not that different than selecting for a group and then discriminating against all the other people because they're not the thing I selected for, right? Like it's a distinction without a difference. If same situation and I have 20 applicants and 5 of them are black and 10 of them are white and 5 of them are Jewish, and I go, well, and they're all from the fucking ghetto, and I just go, let me get rid of the fucking 15 that aren't Jewish, and then I look at the 5 Jewish kids and then I pick one, right? It doesn't actually matter that I selected for Jewish or that I selected to get rid of blacks. Like the same net result is the black kid didn't get hired.
Yeah, fair enough. But I think this is just like in the scenario pain, it's a bad heuristic. Like you like what is the purpose of this position, and can these other individuals possibly fill this role? Like
yeah, no,
I don't know.
That was our point of the analogy. Was that
I know
the different position, right? Different positions are going to come with different types of discrimination. Discrimination is good. You can't say it's bad to discriminate based on race other than a fantasy that has been bred into the American system. Yeah, if you're discriminating based off of race because you don't like a race, and that's the only thing is that you just dislike a race and you discriminate based off of that, you're gonna fucking lose money. Like it's gonna cost you problems if you're intentionally getting rid of better candidates because they don't have the right skin color, and those better candidates are going to go work for your employer, your competition. right? But if you're discriminating against race because there's some cultural difference there, there's some factor that actually makes that important towards the disability or their ability to communicate from and cross cultural lines, etc., then that's not necessarily going to have that effect. This is the problem with top-down government-led legislation that just goes racism is ma bad. It's like, okay, cool, but like the more you start restricting rights, the more you create more problems.
There's also like a self-feedback loop here where sometimes laws can have you're gonna like this, Scott. Sometimes laws can have unintended effects, where you can say, well, discrimination based on race is bad, so we're going to put in laws. And now a business owner who potentially is now more at risk of being sued by a particular racial demographic, who's going to have an easier time claiming racial discrimination, has a direct incentive to not hire this racial demographic, because why would you want to hire somebody who has a higher chance of suing you? And if you get sued, you lose a fuck ton of money. So why would you hire them, financially speaking?
Yeah.
Is there any evidence of that occurring?
In terms of disproportionate discrimination claims, or in terms of,
or like,
I mean, I would bet my left nut at this point. I'll go find the data for you. This is based on everything that I've ever experienced.
Obviously I haven't looked in the data. I'm just genuinely curious.
Based on my anecdotal but professional experience, white people who make discrimination claims are frequently, those cases are valued significantly less than cases made by racial minorities.
Well, that makes
obviously
sense. Discriminate on that.
Would you make the same bet?
Yeah,
based on my anecdotal experience, you bet your ass I'd make that same bet, because I'm gonna fucking win it, because it's my experience.
Well, we don't value the experience as white men here. Yeah, so I hear what you're trying to say, Scott, right? I hear you. So to be before I go further, what do you want to ask me rather than what do you specifically want to ask me?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I want to ask?
Do you want me in terms of our conversation? Is there something you want me specifically to respond to before, or do you just want to make that point? If that's the case, then I'll just leave it at that.
I mean, the overarching point that I've been trying to make is that the concept here is that of the whole overarching topic is this idea that are these laws bad? Are these laws that have come forward that force parents to be made aware when the school decides that they want to fucking start telling Timmy that she's actually Tiffany, etc. Are these things bad? And so we're like, well, I don't think that these laws are going to do a goddamn thing, because the problems are way, way worse than that. And so, and again, I stated there are really only three things that could work here, which is the left destroys itself, we adopt fascism to really root the shit out, or we divest from these public institutions that are being overrun with this leftist bullshit. And what has occurred is we've devolved into a discussion about a specific type of change that trans activists want to put forward, a new law that they want to do, which is really off topic, but that's fine. And that law is to be able to use all of government documents to make sex and gender interchangeable. And I would say that is, we should not give an inch towards that in any way, shape, or form, because it is a subversive way of changing our laws without actually changing our laws.
So
the thing that I words.
The thing that I didn't say, so like,
and then you tried to show harm and you couldn't. That's it.
No, okay. So I was just gonna leave that alone. But so the thing that I introduced Jimmy, that's where I got off on this. Was that like, is it a good thing that these individuals can't change their gender marker, right? But and to make it easy, I went to the opposite. Like, hey, like, wouldn't it be better if that was the case? However, that's not actually what people in that space are pushing, right? So I didn't want to introduce this because it just makes everything more complicated.
No, that's
The
not
thing that they're
true.
actually
You saw it massively with the UK. You saw it massively in the UK where they were clamoring, and they won in the United Kingdom where they had to force government documents to accept their identity as their sex.
listen to me, right? So
Mhm.
there are many people in this space, right, who
Mhm.
want no markers, period, on the ID, the government ID. We didn't actually. I didn't want to introduce this because it makes things more complicated. But they want no
Yeah.
government ID, gender ID. So
It has
have you heard of
similar
this before?
problems though, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, but then it changes things, right? Because like then it sidesteps everything that we had been saying previously, right? Like if I give the ID to an employer, and like they can think whatever they think by perceiving me, but the ID won't cause additional friction,
You
right?
know, that's only true if you don't already have a legal framework that has tons of anti-sex-based discrimination things in it, like, I don't know, the 14th Amendment. Like, like, or at least its interpretation, right? Like, yeah, you can't say, well, it gets rid of everything if there's no way to legally identify gender and sex. Well,
No,
but
no.
gender and sex is like protected class.
This is no, this is not to solve all problems. This is just the issues that happen with having mismatched IDs. That's all, right?
Mhm.
So okay, but that's the other things. I'm going to go to Dream and then I'll go to Corey
Oh, I guess I
afterwards.
get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So it kind of
You mean like at a
sidesteps.
cash register or something when I'm like buying alcohol, the presumption that I might be a victim of a hate crime because they saw that I was trans when I did that. Whereas like going to an employer or something else, maybe I don't buy it, but maybe I could kind of see that.
Yeah, I can send you an article that like this is kind of the direction people have been going. That it's like the X because that's the thing that came out. I think
For the
the
love of
Obama
God, please
administration.
let D10 Dream talk instead of us two
The
fucking yammering
I'm
to each
gonna
other.
finish my point. The X marker that has been like the compromise, right? Like just put an X instead of anything else. That just like identifies you. Okay, you're almost certainly a trans individual, right? And then it just repeats the same issues. So okay, we'll go to Dream. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to point out something. And when I said, if is it okay to not hire somebody if you think they're delusional? You didn't say yes, no, it's not okay. You just said, well, these people aren't delusional. Or my question was, why would it be bigoted? What if somebody is to not hire somebody because they're delusional? Your response wasn't, here's why it's not bigoted to hire somebody that's delusional. Your response was, well, they're not delusional. So this is a very pedantic response. And so here's the crux of the topic. The topic is it okay if I view somebody's position, and not just I view, it is logically deducible, deductible, that these people have a irrational position? Is it okay for me to not hire them based on that reason? Hey, I'm not going to hire you because you have an irrational belief. I only want rational people working for me.
So the reason why I said what I did is because you said, "Hey, is it okay to not hire delusional people?" And then the examples you gave were individuals who believed in a god, and then those who believed it was
Flat
a
Earth,
flat Earth. Yes, right.
evolution,
So
astrology,
that is so.
Evolution.
Yeah.
I will.
What?
like people that don't believe in evolution.
Oh.
Okay. When to back up again, I'll agree with Scott. Right, like I was trying to come up with a definition of delusion on the spot, but it wasn't a very good one. So I'll take back what I said previously. But the point that I guess trying to get to is that in our society, what we consider delusion isn't simply you have an irrational thought, right? The most of our society, right? When I'm talking about
It's an
America, right?
irrational thought,
Um,
and then when you've been presented with overwhelming evidence of the contrary, you still
yeah,
believe in your irrational thought. That's what
but that's
delusion
not the
is.
same. That's not a useful. Here's the problem. That's not a useful definition, It's not even, if you're going to apply that to religion, it's not useful. It's not useful for me to just be calling all Christians delusional.
It's
That's
not all
actually
Christians. Only some Christians are delusional, or
which
maybe most.
Christians would.
Because
which
me,
Christians
I'm
would
a
not
cultural
delusional.
Christian. I'm a Christian. I identify as Christian, but I don't believe that. Hey, God absolutely exists. And there's plenty of Christians that be like, hey, God. Like, I don't know if God exists, but I'm gonna believe in it anyway. Like that's the
Ben
thing. Like
Shapiro's cultural
so,
Jews. Yeah.
so
Okay.
what I'm talking about is simple. Like there's people who are religious that say, listen, I'm somebody that believes in this religion, or I am a
Bro,
religious in this
puff
aspect.
pass. Puff pass. What the fuck are you talking? Yeah, you don't
Yeah,
believe in Christianity, but yeah, you're Christian, but you don't believe God. Absolutely. Like those are like usually I'm not the guy that's like, hey, they're mutually.
So that would be a
Those are
delusional
those are
belief.
those are mutually
how's that
exclusive.
that's not delusional.
Those
That's
are
not
mutually.
delusional.
That you're a Christian.
Those are
That's not,
those are mutually
See,
exclusive.
Dream
said
is just
identify-
A and not A at the same time. It's impressive.
no, you're not understanding. Like there's a way to be a
Oh, I
Christian.
understand. It's just
No,
wrong.
there's a way to be a Christian where you can interpret the Bible figuratively and believe in the Bible that way. There is
Wrong.
nothing. What do you mean wrong?
No.
You're
Tell me
delusional.
You are not a Christian if you don't believe. We can debate like the
You're
most.
not a Christian if you don't believe in the Bible
If you
literally.
don't believe, no, you're not a Christian if
No,
you don't believe three things:
Someone in
God
my chat-
exists, God exists,
someone in my
Jesus
chat
Christ
said,
is your savior.
"Bros."
That's really the requirements. Like, and then the holy like.
Someone in my chat. Someone in my chat said, "Bro's the only person in history to lose Pascal's wager."
It's crazy, bro. Like,
I don't understand how that makes sense.
it makes a lot of sense.
That's a good one. That's actually a really good one. Yeah.
That was really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't understand.
He's getting the worst of all worlds, basically, is what they're saying. But
That's not true. That's like every atheist. So
Well, you're an atheist if you don't believe that God doesn't.
part of being a Christian would be believing in the supernatural, right? In some form or way, right? Like
not necessarily. You can be, like I said, a person who identifies as a Christian. Yeah, I don't believe
there actually is a term for this. It's secular theology. I just looked it up. It's actually there. It is a thing.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like I took
but that doesn't make you a Christian. Yeah, I get you. I know, I get that. Some people believe this.
It just makes you delusional. Like
I'm not.
Okay,
No,
we can. It doesn't. This doesn't hinge on. This is not even an important point of the
actually, it is. It's actually the heart of the point.
Oh,
it is. It's the heart of it. If you're
it's not.
The delusion that you're talking about is whether a person believes in God.
You're talking about language, okay? Well, our beef right now, our argument right now about whether or not I'm a Christian is simply language, how you define a certain term such as Christianity. What I'm talking about being delusion is a fact.
Believing in God or not, right?
No. The fact of absolutely exists in spite of no evidence of it existing. And then when brought up with the overwhelming evidence, hey, listen, there is literally no evidence, and then arguing against them. If God is not a good example, just scrap it, bro. Like I have other examples.
No,
astrology. We can just use astrology.
But
okay, tell me how it matters.
No, astrology is another one. No, astrology is another one. So that's why I'm trying to walk this down with you.
Go ahead,
right?
walk it down. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. So it's not useful to simply state that like astrologers, it's not astrologers, people who believe in astrology are delusional. In the same way, right? Like that you would say that like an individual who thinks, right? Like if I believe that there's a ghost that's standing right next to me, and then all you guys can see it, right? But when I bring it up, all you guys deny it, right? Because you're gaslighting me, right? Like there is this
why can't there be degrees of delusion?
This man with like neon pink skin standing right next to me. He's my best friend. His name is Fred, right? He's been here the entire time. You guys have been ignoring him. You're doing that because you're gaslighting me. Right? That's a delusion.
Okay.
What's the difference between that and God?
Yeah, well, don't worry, I'm explaining that to you, right?
Or the labor theory of value.
The way that we use these things within our society is that when there are these irrational beliefs that are backed up by cultural norms that like our society simply accepts, then they don't become delusions anymore.
So what?
What do you mean? So what? So it matters, right?
So that's just why I. Did you not hear me in the beginning, Prime? It's like you didn't hear me in the beginning. I said, "Well,
asking me questions, and I need you to shut up. I can't get through to it. Like you
because
asked,
you're
like,
talking about something that's irrelevant at this point,
you
Prime."
won't let me do that. Let me get through this, okay? So when we're dealing with like Christianity,
I have limited time.
or whatever, believe in God, whatever, doesn't matter, right? When we're believing in that, talking about that, there are people who believe in these things that are completely sane, right? But because of the cultural reinforcements they have, they're like, oh yeah, this all makes sense, right? That within a vacuum, right, like a cultural vacuum where Christianity was isolated, and it didn't have these supports from society, right? Where society didn't push this as a normal thing, then they wouldn't be Christians, right? They wouldn't say that God exists. And that the people you would have left, maybe they would be delusional. But when you have society reinforcing and saying that this is an okay thing, then that's not delusional. So when you see when astrology, people who believe in astrology, right, like see it within the paper, right? This is the your astrological sign, and then it's reinforced that people like talk about the astrological signs as if it's a thing that actually fucking matters, right? These things reinforce, and to say that all those people are delusional is not a useful way of interacting with that.
Okay,
That's
so here's your argument, and correct me if I'm wrong. These people would be delusional. Otherwise, these people would be delusional if their beliefs weren't largely accepted in society. That's your argument. If it wasn't for a lot of people accepting their ideology, it wouldn't be delusional. Okay, fine. If that's the case, this is why I said in the beginning.
Actually.
If that's the case, which is what I said in the beginning, because it was literally what I said, because you were so pedantic about this delusion. Fine, scrap delusion. This is why I said irrational. And I asked you the question, which you didn't even answer upon the delusion. Okay, so if somebody's position was irrational, and let's say a large parts of society accepted this irrational belief, why is it, like, here's the key part, make sure you're listening, open your ears on this one. Why is it bigoted to discriminate based on this?
Ears.
Open your ears. Open wide. Why would it be bigoted? Not, a lot of people accept this. Why would it be bigoted if I were to discriminate against people that are irrational, that hold an irrational belief, and I, from an employer aspect, don't want to hire anybody that holds that irrational belief?
So so you're saying this is a rational belief that is backed up by society,
even if it is, yes, it doesn't have to be.
Right? So example being like, no, but see, that's the difference, right? If it's not what we consider a delusion, like it matters.
I didn't say delusion.
Or rational. One or the other, doesn't matter.
It's not about what we consider rational. It is irrational.
It actually matters.
Define irrational, please. If this is such a good important point for you.
The same way I found
then you're just wrong.
Well, no.
Irrational and illusion are not the same.
Okay. If they have sorry, hold on. I don't actually have what am I doing? I actually don't have to defend this. Sure. If they're different, then it's not bigoted. If they're actually different,
thank you,
which we're previously saying,
so it is okay.
Then they're not bigoted, actually.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So it is okay to discriminate against trans people because you believe because they have an irrational beliefs that they are something that they're not.
I don't think it's irrational. I don't think whether they have an irrational belief though. You said these things are different. Okay, well then they're not the same.
Wait. Believing something that you're not is not irrational.
Like you believe you're a Christian?
They believe that their gender is female. No, that's not irrational.
Perfect example.
No, like you could fit those gender roles like that. Your gender role better served as. See, there's a difference between me. I'm bigoted on this, right? So like, it's not a problem.
Not that they're gender roles.
Yeah,
because
they don't
gender roles
actually.
is
They don't believe that they're cis women. They don't believe they're biological women. That would be delusional if they believe they're or irrational, whatever. Whichever one we're using here. That would be problematic if they believe that, oh, I'm a biological woman.
what if they say I feel like a woman?
A natural woman?
Like what?
Yeah,
So you know what Shania Twain?
yeah. They see it. I feel like a woman.
Do you hate
What if-
Shania Twain?
Right.
And then
Yeah,
Why did
they don't
all
say
our brains
I feel
go
like
there?
a biological female. Sorry, I got my terms confused previously. That was
right,
my fault.
how would somebody,
Biological
Can I
female.
clean this up? Let me
how
clean
would
this up for both of you, please.
What if it makes them
You
feel
wanna
like a
dream, please.
dangerous woman?
Let me clean this up a little bit, right?
Uh,
I believe, and tell me both of you if I'm wrong at any point, right? I believe what you're trying to say, Prime, is that what is and isn't irrational and delusional, etc., but is often in many times communicated by kind of the Overton window within society, right? It was perfectly rational and non-delusional to believe in cannibalism and human sacrifice in ancient Aztec empire, and so like you would be the weird crazy person, or if you're in the 1600s in America and you think black people are humans,
Societally
right?
defined.
You'd be crazy, you'd be fucking delusional to say this insane thing that like black people deserve rights or that they're anything other than something for me to rape and beat. But to say that now would be like fucking insane, right? It would be delusional, as you say. um and so so Prime is using this as a means, I think, which is important, which is if society is accepting this as a whole, accepting the concept of transgender people being able to change their gender and live in different bodies, or hashtag born this way, etc. If that is the overarching kind of like thing that society has accepted, then you discriminating against that becomes bigoted by the way that the society itself is defining bigotry. And that bigotry is not actually against an immutable characteristic, or not actually against somebody because of any specific thing, but it's because society has deemed them a protected class in some way. That we've gotten together and we've said, look, women are a protected class. Well, now we've gotten together and we've said, look, transgender people are a protected class, et cetera, et cetera. Um, and I think D10 Dream, you're kind of arguing, saying, look, I think that this concept, I don't care what society thinks. I'm an employer, and I think this concept shows that you're an irrational person, and I value rationality. It's not so much that I think that your status as transgender is the problem, but your status as transgender is highlighting to me that you don't have a system or logical framework that says A equals A and B equals B. You're walking in here with boobs telling me you're a dude. And that to me says you're irrational. I don't care that you're a dude with boobs. I care that you want me to lie and you want everyone else to accept this crazy fucking thing that isn't true. And by doing so, you prove to me that you're not of value to my company, because what I'm looking for is somebody that is right in the head. Potentially. D10 Dream's not necessarily saying that that is true, but he's saying if that is the rationale that you're using to understand why you don't want to hire this person, because you don't think they're a good fit because of that irrationality, is that bigotry if you don't actually care that they're trans, but rather you care that they're trying to force this identity and this discussion in such a way that proves that you're not a logical person, at least as far as I see. Am I
Is that what you're
incorrect?
trying
In both,
to say, Dream?
is that what both of you were trying to say here?
Well, you got
that
me
is,
right, Dream. Go ahead.
yep.
Okay.
Essentially,
Well,
yep.
then, if that's what you're saying, which I did not get, but fair enough. If that's what you're trying to say, then that you're using some sort of method of like reasoning
Heuristic.
that you disagree with, then sure. I guess it's not bigotry then. If that's the
I
case.
mean, you already said it wasn't bigotry. My follow-up question was, then it's okay to discriminate against trans people. That's
I
what
already said it wasn't bigotry. When did I already said that
you
before?
already said. You said if it's not delusional and
I
it's
didn't
only
catch that.
I
he
gotta
did.
bounce, guys. I'll catch you guys later.
Okay,
He
see you,
said
buddy.
oh, if it's not delusion and it was just irrationality, then yeah, fine, it's okay to it's not bigotry.
But you said those things aren't the same thing, though.
Right, which is why you said okay, fine, if it's not delusional, it's then it's
Why are
not
we
bigotry.
beating
Huh. Hold on a second. For some reason, I can't put it on my face. I don't know why. All right, I'm having a weird fucking little Discord error or OBS error. So for some reason, I normally can bring up my face, but for some reason, I can't this time around. Yep, so I'll have to fix that. I'll figure out what's going on. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in to today's episode of Lactoid TV. I have a panel coming up this Wednesday. We're going to be talking to a couple of what I understand to be relatively well-known figures. It's going to be uh, Adam Mockler and Hutch. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about Biden. And where's your square face? I can't see it. I know I'm having some weird issue where I am not able to bring up my Discord. It's through OBS, so I'll have to figure it out after this. But I will figure that out, and but I will have to figure it out before Wednesday because I have that big debate I was talking about. So if you're not following me on Twitter, that's where you can find all the details on when that's going to happen. It's going to be a Wix stream, but it's going to be a topic about Biden. So political election stuff. To all of those who gave bits, subs, and were active in chat, the chat was super active today. Loved it. We had a whole bunch of viewership. We had a whole bunch of just participation overall. I thought it was great. Very good stream today. Love you guys. I always appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and raid on out into Prime because he was kind enough to host us. And hopefully I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
The community.